Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 46, A Need for Peace. Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes slightly opened at the sound of the voice. He had a long day and was trying to enjoy any amount of sleep that he could get. He wanted to go to sleep, but he recognized the voice and knew that he was needed. It took him a few moments to adjust, but he finally managed to open his eyes fully and sit up in bed. Now that he was awake enough to take in his surroundings, he noticed Hinata standing right by his bed. "Hinata-chan, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Isn't your room on another floor in the inn?" "Jiraiya-sama let me in when I knocked on your door," the Hyuga answered. She then gave him a serious look. "Naruto-kun, I need your help." "It's Shikamaru-kun." Naruto instantly became alert. The boy shot up out of his bed and gave his new girlfriend his full attention. "I got up to go to the bathroom and I noticed Shikamaru-kun wasn't in our room. His training gear was all gone too," Hinata told him with a frown on her face. "I think I might know where he is, but I think he may need some help. I don't think he's recovered at all from his mission and he needs somebody to talk to him. I want to help him, but I think you can help him more than me. So, can you come with me to find him?" "Of course." The blonde nodded his head. It took the blonde precisely 1 minute to get properly dressed. Once he was ready, he and Hinata left the inn and hurried out into the village, trying to find Shikamaru. Hinata's guess proved to be correct. Shikamaru was in one of the various clearings outside the village of Kibo. He was currently breathing very heavily and had a few burn marks and bruises on his body. The Nara had brought a couple of different seals on tree branches, creating light in the area. Directly in front of him was a large fire that looked as if it could engulf the entire forest around the village if given the chance to grow. As Naruto and Hinata arrived at the scene, Shikamaru was currently running through various hand signs. Within an instant, the shadows in the clearing came together and forced a large circular orb around the flame. Within seconds, the shadows closed in the flames, covering it completely. Shikamaru released the technique. When the shadows cleared, the fire was nowhere to be seen. "My shadows are getting stronger. Good," he mumbled to himself as he started to make hand signs. "Now let's see if they are getting dash." "Shikamaru!" Naruto called out to his friend. On instinct, Shikamaru made a singular hand sign and his shadow charged directly towards Naruto and Hinata, branching off into two separate streams before reaching them. Neither Chunin could react in time. He managed to catch them in his shadow and had them unable to move. "What the hell?" Naruto gasped. "So my shadows are getting faster, too." Shikamaru sighed in relief. He then finally gave his attention to Naruto and Hinata. "What are you two doing up? Shouldn't you both be asleep?" "Shouldn't you be asleep?" Hinata returned his question back to him. "You weren't in the room when I woke up." "Can't sleep. Thought it'd be a good idea to just get more training done," the Nara replied. His face started to twitch, as if he was struggling to maintain his jutsu. It was a practical thought." "Shikamaru, you need rest," Naruto replied, shaking his head in disagreement. The blonde proceeded to push back, trying to break free from Shikamaru's jutsu. Shikamaru immediately made a singular hand sign, tightening his grip on his control of Naruto and Hinata. "Nah. This is time I can actually do something a little more useful than sleeping." "Shikamaru!" Naruto shouted his friend's name. The Uzumaki proceeded to start wailing forward despite the shadows controlling him. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he noticed his friend getting closer to him. He then started to shake his head in disappointment. "Fuck, not strong enough," he cursed. "They're plenty strong, Shikamaru. They're just not as strong as they can be, though, because you are tired. You're exhausted," Naruto stated as he continued to move closer to him. "How long have you been out here training?" Hinata asked. She was not attempting to struggle against Shikamaru's control and, therefore, was still in her place. "A couple of hours. I don't really remember when I started." Shikamaru shrugged. "Need to get stronger." "You're plenty strong, Shikamaru," Naruto declared. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed in anger as he stopped channeling his jutsu. He then rushed over to Naruto and tackled him to the ground. Then why the fuck wasn't I able to save the hostages? Why was I not able to do anything? Shikamaru hissed before getting directly in Naruto's face. Why the fuck are they all dead? It's not your fault. You didn't know about the bombs that the guy had already set up. Naruto stated, making no attempt to fight back against his friend. It doesn't matter. We're shinobi, we should have been able to do something. I should have been able to. Shikamaru started to sob loudly and uncontrollably. I was put on that mission for a reason and I ended up doing absolutely fucking nothing. And now the mission's a failure and they're all dead. That little girl is dead and it's all my dash. The Nara was unable to finish his rant. Naruto proceeded to push back and force Shikamaru off of him. He proceeded to roll backwards on the ground for a moment. He winced in pain as Naruto rushed back to him. I don't pretend to know what it's like, Shikamaru. I don't know what it's like to see people die like that on a mission. Naruto admitted. The blonde was now starting to cry at the thought of the sight. He couldn't imagine, he didn't want to imagine it. But, you can't go and blame yourself. You did what you could do dash. Which was what? Shikamaru interrupted him with a scoff. As he started to pull himself back off the ground. I wasn't able to do anything. I'm not strong enough. Then get stronger. But you're not going to get stronger pushing yourself like this. You're overworking yourself, Shikamaru. I haven't reached that point. He retorted. Naruto responded by shoving Shikamaru back to the ground. He winced upon making contact. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted in surprise as she rushed over to Shikamaru. What are you doing? Naruto didn't immediately reply. His eyes were focused on his friend. Shikamaru was trying to pull himself off the ground, but he was getting up at an incredibly slow pace. I didn't push you over hard, Shikamaru. If you were really okay, you'd have been up by now. You're exhausted. Naruto said with finality in his voice. So what? You just want me to give up? Just accept where I'm at. Because if that's how it has to be, then I'm not qualified to be on this fucking mission fighting a goddamn war. Shikamaru screamed. His sobs seemingly intensified. I didn't say accept it, I just said you are exhausted. You'll keep training tomorrow and the remaining days. And we'll be training with you. Naruto declared. The blonde reached over to Shikamaru and grabbed his hand. He then proceeded to pull him up to his feet before he could do anything. Shikamaru, you're not alone. We are here. And we want to make sure nothing like that mission happens again to anybody. Not as long as any of us are on the mission. We're your friends, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata spoke up as she placed her hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. And we'll always be there for you. And we will grow stronger together. I believe you. I know that. But, Shikamaru proceeded to shake his head as he rubbed the tears out of his eyes. I see the faces of all 5 of the hostages every time I close my eyes now. I hear Mari cry every time. I can't sleep. More tears came from his eyes despite his efforts to get rid of them. Please, don't make me try to go back to sleep. I want to go even just a few hours without seeing and hearing them die. Naruto and Hinata did not immediately reply. The group of 3 remained still. The only noise was the occasional sob from Shikamaru. Roughly 5 minutes had passed before Naruto spoke up. Maybe, the 3 of us should sleep together. He suggested. If you have any nightmares and see or hear anything, Shikamaru, wake us up. We're here for you, Shikamaru, and I want to make sure you know that. I'd rather dash. I agree with Naruto-kun. Hinata nodded her head in agreement. Shikamaru-kun, he's right. We're your friends. And we'll always be there for you when you need us. Shikamaru really didn't know what to say. He knew for a fact that he most likely was not going to get any sleep. He was afraid to even try. However, he was not unaware of his limitations. After Naruto proved his point by shoving him to the ground, he knew he was too drained to really do anything productive. He needed rest. He was also comforted at the idea of having his friends by his side. Maybe they would be able to help him relax for the first time in days. Fine. Shikamaru finally voiced his thoughts. With those words, the three members of Team 3 started to walk back to the inn together. For the night, they would be together. They were friends and would always be there together. Tonight was going to be one night where they proved that sentiment. You want me to what? Jiraiya questioned. The Sannin and Naruto had agreed to meet up at their usual training ground at 9 o'clock. Their training ground was usually deserted by the time Jiraiya arrived there. Today, however, Naruto had beaten him there and he was accompanied by his two teammates. I want you to try and help Shikamaru and Hinata-chan get stronger too, if you can. Naruto requested. Our upcoming mission is going to be serious, Jiraiya-sama. Hinata spoke to the man, making a conscious effort to put reverence in her voice that was owed to a member of the Sannin. It would be greatly appreciated if you could provide some guidance in order to help us grow in order to increase our odds of survival and success during the mission. Yeah, I get that. Jiraiya replied by crossing his arms over his chest. I mean, you two are more than welcome to join our training, but most of everything I had planned is for Naruto's skill set. I can try and provide some stuff for you two, but I don't know how useful it'll be for you both. We can do our own things when necessary. However, anything extra you can provide would be useful for us, Jiraiya-sama. Shikamaru added, speaking to Jiraiya in a similar tone of voice as Hinata. Alright, since you two asked so nicely. Jiraiya replied with a shrug. Naruto and I were going to open the day off with some general exercises. After that, we'll spend about 20 minutes in meditation and then move on to some more interesting stuff. I'm sure I can think of something for you both to do, but for now, just join us in the exercises. Both Hinata and Shikamaru nodded in understanding. Alright, that'll be enough meditation for now. Jiraiya informed the three Chunin. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru stood up from a sitting position and looked up at the Sannin in expectation. I see you two look better from the exercises after some meditation. The Sannin noted. Both Hinata and Shikamaru nodded in response. Jiraiya's exercises were reminiscent of Anko's training. While he didn't have the slightly sadistic nature that she had that made the exercises more intense, he still forced them to go through the same workload that they went through with her. They had been physically exhausted after completion. However, the meditation helped them recover slightly. The brief period helped their body recover and helped them clear their mind up slightly. By the end of their meditation, they were all ready for more training. What did you have planned next, Ero-sennin? Naruto asked. Jiraiya shook his head and mumbled something along the lines of, "Don't call me that," before actually responding to his question. For you, I want to work on improving the Rasengan. There's a variant that's a much larger, stronger version that's commonly referred to as Otama Rasengan that I'd like you to pick up. I also want to see if you can throw it. Huh? Throw it? The blonde blinked in confusion. It's an idea that entered my head. Maybe we could make it a projectile. The Sannin said with a chuckle. That would actually be super cool. Naruto started to cheer at the thought. Hell yeah, I'll definitely start working with it. Good. Jiraiya nodded his head, satisfied with work for Naruto at the moment. He then turned his attention towards the other two Chunin. As for you both, do you have anything you are working on? I've been doing some work with a particular water-style jutsu that somebody gave me. Hinata said as she pulled out the scroll for water-style, giant vortex jutsu. How is that going? He asked. Good. I'm making progress with it, I think. She said with a sigh. But it's a lot of work, though. It requires a lot of brute strength that I'm still trying to create. Keep working with it. Maybe I can assist in helping you find that strength. Jiraiya mentioned. He then turned his head to Shikamaru. And you? I just finished working on a fire-style jutsu I had been working on. I'm open for suggestions. Shikamaru said. Jiraiya noted that Shikamaru's tone was filled with bitterness. He had listened to Naruto explain the Naruto's situation to him earlier the day before. He could tell Shikamaru, although seemingly a little better than he had been after the mission, was still very bothered and wanted to make himself stronger. Although the Sunin had not known him for long, everything he had seen and heard about Shikamaru suggested somebody with a rational, tactical mind with good control of emotions and limits. Perhaps he would benefit from learning something with some power to it in order to help him feel better. I have an interesting idea for you that might suit somebody as tactical as you, Shikamaru. Jiraiya commented. He then made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He then formed two separate clones of himself. One of the clones walked over to Shikamaru while the other went to Hinata. So I take it we are going to do some independent training with the clones? Hinata questioned. Yup. Jiraiya nodded his head. We'll end the sessions when I feel like it. For now, though, get to work. With those words, the clones of Jiraiya escorted Shikamaru and Hinata to separate areas of the training ground. Naruto and Jiraiya were left alone. Now, back to what we were talking about. The Sunin declared as he focused on his godson. You want to show me your Rasengan? I can do that. The blonde replied as he started to channel his chakra into the palm of his hand. After a minute of walking, Shikamaru and the clone of Jiraiya arrived at another area nearby the training grounds. It was a largely swampy area with thick mud that stuck to their shoes. Jiraiya's clone eventually stopped walking, causing Shikamaru to look at him in expectation. So, you said something about an idea for me? He questioned the clone. I did, but I wanted to ask some questions to you really quick. Jiraiya's clone questioned. What are your thoughts about your last mission? Oh, you know about it too. Of course you would. Shikamaru shook his head. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about with somebody he didn't really personally know. However, Jiraiya was offering to help him. The Nara told himself that before taking in a deep breath and answering his question. I felt weak and hopeless. I thought the mission was going well, and then Karatoriki pulled out a trump card that we hadn't expected. We accomplished nothing. I couldn't save anybody there. Shikamaru said emptily. I have never felt so useless in my entire life. And I never want to experience that again. I don't want to see anybody die like that for no reason. And if you were stronger? What would you do? Jiraiya's clone questioned him. I just want to do what I can. He answered. He looked as if he was struggling to come up with the proper words to express what he was thinking. Just, know a few more jutsu, know a few more tactics, and have my brain function a little better. I just want to do what I can to make sure nobody dies like that. I want to make sure I can keep my friends, family, and any clients of mine safe. So it's about protecting people. The clone continued to ask. Shikamaru nodded his head. No one deserves to die like that. I want to make sure something like that never happens again. I see. Jiraiya's clone nodded his head in understanding. I have another question for you. Considering the type of mission you'll be going on soon, what would happen if you were to run into Karatoriki again? Would you try and kill him? Of course. Shikamaru nodded his head and spoke with aggression. That asshole is responsible for so much suffering and death. It wasn't just those 5, he's taken joy in killing so many. He needs to die before he can do more executions like that. If given the opportunity, I would love to do it myself. But it's not a priority for you, is it? Jiraiya's clone questioned. Shikamaru realized what the clone was actually getting at. He proceeded to shake his head. No, I won't let my anger consume me and go on a hunt for revenge. I want him dead, but I want the regime responsible for him to be destroyed more. I'd be okay if somebody else does the honor. I'll just do my part for the mission and leave it at that. I see. The clone smiled sadly at the younger shinobi. I know this may not mean much, but as somebody who has fought in war previously and have come across many ruined villages and seen many hostage situations, it gets easier. You tend to be able to forget about things on certain days and it becomes a lot easier with time. Is it necessarily a good thing that it does, though? Shikamaru asked. That you become numb to shit like that? I suppose not, but it's the only way people like us can keep our sanity. The clone sighed. You just have to get stronger so that way you can keep getting better so you have the strength to save even one person during the next circumstance like that. I suppose. The Chunin sighed in response. The Nara still appeared to have a troubled look on his face due to the topic and the associated thoughts, but his conversation with Jiraiya's clone seemed to relax himself slightly. Hearing the clone's comments about the nights getting easier was a relief to him, at least. All that matters right now, I guess, is to get to that point. And the first way to that is to get stronger, he told himself. He then looked at the clone with determination in his eyes. So, what did you want to work with me? Jiraiya's clone smirked as he pulled out a scroll. I got a jutsu for you. It's one of my personal favorites, but it's a tough one. It's a rank Earth-style jutsu, so it'll take a lot of time. I don't know if you can learn it in the next couple of days, but I know this is the type of jutsu you would benefit from knowing. It suits a tactician like you and can be used for offense, defense, and support. The clone proceeded to toss the scroll towards Shikamaru. The Chunin caught the scroll in his right hand and proceeded to look at it. Earth-style, Swamp of the Underworld. He read the title. You ready to get started, Shikamaru? This won't be easy, but I know you would benefit greatly from knowing it. Jiraiya's clone mentioned. Shikamaru turned his attention back to the clone and nodded his head. For the first time in the past few days, the Chunin allowed a smirk develop on his face. Bring it on, he declared. Water style, Giant Vortex Jutsu. After finishing the necessary hand signs, Hinata clapped her hands together. Water from a nearby swampland rose into the sky and formed a massive circular object. As it continued to rise into the sky, it increased in size as more water entered its body. Hinata remained concentrated on creating the jutsu. After a few seconds, however, the construct of water blew up, causing the water to plummet to the ground. Darn it! Hinata grumbled as she started to breathe heavily. The attempt at using the jutsu had taken a lot out of her. Good thing you didn't have that thing over your head. Otherwise, you'd be soaked. Jiraiya's clone mentioned. A playful smirk then developed on his face. It's also a good thing you're not wearing all white. Let's not talk about that, please. Hinata's face turned red at the thought. She remembered practicing with her jutsus earlier this week and getting soaked from the training. She didn't want to throw that again and completely drench her clothes. Heh, whatever you say. The clone chuckled for a moment. I think I know your issue, though. I think you do have enough strength to create the jutsu. You can make the construct for the jutsu pretty easily, and I can tell that it will do a lot of damage if you can send it flying at an opponent. Your problem is that you don't seem able to hold onto it for that long. I know. Hinata admitted with a sigh. It takes too much out of me to hold onto it for a while. Well, the jutsu requires a lot of chakra. Jiraiya's clone mentioned. The best way to pick up the jutsu would be to increase your chakra reserves. I know. The Chunin mumbled a reply. I know some exercises that Anko-sensei taught me to increase my reserves. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'd also suggest you keep trying to use the jutsu. The clone mentioned. It clearly requires more chakra than you are capable of using, so it's pushing you. So long as you don't overexert yourself, trying to perform the jutsu should, over time, increase your reserves and make it so that you'll be able to perform the jutsu with little difficulty. You think so? Hinata questioned. Yeah. Jiraiya's clone said. It's a good attitude to have. Just keep trying something until you get it. I think with enough attempts, your reserves will get to a good enough point. Okay. Hinata smiled as she nodded her head. So yeah, when you think you are ready, I'd suggest making another attempt at the jutsu. Just don't push yourself too hard. The clone informed her. All right. Hinata declared excitedly. 3 hours passed by before the group reunited with each other. The clones of Jiraiya escorted Shikamaru and Hinata, who were both breathing heavily from trying to perfect A-rank jutsus, back to the central training area before they dispelled themselves. Upon arrival, Shikamaru and Hinata took a moment to look at the training ground they had been at earlier that day. What happened here? Shikamaru asked. The area had been filled with various trees that were no longer present. While most of them were gone completely, a few of them were now stumps that appeared to have the top half completely blown off. Both Shikamaru and Hinata turned their attention to Naruto, who was laughing sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. As I said when we separated, the brat and I were experimenting to see if he can actually toss the raise-non and use it as a projectile. Jiraiya stated with a slight chuckle. And it actually worked. He was just a little liberal with his usage. Hee. Naruto continued to laugh sheepishly. Hinata proceeded to giggle at her new boyfriend's action. Good job, Naruto. How did that other raise-non training go? Shikamaru questioned. That Otama raise-non. It's a work in progress. Naruto admitted with a sigh. But hey, it's getting there. I'll be able to do it in no time. He will. And judging from the memories I got from my clones, I think the two of you are making progress with your own jutsus to have them ready in a day or two more. Jiraiya stated confidently. Really? Shikamaru's eyes widened at the statement. Why you think so? I know so. The Sannin nodded his head in affirmation. You're tough kids. You're going to be some of the best shinobi Konoha has seen. I have no doubt that you'll all get jutsus done in just a little bit. The members of Team 3, even Shikamaru, smiled at his words. The words of somebody as skilled as Jiraiya carried some weight. The fact that he believed such an idea meant something to each of them. We'll make you proud, Ero Sennin. Naruto declared with a thumbs up. Stop calling me that. Jiraiya shouted. Hinata proceeded to giggle at Jiraiya's and Naruto's banter while Shikamaru let out a small snort. The sound of his laugh caused Naruto and Hinata to both turn their attention towards their friend and smile. You're still struggling, but you seem like you're getting better, Shikamaru-kun, what a relief. Hinata thought to herself. Anyway, you all can take an hour break or so. Get food. Jiraiya suggested. Although, not going to lie, it's probably going to be some more independent training when you all get back. I was planning on working on some Fuinjutsu with Naruto and getting back to work with the Otama raise-non, so if you both want some more training with a clone of mine, you're welcome to still come back. I'll take you up on that offer. Hinata replied. Shikamaru nodded his head in silent agreement. With Jiraiya's words in mind, the trio walked off away from the training ground and towards the village, preparing to get something to eat. The members of Team 3 had found a ramen stand and sat down there. It only took a couple of minutes after ordering their food before they received their bowls of ramen. They each started to eat rather quickly. You know, Naruto was quick to finish his bowl of miso ramen and signal for another bowl. I do really like this place, but I kinda miss Ichiraku's. Yeah, I miss it too. And Konoha really. Hinata said with a slight frown. It's been a long time since we've been back home. It really does feel like we've been here for a while. Shikamaru said with a sigh. Should be coming to an end soon, though. Once Anko-sensei's team gets back, we are going to invade Kirigakure and the mission will be over. An awkward silence filled the area between the three friends. Hinata returned to eating her bowl of ramen, Shikamaru started to pick at his food, and Naruto simply stared at his empty bowl. The server at the stand delivered another bowl of ramen to Naruto, prompting him to break the silence. Are you all worried about the mission? He asked. Worried? Hinata turned her attention to the blonde. Well, yeah. We're invading the village of Kiri, after all. And we're going against the Mizukage. Naruto said with a sigh. Are you worried? Shikamaru asked. Not really. Kinda. I mean, I don't know. Naruto sighed once again. I think there's a chance this could be one of the biggest, most important missions of our life. This is going to be really dangerous. So yeah, I guess I am worried. He then proceeded to shake his hand. But if we succeed, we change history for both the hidden village and the entire country here, and this land needs change badly. I'm a bit worried, but also a little excited. I think there's a good chance we could end up doing something really good for the world here. That's true. Hinata nodded her head in agreement. If the Hyuga were being honest with herself, she would admit to being very worried about the mission. While her confidence was indeed improving, this mission was a daunting task with some dangerous implications. Invading another hidden village was something she had not anticipated to do when she signed up to be a shinobi. However, Naruto was right, this was something that could do a lot of good for the world. Naruto, you said you wanted to bring peace to the elemental nations, right? That's what your goal is when you become Hokage. Shikamaru spoke up. Naruto nodded, prompting him to continue. Then let's start with this mission. Let's create peace for Mizu no Kuni. He then looked the Uzumaki directly in the eye. And I want this to continue from here. The day you become Hokage. I want to be at your side in some way. I want to be doing whatever mission I can do to bring peace. Wherever you need me to be, whatever you need me to do. I'll do anything. Shikamaru. Naruto proceeded to smile at his friend. I mean it. He continued. I won't get over that mission, I don't think. So I want to make sure that not a single place in the elemental nations will go through something like that ever again. I'll be by your side too, Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata spoke up as well. I think we can do it. I think we can do anything if we have each other. Hinata-chan. Naruto was beaming now as he got up from his chair and pulled his two friends out of their chairs and into a hug. We'll do it. We're going to change this world for the better. The three members of Team 3 stayed in their group hug for a few more moments. The moment was ruined, however, as the group heard a loud noise that sounded like a rumbling stomach. The trio broke apart. Shikamaru was looking a little bashful while Naruto and Hinata were looking at him in surprise. Shikamaru-kun, was that you? Hinata asked. Yeah. He replied with a shrug. What, if you haven't been paying attention, I've barely eaten my food. I've just picking at it. Why? Naruto nearly shouted. It's ramen. I know it's not Ichiraku's or anything, but it's still the food of the gods. Eat. I wasn't in the mood when we arrived. Shikamaru admitted with another shrug. Naruto proceeded to return back to his seat at the stand and started to slide Shikamaru's bowl of ramen closer to his chair. Well, if you aren't in the mood then dash. Shikamaru's hand immediately reached for his bowl and grabbed it back. Hey, you heard my stomach just a moment ago. I'm hungry now, thank you very much. Another moment of silence filled the area. The silence was broken a few seconds later by the sound of the three friends laughing. The rest of the time at the ramen stand was filled with more standard, light-hearted topics. The three friends would chat and laugh about anything to come to mind. For the first time since Shikamaru's return, they acted like the same group that they were back in Konoha. After finishing their meal and paying their bills, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru got up from their seats and prepared to walk back to the training ground to meet with Jiraiya. Just as they were leaving, however, Shikamaru noticed a person with long, black hair walking down the street with a troubled look on his face. He recognized him immediately and stopped walking. You alright, Shikamaru? Naruto asked as he and Hinata stopped to look at their friend. You two go on without me. Tell Jiraiya-sama I'll take a rain check and come by tomorrow. I'm going to go meet up with somebody for a little bit. Shikamaru said as he started to walk off towards the other person. Naruto and Hinata stayed standing, watched their friend walk off. It took them a few moments before they finally returned back to walking towards the training ground. Oi! Haku! Shikamaru called out. The Yuki clan shinobi turned around and saw the Konoha shinobi approaching him. Haku put a smile on his face as he waited for him to catch up. It only took a few seconds before they were both walking side by side. How are you doing, Shikamaru-san? Haku asked politely. I saw you with your friends just a moment ago at the ramen stand. I'm good. I'm doing better. Shikamaru answered with a slight smile. You should have stopped and said hi. They would have liked to see you. You all were hugging. It felt like I would be ruining a moment. Haku replied. Oh. Shikamaru looked a little embarrassed at the comment. He coughed a little awkwardly before continuing to speak. Well, you might want to come by sometime and see them. They'd definitely appreciate that. I probably will. The Kirigakure rebel replied with a nod. Glad to see you are in better spirits, Shikamaru-san. I don't know if I fully am. He admitted with a sigh. Just starting to get my mind thinking on other topics. That's good at least. It means you are on the road to moving on. Haku said with the same, fake-looking smile. How's everybody? Shikamaru asked. Anoka has gone through the most out of everybody on the mission, so she's fine. As is Kiri-kun. I talked to them both not too long ago. He answered. Suijutsu-san, not so much. He took the mission badly. He's not really talking to anybody and is just focusing on his training. I understand that mindset. That's how I was last night. The Konoha-chunin frowned in response. And you? Me? I'm managing. Haku answered. The invasion is approaching, so I've been focusing most of my energy on preparations for that. Shikamaru noticed Haku's smile seemed to twitch slightly with his answer. The Nara felt incredibly uncomfortable looking at his face. One of the things that he ended up enjoying about Haku was how genuine he seemed, even when he was lying to them and pretending to be a merchant. This was the first time he truly felt the boy was being fake and it bothered him. Haku, you can be honest with me, you know that? We were on the same mission together. Shikamaru told his friend. The Yuki clan shinobi's smile immediately dropped and the troubled look returned to his face. He took in a deep breath before starting to talk again. I'm okay, I'm not managing well at all. Haku admitted with a quiet voice. I really wish Zabuza-sama was not on his mission, because I need to talk to him about the mission and figure out he handles dealing with something like this. Haku dash. But he's on a mission that he is currently leading. Haku continued to speak, ignoring Shikamaru. And he's going to succeed, because he's Zabuza-sama. He's a qualified, capable shinobi that any person would be lucky to have lead their team. He's somebody worthy of respecting. Unlike me, who completely ruins a mission and gets innocent civilians killed. Shikamaru's eyes widened at Haku's statements. Haku, you can't say dash. And that wasn't the first mission I had been assigned like that. Haku interrupted the Chunin. I've led group missions before. I've done tracking jobs, I've gone undercover, have done assassinations, and I've done some incredibly dirty things whenever Zabuza-sama and I would receive a client when we were missing ninja. I've done so many things that I should have been prepared for anything. So how did I mess that mission up that badly? The Nara's eyes were filled with sympathy, Haku dash. And one of them was a cousin. There was a Yuki clan member in that group. And another was an 8-year-old girl. I should have been able to save them but I couldn't. I don't know what happened. I am a horrible shinobi and I really wish Zabuza-sama was here. The Yuki clan shinobi was now openly sobbing in the streets of the village. Things were so much easier when I was just his tool. I never screwed anything up like this. Shikamaru quickly rushed over to the rebel and hugged him. Haku returned the hug and continued to cry into his chest. They remained like this for a few moments, ignoring the looks of civilians walking through the village. Shikamaru stayed quiet until Haku's sobbing started to quiet down slightly. He then opened his mouth to speak. I talked to a few people. My friends and Jiraiya-sama. Nothing we can do will ever make the memories go away. But what we can do is focus on the future and try to get stronger. To make sure things like that never happen. Shikamaru told him. Haku did not immediately reply, he continued to sniff from the tears. This prompted the Nara to continue speaking. We're getting close to the end of the war. That's what we need to think about now. And when Kirigakure and Yagura are defeated, peace can return to the land and people won't have to go through the fear of executions and death like they have been. That's what's important. That's what we need to be thinking about. Shikamaru took a deep breath in to collect his thoughts before continuing to speak. I don't know if those thoughts help you, but they've been helping me all day. They've been what everybody is telling me and what I'm now telling myself. And I think they are what Zabuza would be telling you if he were here. I suppose. Haku responded with a quiet voice. I mean it. Shikamaru said it. Haku, you are a great shinobi and you have good leadership skills. I saw that when the village of Kibo was invaded the first time and I saw it again when you led our team towards the village of Kishio. You're strong. You're capable. You're a good leader and I would still follow you in a mission. Thank you. Haku rubbed his eyes with the sleeve of his kimono. It took him a few moments before he finally looked at Shikamaru's face. Haku's eyes were red from his tears. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I don't normally cry like that. Don't apologize. Shikamaru shook his head. By the way, don't feel like you have to go to Zabuza. When he's not here, you can talk to somebody else about you are thinking about. Just don't bottle them up. He proceeded to frown as he recalled how he had felt the following night, when he had trained while his friends were asleep. It doesn't do you any good. You are a good friend, Shikamaru-kun. Haku smiled at the Chunin. Shikamaru noticed the change in honorific and smiled back at him. If you wish to get stronger yourself, by the way, I was going to probably get some training done. The Konoha shinobi mentioned. If you want, we can train together. Want to spar? Haku nodded his head immediately. The remaining days in the village of Kibo went by quickly. With exception of moments to sleep, eat, and to take brief breaks, all shinobi focused every moment of their time to training and improving on their abilities. All shinobi were prepared for the upcoming invasion. Shikamaru had spent his time with his team, Jiraiya and Haku, improving his abilities and his stamina. He continued to strengthen his usage of fire-style ninjutsu as well as his clan's shadow abilities. In addition, he managed to do just as Jiraiya had predicted and managed to learn the earth-style, swamp of the underworld in 2 days. Upon learning it, the Nara began making plans with how to use it properly and to work out strategies in order to improve his overall tactical abilities regardless of any scenario he finds himself in. Hinata continued to train with her team, Jiraiya and Anoka, and had managed to develop her water-style ninjutsu to a much higher level. With constant focus and exercises, she managed to increase her reserves to a point that she was able to use the water-style, giant vortex jutsu. With sessions with Anoka, she managed to improve her vision. She felt confident in her ability to provide long-range support during the mission and felt comfortable that she would be able to see any potential threat and be able to respond appropriately. Naruto's training with his team, Jiraiya and Anoka, led to him developing his skills with the Rasengan in further detail. He acquired the ability to use the jutsu as a projectile and learned how to make the Otama Rasengan. He also learned how to make a few more seals with Anoka and Jiraiya and found his ability to create seals in combat was developing at a faster rate. He had no doubt he would be able to use both the Rasengan and his Fuinjutsu during the mission and would be able to be a powerhouse when necessary. All shinobi in the village, Dosa, Haku, Anoka, Misora, Suijutsu, and more, trained to the best of their abilities. None trained harder, however, than Terumime. 3 days had passed since she sent out Zabuza, Kakashi, Anko, Kojuro, and Jinin on a mission to wipe out Mimisan. On the 3rd day, a small brown dog wearing a Konoha forehead protector arrived in Kibo and rushed over to her office. So you are telling me the mission was a success? She questioned. The dog nodded his head, yes ma'am. All operatives in the organization were destroyed. Jinin-san got a little wounded, but nothing that prevents him from functioning. Kakashi, along with the rest of the team, are all waiting at the base for you to arrive. They will join up with you then. Good. Tell them to be on the lookout for us and to get ready. As soon as we arrive, they will join up with us. There won't be any waiting, we'll march straight to Kiri. Mei stated. Understood. I will let them know. The dog replied before leaving the room. Mei was left alone. The woman looked out the window and looked to the east of the village. In just a few moments, she'll call forth every shinobi in the village and they will march forward towards Kirigakure. The mission that they had been planning for years will finally take place. If there is a god out there, please, be at our side. Mei silently prayed. For now is the time when the fighting shall end. Now is the time when we reclaim Kirigakure. The Kirigakure Civil War, after over a decade of violence and bloodshed, was about to come to a close. Chapter 47, The Invasion of Kirigakure. They're here. Zabuza spoke up to his team. Zabuza, Kakashi, Anko, Jinin, and Kojuro had been waiting at the former base of operations of Mimisan since the moment they wiped out the organization. The mission went well with all members of Mimisan dead. There was now no possible chance of Kirigakure would be alerted of the invasion. The team had remained at the base to rest while waiting for Mei to lead the army to Kirigakure. Their wait was now over. It's about time, Jinin declared as he stood up. It's been boring sitting here waiting. It's time to get in on the action already. After collecting their tools and weaponry, the group of 5 left the hideout and wandered outside. As Zabuza had stated, Terumime was there waiting for them, along with the army composed of the Konoha shinobi led by Jiraiya and her rebel shinobi. Heh! Zabuza grinned at the sight of all of the shinobi. Just looking at the size of the group, it feels like we have an actual army. We do. Mei replied with a smile. We have an army with its sole goal being free Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni from oppression. There was no time to waste. Zabuza, Kakashi, Anko, Jinin, and Kojuro joined the army and marched out with them. They all continued on their path towards Kirigakure. The march was uninterrupted with no conflict from Kirigakure shinobi trying to slow them down or lower their numbers. Mei's army continued to march until nightfall, where they set up camp in various caves. Guards were set to keep watch at night and alert the army in case of any possible attack. Mei, Jiraiya, Yotakada, and Zabuza's group for the Mimasen mission were sitting in a cave to themselves. They sat around a small campfire and were discussing details of the invasion with each other. To put it simply, each shinobi has been assigned to different groups with different agendas in mind. As I fill you 5 in, I will inform you all what group you are to be a part of, Mei stated. Before that, though, I would like to preface my orders with some general comments. I realize that not every person in Kirigakure at the moment is in compliance with Yagura's orders. Some of them are probably forced into whatever actions they take. Therefore, I will allow you all the option to spare any and all shinobi that you feel is not a danger to the mission. However, use common sense with your judgments. If you can tell that their allegiance is with the current regime in Kiri, and I'm pretty certain you all will be capable of doing that, then kill them. Understood? Zabuza, Kakashi, Anko, Jinin, and Kojuro nodded their heads in understanding. Good. Now, on to the invasion. The first order of business is an attack on the gate of the village. We will have one squad be the ones creating an entrance to the village through the gate so the rest of the invasion can take place. Once the rest of the squads have entered the village, the group will then be assigned the role of making a distraction and drawing as much attention to them while the rest of the forces can accomplish their missions. The rebel leader stated. She then turned to face Jiraiya. As a result, this force is the largest. Most of the Konoha shinobi on the mission will be assigned to this task. Therefore, Jiraiya will be the active leader for this group. She then turned her attention to Kojuro. Kojuro, I am assigning you to this group. As just stated, Jiraiya is your leader. Follow his orders. Oh, of course. Kojuro bowed his head in respect to both Mei and Jiraiya. Upon entering the village, there will be 4 more groups of shinobi deployed. Mei continued. The first of these groups will be sent into civilian quarters with the goal of taking out the members of Kirigakure's political regime. Quite a few of them are civilians with political power, but a few of them are indeed qualified shinobi. All targeted on this list, however, are people that have played a major role in developing the fear of those with Kekkei Genkai. The goal of this group is to make sure that any potential political threats to Kirigakure die to prevent further fighting and another potential uprising. The rebel leader proceeded to shake her head. None of you are assigned to this mission, but I was just informing you of its existence. There are 2 squad leaders for that group, Uzumaki Anoka and Yuki Haku. Haku and Anoka, Zabuza frowned at the name. He had heard of the failure to rescue the hostages upon reuniting with the army. He had also briefly talked to Haku about the mission and got to see the boy's mental state. Are they all right? Will they be able to handle the mission? I trust they will be able to. Besides, there is one target on their list that I felt they would have invested interest in hunting down. Mei answered with a shrug. Moving on, the second group will head into the village and head to the headquarters of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Once in there, you will take the building over and rout the shinobi inside. She turned her attention to Zabuza. Zabuza, you are leading the group, if that is fine with you. Without waiting for her response, she turned to face Anko. Anko, you are also going to be in this group. Understood. Anko said. Heh. Zabuza smirked in response. I presume I'm also going to take back the two swords, right? Shivuki and Nuiberi. Yes. Mei replied. That also means that Jinpachi and Kushimaru must die. Jinpachi. Anko scowled at the name of the member of the swordsmen. This'll be revenge for that time in Kibo. His ass is dead. Agreed. Zabuza's smirk turned into a malicious grin. It's time those two swordsmen that followed that traitorous Mizukage get the deaths they deserve. Mei frowned in response to Zabuza's comment, but she then turned her attention to Kakashi. Kakashi, I would like you to lead the third group. Your group's mission is to infiltrate the Mizukage mansion and take over the building. That also includes taking out every shinobi inside. She then turned her head to face Jinin. Jinin, you will in this group as well. Taking over the mansion. Jinin repeated her order with a grin. Heh, there's going to be a lot of shinobi in there. That's fine with me. While I am fine with that mission and will do it accordingly, does this imply that I am taking on the Mizukage? From everything I had been informed of the mission, I had assumed you wanted that task. Kakashi said. No, you are right. The final group that will be led into the village is going to be led by me and will only include Yotakata and Uzumaki Naruto. Mei mentioned. I've confirmed with our spies and from my own memories of Yagura, I know precisely where he will be in the village. It's not going to be in the mansion. I know where dash. Hold up. You want to have my student to go against the Yondaime Mizukage? Anko interrupted the rebel leader. Her eyes were narrowed at the woman. What the hell do you think you're thinking? Naruto's dash. A member of my army. Mei declared, speaking over the Konoha Jonin. She returned her glare with one of her own. I decide what he is going to do. You have no say in the decision. Bah. Anko nearly hissed as she began to leak killing intent. Leader of the rebels or not, and regardless of success, if Naruto dies tomorrow because of your decision, I am going to fucking murder you. Naruto-san won't die. Yotakata spoke up for the first time since the meeting began. If it eases you, Anko, I have already talked to Jiraiya here and he feels my decision is fine. Naruto will be safe. Mei replied with a small smile. I'll make sure of that. My threat still stands. The Konoha Jonin stated. As does my statement. Mei stated. She then proceeded to stand up. Regardless, you have all been informed of all the plans. It's time we all go to bed and get rest. Tomorrow is going to be an important day. Everyone nodded in understanding. One by one, people began to make their own sleeping arrangements amongst the rest of the army. In just a minute, Mei and Yotakata were left by themselves. Anko-san seems to care about Naruto-san a lot. Yotakata noted. She is his Jonin-sensei, Yotakata. Mei informed him simply. This caused the Jinchuriki's eyes to narrow, causing Mei to shake her head. I understand the circumstances behind your distaste for the teacher-slash-sensei relationship, but you must understand that your situation was an anomaly. Most people have close relationships with their sensei. Naruto and Anko are no exception. They are very clearly close. I understand. Yotakata sighed in response. The young man had no clear desire to think much about his own circumstances. Speaking of the sensei-slash-student thing, where is Hotaru? You left her at Kibo, correct? Mei questioned. Yes, she is there. Yotakata nodded his head. I wanted her to be safe. It took a while to convince her to agree with my logic, but it is for the best she is there. I do not think she is at a level where she would survive this war. That's a wise decision. Interesting to see that you care about her survival so much. The rebel leader noted with a playful smile on her face. Of course I do. I don't want her to die. Yotakata replied. She's special to me. I know she is. Mei resisted the urge to laugh at his response. She failed to resist, however, and let out a small noise that sounded like a giggle. Yotakata noticed and frowned on his face. Again, you misinterpret our relationship, Mei-san. The Jinchuriki stated firmly. I don't know, Yotakata. Mei mentioned, letting out another giggle. I'm familiar to the feeling. I know the signs. Even if you aren't aware of the feelings yet, I can tell they are there. And I'm pretty certain that maybe sometime after this war, something may develop between you two. Yotakata gave no verbal reply. A small, pink tint developed on his cheeks. Mei, taking this as confirmation of her theory, proceeded to laugh. The Jinchuriki proceeded to frown in response, but realization came over his face as he started to piece information together based on the past conversations he had been having with the leader of the rebels. Did you have those feelings you are talking about the Yondaime Mizukage? He decided to question. Mei proceeded to stop laughing. The woman looked at him with a completely neutral, emotionless expression. And what would make you think that? She asked. Just piecing some things together. You seem quite certain in your theory that he is being controlled and don't want to kill him. You seem to hold him in respect and seem to frown whenever somebody insults Yagura too much. Plus, you two had some degree of a relationship with each other. You said, regardless of what your spies told you, that you knew where he would be in the village. Yotakata explained with a shrug. I'm not judging or anything. I was just curious. Well, to put your curiosity to rest, I can answer with a no. I have no feelings for the Yondaime Mizukage. Mei declared sharply. All right. Yotakata nodded his head in understanding before starting to walk away. You're right though, we should be getting sleep. With those words, Yotakata walked off. Mei remained by campfire in the cave before setting up her sleeping arrangements there and laid down by the fire. She stared into the fire as she recalled memories of years ago. Hi. So we are teammates, huh? Mei held out her hand, smiling brightly. Nice to meet ya. To her surprise, the gray-haired boy she had introduced herself to stepped back. He had a small blush on his cheeks and wasn't looking her in the eye. Huh, what did I say? She blinked in confusion. Hey, ya gotta be patient with him. The kid here doesn't do good with strangers. A third voice said. Mei turned her head to face their third teammate, a boy with blue-colored skin that was slightly tall for his age. He had a cocky grin on his face, which showed off his shark-like teeth. Shy, huh? Mei asked. Course he is. The kid's horrible with meeting people. Then again, he's not much for conversation even when he does know them. Am I right, little turtle? The boy with shark teeth questioned with the same grin on his face. Shut up Kisame. The gray-haired boy mumbled under his breath. And he speaks. I'll be damned. The other boy, Kisame, proceeded to laugh. He was then elbowed in the stomach by Mei, causing him to choke. Ack. What was that for? Don't be rude to him. Like you said, we're all a team. We're supposed to work together. No need to be mean to him. She stated. She then turned her attention back to the other boy and smiled. I'm Mei. Terumi Mei. What's your name again? Why Yuri, the most pretty girl I've ever seen. He replied, his blush intensifying. It was Mei's to turn red in response. Ha. Oh, that's good turtle. Kisame was now laughing loudly. You really aren't good with people, are ya? You can't just say something like that when you meet someone. The boy, nicknamed Turtle, continued to brighten in color. His cheeks were redder than Mei had thought possible for a person. Sorry. He mumbled as he looked down. Jay just opened my mouth to say something and that came out. I didn't mean to dash. Well, I'm flattered. Mei replied. She shook her head, getting rid of the blush on her cheeks. The smile returned to her face as she held out her hand to Turtle again. But you still never answered my question. What's your name? The boy looked up, letting Mei get a glimpse at his pink-colored eyes as he finally stepped forward and shook her hand. It's Yagura. Well, Yagura, it's nice to meet ya. I know we're going to make an awesome team and even better friends. Mei replied. The boy, Yagura, responded back with the one widest smiles Mei had ever seen in her life. Mei shook her head and let out a sigh. Yotakata's question brought back a memory from 20 years in her past, of the time she had met Yagura for the first time. Doing her best to push the memory to the side, Mei closed her eyes in an attempt to get sleep. Despite her efforts, however, she still continued to think about Yagura and Yotakata's question. No, I have no feelings for the Mizukage. He's ruined Kirigakure and this country. Mei thought to herself, as if answering Yotakata's question again. Yagura, on the other hand. It took her a few more minutes before she was finally able to push all thoughts about Yagura out of her mind and concentrate on going to sleep. It's coming to end soon. Hinata told herself. Although she should be asleep, the Hyuga was having difficulties going to bed. After an hour of trying, she finally gave up and resounded to just sit down on the grass and watch the stars until she grew tired. She spent her time thinking about various topics. Wonder what life's like back in Konoha. How Niji Naizen, Hanabi, and father are doing. She wondered. Will everything be the same when I get back? Or, will I even get back? Sure is pretty, huh? The Chunin nearly jumped out the sound of the voice. It took her a moment to calm down once the figure sat down and she recognized him as Naruto. She then proceeded to elbow him slightly. Why you scared me, Naruto-kun? She informed him. What? Was I able to sneak up on a Hyuga with their perfect vision? Naruto questioned with a playful smirk on his face. In fairness, I didn't have my Byakugan activated. Hinata said. And I'm totally not going to mention that when I retell the story. Naruto replied. The two Chunin laughed at Naruto's joke. Naruto proceeded to lie down on the grass, prompting Hinata to do the same. They stayed there together, looking at the stars in the sky. Neither of them was talking. While both of them were enjoying each other's company, they also had things that were on their mind in relation to the mission. So, what group were you assigned to again? Naruto asked the Kunoichi. I'm on the group that's going to take over the Mizukage's mansion. Hinata answered. A small smile developed on her face. Fun fact, Kurane-san is going to be in my group. Really? Naruto blinked in surprise. Huh. I forgot that Kurane was in the group to come over here. I haven't seen her in a while. I haven't seen her at all. It was a nice surprise running into her and finding out I was going to be working with her. Hinata said. Yeah. Naruto closed his eyes as he recalled what other arrangements he had heard. Shikamaru's on that mission in the civilian quarters with Onokane and Haku. And I know Dosu's on the mission with Ero Sennin to take on the guards around the village and get us a hole to bust into the village. And you are on the mission to take on the Mizukage. Hinata noted with a frown on her face. I am. Naruto said with a sigh. An uncomfortable silence fell over the two. Naruto was starting to think about his upcoming mission while Hinata was looking at him in concern. It took her a few more seconds before she broke the silence with a question. Naruto-kun, are you worried about tomorrow? She asked. I'm, kinda, yeah. Naruto admitted with a sigh. I know I got Yotakata and Mei backing me up on the mission, but I'm going to be fighting the Mizukage. And this could be the most important fight of my life. I know what you mean. Hinata let out a sigh of her own. This may be a start of a new era for Kiri. There's a lot of pressure on us for this mission. Yeah. Naruto frowned at the thought of the mission failing. I'm not even worried about my own life. It's just, yeah, this mission needs to be a success. This whole country is war-torn and that needs to change. He slammed his fists together. Yagura needs to go down. It was Hinata's turn to frown. I do agree, but. Hinata shook her head, trying to resist the urge to cry as images entered her mind. Please, be careful, Naruto-kun. Don't fight too recklessly. I don't want to find out that you died in battle. Naruto looked over at his new girlfriend and reached for her hand with his right hand. She immediately took his hand and held onto it tightly. I shouldn't worry. You're with the Mizukage and Yotakata-san and you are one of the strongest people I have ever met. But I can't help myself. Hinata's eyes closed as the tears she resisted to release were now starting to fall. I don't know what I would do if something were to happen to you. So please, be careful. Hinata-chan. Naruto tightened his grip on her hand. With his left hand, He gently pulled her head closer to him, allowing him to look into her tear-filled eyes. I promise. Nothing will happen to me. And I never go back on my promises. After saying those words, Naruto leaned forward and kissed her. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise, but soon relaxed and started to kiss him back. The tears stopped falling and her nerves started to calm down. It was a short, but passionate kiss as the two broke apart after. Naruto had a small, infectious smile on his face that Hinata was quick to return. I believe you. You're always true to your word. Hinata said with a slight giggle. In the back of her head, nothing he could say would completely eliminate her fears. However, she did also know how capable and determined Naruto was. She had to trust him. You have to make that same promise too, though. Naruto informed her. Me. Hinata mumbled in response. The Uzumaki nodded as he reached into the pocket of his pants. He then proceeded to pull out a small sealing parchment. It was a plain seal that had the Uzumaki clan symbol drawn on it neatly. He handed it to her. I made this for. If you are ever in trouble out there, just reach for that seal and activate it. I wanted to be able to do something for you for tomorrow. Naruto told her. So, make the same promise to me too. Promise you'll be safe. Hinata looked back and forth between Naruto and the seal he had given her. After a few moments, she gripped onto the seal tightly and turned to face Naruto and nodded her head. I promise. Good. And that's a promise you can't break. Naruto stated as his smile turned into a grin. Hinata opened her mouth to respond, but a yawn proceeded to come out of her mouth. Naruto proceeded to chuckle as his girlfriend's face started to redden. Yeah, it's late. We really need sleep. He mentioned. I know. I had been out here trying to get tired to fall asleep. Hinata said with another yawn. Seems like it finally worked. Looks like it. Naruto chuckled in response. Were you having trouble sleeping? Too much was on my mind, I guess. Talking to you made me feel better. She said with a smile. Hope I can get some sleep now, though. Hope so. Naruto replied with a chuckle. I'm still a little bit awake, so I might stay out here for just a bit longer. The two Konoha shinobi became quiet as they continued to lie on the ground, looking at the stars together. They didn't feel the need to say anything, they just enjoyed their company. Slowly, the two began to drift off to sleep. Hinata was the first to fall asleep, starting to breathe a little heavily. Naruto, whose eyes were starting to close, heard the breathing and looked over to her. He smiled to himself as he started to stand up. Probably not the best idea to sleep out here. We should be in our sleeping bags. Naruto mumbled to himself as he bent down to pick up Hinata. He picked her up bridal style and held onto her gently, making sure not to wake her up. Wait, where was your sleeping bag? What cave was yours in? Hinata, still asleep, didn't answer his question. She seemed more comfortable, however, and proceeded to position her body closer to Naruto's, causing him to blush. Not wanting to disturb her from her sleep and not knowing where to go, Naruto simply shrugged and walked over to the cave where he had his bag. He placed Hinata gently in his sleeping bag and then proceeded to lie down on the outside of his sleeping bag. Hope nobody misinterprets this. Naruto mumbled to himself while blushing. He didn't want anybody to think he was a pervert like Jiraiya. He quickly shook his head at the thought and turned his attention to his sleeping girlfriend. He proceeded to smile and bend over slightly, giving her a small kiss on the forehead. Good night, Hinata-chan. Hinata smiled in her sleep. Naruto continued to look at his girlfriend with a smile of his own on his lips. A few seconds passed by before his facial expression turned serious. Hinata, I'll be careful tomorrow. Just please, be safe as well. He thought to himself. With those thoughts in mind, the boy proceeded to close his eyes and drift off to sleep. Each member of the army woke up before sunrise. They made quick preparations and gathered all their weapons and tools before marching out. The members of the first group, led by Jiraiya, were taking the lead in the invasion. They were followed by the subsequent groups that would enter the village for their missions. As the army continued to travel through the swampland of Mizu no Kuni, the mist became thicker and thicker. For a period of time, it seemed as if it was impossible to see what direction they were walking in. This was, however, a good sign to the army. They were getting closer. It took them 2 hours to finally arrive at their destination. The mist finally started to clear up and the sun was beginning to rise, shining light onto the land and revealing a large gate. The gate was tall enough that nobody could see past it. The only things visible behind the gate were the large mountains in the distance. That's the gate to Kirigakure. Naruto gulped. So it begins. Let the invasion commence. Mei spoke up, getting the attention of the entire army. She then pointed at the gate. Jiraiya-san, begin your mission. Once you complete it, the rest of us shall begin ours. Right. Jiraiya nodded his head in affirmation before turning his head back towards his shinobi. All right, let's get a move on. Rout all shinobi that are standing guard. I'll be the one busting a hole through the gate. Let's move. With those words, Jiraiya charged forward, followed by the group of shinobi assigned to him. Naruto, along with the rest of the rebels, watched closely. Since most of the shinobi were from Konoha, Naruto recognized most of them, but one person stood out amongst the others. You stay safe, Dosa. Naruto thought of his friend. The rest of the army waited approximately 3 minutes before a loud explosion could be heard. Instantly, a part of the gate that surrounded the village began to fall apart. There was now an opening that would be easy for the rebels to enter through. There's our entrance. Mei declared as she turned her attention to the army. All right, move out. Stick with your groups and follow the orders of your leaders. For Kirigakure. For a new future. For Kirigakure. The rebels chanted in near unison. Immediately, the army charged through the gate. They then split off into their separate groups, ready to complete their objectives. The invasion was now underway. Jiraiya-sama was not kidding when he said he could handle the gate by himself. Dosa realized. The bandage-wearing shinobi knew that Jiraiya was on par with his former master, Orochimaru, in regards to strength, but seeing how quickly Jiraiya managed to pierce through the defenses of the village impressed him. The man definitely deserved his status as one of the Sunin. Despite the entrance to the village being made, their mission was not over. There were plenty of Kirigakure shinobi that were supposed to be guarding the village from any and all intruders. It was the role of his group to kill them and keep them away from the other groups entering the village. With that thought in mind, Dosa, along with the rest of his group, charged towards various Kirigakure shinobi that were arriving to stop the army from entering. Invaders! Kill them all! One of the Kirigakure shinobi shouted as they charged forward. Dosa was the first of his squad to react as he quickly slammed his hand downward, causing the melody gauntlet on his arm to collide against the ground. Sound waves rushed forward on the ground, causing all of the approaching Kirigakure shinobi to fall to the ground. The other members of Dosa's squad were quick to react to Dosa's move. Various members jumped forward on the fallen Kirigakure shinobi and killed them. More Kirigakure shinobi began to arrive on the scene, but it was already too late for them. The other squads in Mei's army had managed to enter the village and make enough distance. They were already on their way to their individual missions. Now it's time for the second half of the mission. Make a distraction. Dosa realized. As more and more Kirigakure shinobi began to arrive, battles began to take place between them and the group of Konoha shinobi and Kirigakure rebels. Dosa was about to jump forward when he heard a loud, crackling noise coming from above him. He quickly jumped backwards in time to avoid a bolt of lightning that was aimed for him. The boy then jumped backwards again as a Kirigakure shinobi jumped forward towards him, a kunoichi wielding a staff. Dosa recognized her immediately. Tomo, correct. He questioned the shinobi. You were the leader of the Kirigakure shinobi that attempted to recruit Yotakata-san. I was. And you were one of the Konoha trash that was trying to do the same. The woman, Tomo, nearly snarled. You all were lucky that the Rokubai Jinchuriki tired my men out, otherwise I would have slaughtered you all on the spot. A malicious grin developed on her face. However, you're on my home turf now and there's nothing here to stop me from killing you now. Dosa-san. Dosa took a second to glance to his right and noticed his friend and training partner, Misora, rushed to his side. The kunoichi was gripping her scythe as she faced Tomo. "If you're going to take her on, then let me fight by your side," she told him. "Tomo's an A-ranked shinobi. It would be wise to take her on together." "Understood." Dosu nodded his head in agreement as he gripped the Melody Gauntlet on his arm. "That's precious. You two brats think that you can take me on? I've fought in the Third Shinobi World War and have faced much shinobi with more experience killing than you two have been alive. And I'm just a few more years away from becoming an S-ranked shinobi in the bingo book," she declared as she gripped onto the staff in her hands. "And you're surrounded. There are thousands of Kirigakure shinobi here, prepared to kill all of you rebels. They'll keep your comrades busy. There'll be no interruptions. I'm going to kill you both right here. You talk a lot," Dosu noted. "Do you just enjoy the sound of your voice? Brat." The woman's eyes lit up in rage slightly at the disrespect in Dosu's tone. Still holding her staff with her left hand, she began to make a series of one-handed signs with her right hand. "It's a legitimate question. I've never known why so many shinobi like to chat when they fight," Dosu replied. His eyes narrowed on the Kirigakure shinobi in front of him, waiting for her to make the first move. "So enough talk. Let's just get to the point." Tomo's response was to release a large lightning bolt from her right hand directly towards Dosu and Misora. Their fight was now officially underway. "So which direction are we heading towards?" Yotakata questioned. "You are positive he won't just be at the Mizukage's mansion?" The small group of Mei, Yotakata, and Naruto were quick to sneak off upon entering the village. They began to move through a remote section of the village, one with very few buildings. It appeared as if there were only civilian houses in the area they were at. Yagura was somebody who never liked being around too many people at once. He had a particular hangout spot where he would spend all of his time when he could, and he often said when he had the money, he'd build a house there. "There's no doubt in my mind that's where he would be," Mei answered. "You are certain of this?" Yotakata continued to question. "I'm pretty certain that the Yagura that's currently the Mizukage is not the one you apparently knew when you were in Kiri. He may not have that same attachment to this land you speak of." Before Mei could answer his question, a group of 4 Kirigakure shinobi jumped in front of them. Each of them were armed with swords. One of them quickly rushed forward and tried to attack Mei, but she reacted first and dodged. She then positioned herself directly in front of the man before making a single hand sign. Boyle style, skilled mist technique. Mei quickly released a cloud of mist directly in the man's face. The man immediately screamed as the mist began to slowly melt his skin. Within seconds, the screaming stopped as his body fell to the ground with his entire head melted off. "That's what Mei can do." Naruto's eyes were wide in surprise. His attention was turned away from Mei, however, as one of the Kirigakure shinobi attempted to strike at him. The blonde sidestepped the attack before extending his hand out, creating a raise-non in his hand. He then jumped up and slammed the sphere into the shinobi's body, causing him to scream in pain. Within a few seconds, the combined impact of the jutsu and being slammed into the ground caused him to die almost instantly. Mei and Yotakata proceeded to rush forward to the 2 remaining Kirigakure shinobi. The leader of the rebels used her mist technique once again, melting off the face of one of the shinobi, while Yotakata opted to simply use a kunao and slit the throat of the other shinobi. Both shinobi's bodies fell to the ground. "So that takes care of them," Mei commented. Shen then turned her attention back to Yotakata. "Now, as I was saying earlier, while I know that this Mizukage is not the Yagura I knew, I like to believe that there is some of the Yagura I knew in him. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. I'm positive he'll be there. If you say." Yotakata shrugged. It wasn't his call anyway. "Lead the way." With those words, Mei continued to rush forward through the remote area of Kirigakure as Yotakata and Naruto followed, preparing to take Yagura on whenever they arrived. "Remember the targets on the lists," Anoka informed her squad. Haku and Anoka led their squad, a small group of 15 shinobi, into the civilian quarters of Kirigakure. Each member were taking looks at sheets of paper, identifying different houses and apartments to enter and the names and appearances of their targets. Shikamaru sneaked into a building and entered an apartment that was identified on his personal list. He creeped his way to the bedroom and found a middle-aged woman, sleeping peacefully in her bed. The Konoha-chunin took a look at his paper again to verify the identity of the woman. Everything matches up. He quickly realized as he pulled out a kunao. His eyes narrowed on the sleeping woman as he approached her. She's one of the heads of the civilian council and is in charge of almost all economic activity in Kirigakure. And through her influence over the marketplace, both in this village and in Mizu no Kuni, has helped spread the fear-mongering against those with Kekkai Genkai. With that thought in my mind, Shikamaru brought the kunao down to her throat. She died instantly, her sleep turning into a permanent rest. The Konoha-chunin quickly left the building and planned to rush over to his next target. Before he could move, however, he was stopped as he saw Suijutsu, one of the shinobi that was assigned to his squad, get tossed out of a building. Shikamaru quickly rushed over and caught him, preventing him from making contact with the ground. Suijutsu was still alive, but he was bleeding heavily with large, open cuts on chest and stomach. Fuck. Suijutsu hissed in pain. Take it easy, Suijutsu. I'm going to need to get you to medical. Shikamaru told the Kirigakure rebel as he began to look through the area for the other members on their squad. Where's Kiri? Shikamaru quickly spotted the medical shinobi and rushed Suijutsu to him. Upon dropping him off, his eyes turned back to the house that Suijutsu had been tossed out of. As soon as he turned his attention to it, he noticed a shinobi walk of the building, holding a large axe over his shoulders with his right hand. The Nara's eyes narrowed immediately. Karatoriki! Shikamaru hissed at the sight of the man. Onkyu, Haku, and Onoko left two separate apartment complexes, having made their own assassinations. Upon seeing the infamous executioner of Kirigakure, they quickly prepared for combat. Karatoriki looked around, taking note of the various rebel shinobi around him. He then bit his thumb on his left hand, quickly made a series of hand signs, and slammed his hand down onto the ground. Instantly, after a poof of smoke appeared, a giant vulture appeared on the ground. He jumped onto the bird's back and was promptly taken up into the air. Despite being treated by Kiri and being in no condition to fight, Suijutsu noticed the man's actions and snarled. Why you going to retreat again, coward? He shouted, both in anger and in pain. Retreat? As if. Karatoriki scoffed. I recognize you lot. You're the fucks that tried to stop my execution in Kishio. While that time I was fine with leaving, I'm not going to leave just so you all can have free reign of the village. You've invaded my village and are trying to kill innocent people here in the civilian quarters and, as a Kirigakure shinobi, it is my duty to defend my village's people. Innocent. Shikamaru couldn't help himself, he had to voice his disgust. We aren't targeting innocent civilians. The only ones we are after are those who are involved with the warmongering, fear-mongering attitudes that have embraced this country. We're only after people like you. Yeah, right. Save me, your holier-than-thou speech, brat. Karatoriki rolled his eyes as he gripped his axe. You don't understand anything. None of you do. You're trying to destroy one of the most powerful forces in the elemental nations. He then proceeded to make another hand sign with his left hand. And it's my duty to show you all the true power of Kirigakure. And here we are. Zabuza declared. Zabuza had led his squad of 40 shinobi through the village to the headquarters for the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He quickly busted the door down. Immediately upon entering the room, they were greeted by a group of 3 swordsmen. The swordsmen were initially surprised, but quickly gained their wherewithal and charged forward at Zabuza. The member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, however, quickly reacted and blocked the attacks of all 3 shinobi with his Kyubikurei Basho sword. Fire style, Hellfire Rain. Anko, after channeling her chakra to surround herself and resemble flames, made a clapping gesture and formed fireballs within her hands. She quickly tossed them at the 3 swordsmen. They were unable to react and were hit with the flames, causing them to scream in pain. Seeing an opening, Zabuza quickly swung the Kyubikurei Basho, cutting through all 3 shinobi and killing them instantly. With the shinobi in the entrance gone, Zabuza's squad were now given access to the building. The entry room was a plain room that resembled a dojo of sorts with 3 hallways, one to the left, one to the right, and one directly in front of the entrance. Zabuza quickly turned his head towards his squad and began pointing. "This half will take the hallway to the left," he declared, gesturing to 19 of the shinobi. He then gestured to the other 19. "You all will take the hallway on the right. Rout all shinobi you come across. If they are in this building, they have taken up the sword and sworn their allegiance to a false Kirigakuer. They deserve their death." He then turned his attention to the only person he did not call out, Anko. "Anko-san and I will be taking the hallway in the center. Report back here in this center room upon completion of your mission. Use common sense to decide what to do from there." "Understood," the shinobi declared before they rushed off into their respective hallways. In just a few seconds, Zabuza and Anko were left alone. They began to rush forward through the third hallway. "Any particular reason why it's just the two of us?" she questioned him. "I know what's down this hallway. Only 2 shinobi should be this way," Zabuza answered. "And I believe you have an invested interest in making sure that one of them is dead." At the end of the hallway was a door. Zabuza opened the door and revealed a large room to the 2 shinobi. In the center of the room was a wooden floor that resembled a battlefield. Surrounding the battlefield were 7 pillars with names written on them. At the very end of the rooms were 7 hammocks that appeared to double as beds. "What room is this?" Anko asked her partner. "This was an idea of the Shodai Mizukage," Zabuza answered. There was a hint of sadness and nostalgia in his tone of voice, as if being in this room brought back both happy and sad memories to him. The idea was to gather the 7 best swordsmen and put them together. They would live together in one room and train together at all times. They would thrive off competition and push each other to be the best in the name of Kirigakuer. "That's an idea you tossed away." Zabuza and Anko looked towards the hammocks in the back. Sitting up from 2 of the hammocks were 2 shinobi. The first was a tall, thin, gangly man with long shaggy blonde hair. He wore an umbu mask over his face and had bandages over his neck. He wore a black sleeveless shirt with matching black pants and was gripping a long sword. The second man, however, was someone that Anko instantly recognized. She grit her teeth at the sight of him. "Jinpachi!" she hissed. The swordsman appeared the same as he did back in the village of Kibo. He had an irritated expression as he looked at Anko. "Zabuza, you brought that bitch along with you? Why? I thought you would at least recognize the honor of this room and not bring an outsider into here." Jinpachi shouted at the Kirigakuer rebel. "Only a member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakuer should be allowed to step foot into here. This room lost any sense of honor the moment you 2 remained in it." Zabuza snarled back in response. "How harsh. Is that how you speak to your former comrades?" The blonde-haired shinobi questioned him. "You're no comrade of mine, Kuriareri Kushimaru," the black-haired swordsman replied. "You lost that title the moment you stayed loyal to Yagura. Stop talking shit about the Mizukage," Jinpachi hissed. "I'm surprised you would object to him so much, Zabuza-san," Kushimaru commented in amusement. "Yondaime-sama has been the most rewarding person I have ever served. I have never been given the chance to fight and kill as much as I have under his command. You take enjoyment in it." Anko looked at the masked man in disgust. "What kind of sick fuck are you?" "Save your breath, Anko-san," Zabuza informed her. These 2 were referred to as the Heartless Pair for a reason. They're selfish pricks who care about nothing other than their own interests and their bloodlust. He gripped the Kubikari Basho in his hands tightly. More than that, though, they are traitors that have spat on the legacies of every swordsman of Kirigakuer before them. Such malice, Zabuza-san. Such anger. With the way you are talking about us, I'm sure your blood must be boiling," Kushimaru noted as he gripped his long sword. "Why don't I just cut you open and see if your blood really is? I'd like to see you try," the rebel replied. "Today's a new day for Kirigakuer and its 7 swordsmen." His eyes wandered to the 2 swords the shinobi were holding. It's about time that the Shivuki and Nuiberi blades were released from their horrible owners. "We'll see about that," Jinpachi snarled as he got into position to charge at the shinobi. The only thing interesting about today is that a traitor amongst the 7 swordsmen is going to die and I get to kill a bitch from Konoha as an added bonus. As if. Anko hissed as she channeled fire into the palms of her hands. We're almost there. Kakashi informed his squad. Keep up the pace everybody. After a few minutes of traveling and sneaking through the village, Kakashi managed to lead his squad to the Mizukage's mansion in the center of the village. It was a cylindrical-shaped building with vegetation growing on the roof of the building. It was an incredibly tall building that seemed almost like a maze from the outside. Make sure to stay together with somebody. Kakashi informed his shinobi. Be careful inside. There will certainly be a lot of shinobi within here. Make sure to take out everybody. The shinobi all nodded as they managed to enter the building. Upon entering, every shinobi split off into various groups, searching the mansion for Kirigakure shinobi to take down. Hinata waited a few moments for the chaos to settle down slightly before deciding what direction to go down and with who. She made her decision, however, upon seeing Jinin walking up the stairs of the mansion. She quickly rushed over to her. Jinin-san, if you don't mind, I'll accompany you. Hinata requested. Jinin turned for a moment to look at her before smirking. Heh, come along if you want, kid. Curious to see if you managed to learn that jutsu I gave you while I was gone. Hinata and Jinin rushed up the stairs and reached the 3rd floor of the building. They then started to go down the hallway, looking for shinobi while simultaneously preparing for an ambush. Hinata, having activated her Byakugan, was guiding them towards somebody. Still a ways to go before anybody. These rooms are empty. She informed him. Damn, I picked the wrong hallway. Jinin grumbled. He then proceeded to chuckle as a thought entered my good. Good thing you're with me, though, kid. I'd be wasting my time looking through all these doors. Glad to be able to help. Hinata replied. The 2 shinobi continued to rush forward in the hallway, not finding a single shinobi to fight. After roughly a minute of searching, Hinata finally found a singular person with a high level of chakra in their body. Based on the amount of chakra she could see, she hypothesized that the person was a Jonin-level shinobi at least. Found somebody. And he seems distracted. She told Jinin as she started to walk in front towards his location. Perfect. Jinin declared. Hinata quickly rushed over to the door. As she approached the door, however, she began to hear a conversation in the room. Sarai-sama, please, send somebody to help us. The village is being invaded and we may need backup. The man requested. Does your leader have anybody nearby? Hinata wasn't certain who the man was talking to, as he was the only person in the room. To her surprise, however, a voice responded, Relax, Unmo. Our leader has been aware of the situation in your village and thought that it would be a good time to enact some plans of our own. A group has already been sent. They should be there soon. What? Hinata's eyes were wide in surprise and slight fear. I don't see another person in the room. Who's he talking to? Just keep fighting, Unmo. Make sure your village and the Mizukage does not die. I would really not appreciate hearing that he died. The voice replied. This the room with the guy in it? Jinin spoke up, getting Hinata's attention. She turned her head and noticed that he was now at the door. She then nodded her head. Then let's wreck some shit. Jinin immediately bust the door down to the room. Both he and Hinata rushed in. Standing in the middle of the room was a middle-aged man wearing the Kirigakure forehead protector around his head like a bandana, covering up his lack of hair. His outfit was the standard Kirigakure shinobi uniform. His eyes were exceptionally round and he black markings underneath them. Based on the conversation that Hinata had overheard, she could guess that his name was Unmo. Standing in front of him was some form of hologram figure. The figure was short and large and was wearing some type of cloak. Before Hinata and Jinin could get a good look at the image, however, it vanished. What was that? Hinata questioned. Tisk. You two heard things that you shouldn't have. Unmo shook his head in frustration. Whatever. You're invading the village. You were bound to die. Who were you talking to? What was that thing and where did it go? Jinin demanded. I'm not inclined to answer the questions of traitors and Konoha trash. Unmo sneered. A smug grin developed on his face as he then made a singular hand sign. The only thing that I can give you both is a rather painful death at the hands of Kirigakure. Upon finishing his statement, an explosive tag on the floor beneath the two shinobi activated. Both Jinin and Hinata jumped away in time to avoid the explosion. There was now a large, gaping hole in the ground. Both Hinata and Jinin got into position to fight, but her eyes widened in sight. All of a sudden, a massive group of high-leveled shinobi were now charging towards their general location. Jinin-san, we are about to have a lot of company. Hinata informed him. How many? He questioned. Hundreds. Unmo answered for her, his grin seemingly growing. I just alerted all the shinobi to come here. Maybe a few of them will be stalled by some other rebel scum that's in the building, but I'm sure enough will be able to get here to join me. Hinata shook her head in frustration. Unmo was indeed right, she could see at least 100 different chakra signatures approaching them. What was worse was that the number was growing with each passing second. While there was a chance that some of the rebels were amongst the numbers and that they would fight with them, the sheer amount of Kirigakure shinobi that would be arriving at any moment was a scary thought to her. Kid, I'll take care of the reinforcements. Jinin stated as he started to walk out of the room and into the hallway. Hinata blinked in surprise. Jinin-san, you can't do that by yourself. I won't. It's like he said, maybe some of the rebels will arrive too to help. I'll have backup. Jinin said with a confident grin. He pulled out a scroll, activated a hand seal, and spawned his sword, Kabutori. He gripped the sword tightly. You just focus on killing this guy for now. Before either of the two could say another word, a group of 10 shinobi arrived in the hallway and rushed for the door. A few more shinobi were starting to join them. Jinin noticed them and got into a stance to fight. I'll take care of them. Just finish your guy off quickly and join me. He told her from the hallway. Understood. Hinata nodded before turning her attention to Unmo. You're going to regret that decision, little girl. The bald man said as he got into position to fight. I've been known to be particularly vicious when my opponent was a Konoha scum. Now that the reinforcements are focused on the traitor, I can dedicate all my attention to squashing a dirty leaf. We'll see. I'll have you know that I'm no dirty leaf. Hinata countered as she got into her gentle fist variant style. I'm a proud shinobi of Konoha with the will of fire. Unmo's response was to begin a series of hand signs. Their battle had now officially begun. We're here. Mei announced. Naruto and Yotokata took the time to analyze the area where they were. There was an elaborate golden gate, with the phrase, "You shall never die, for you shall remain in the hearts of all who inhabit the land," written on it. The ground was covered with a few dozen tombstones. The mist that had surrounded the village and kept it hidden from the outside world was thick once again in this area. In the distance, the three shinobi could see a small one-story house. This is slightly creepy, Naruto admitted with a shiver. Why would Yagura want to live out here? What even is this place? It's a cemetery for the most honorable and loyal people in the village, the previous Mizukages and the members of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. Yotokata answered. And the previous Jinchuriki of both the Sanbai and the Rokubai. Mei added. Naruto and Yotokata faced her. Yotokata, in particular, looked shocked at that revelation. I was unaware of that. He said quietly. Not many people know about that, but it's true. Yagura definitely knew that. She said with a frown. Many people don't know this, but Yagura was actually pretty spiritual. He never had the best of childhoods, so he preferred to be surrounded by the spirits of the most important people in Kiri. Since he was the Sanbai Jinchuriki, he felt comforted knowing that he was where the previous Jinchuriki were. A few tears were threatening to run down Mei's face, but she proceeded to shake her head and push them back before continuing to speak. When he was growing up, he would come out here and pray and ask for them to give him the strength to become a great shinobi like all the people buried here. He'd be the first to admit that he might be being stupid and that there were no such things as spirits, but it was the only thing that comforted him for the first 8 years of his life. Didn't he have a family? Naruto questioned. Mei actually scoffed at Naruto's question. A family that cast him out the moment he was chosen by the Sandaime Mizukage to be the Sanbai Jinchuriki, yes. A frown then developed on her face. No, he had nobody to actually support him and be with him for a while. The woman mumbled something to herself, but Naruto didn't bother to hear. He was deep within his own mind, thinking about the things Mei had just told him about the Mizukage. Myself, Hanenii, Rashi, Gaara, and now you Yagura. Naruto's eyes then wandered over to his fellow Jinchuriki. And maybe even you, Yotakata. Does it always have to be like this? Does every Jinchuriki have to have the same type of childhood no matter what? There can be exceptions, but it's incredibly rare. Humans are selfish creatures, kid. The Kyuubi answered in his head. Naruto didn't respond to the fox. He simply shook his head. No, that's not going to how it is forever. I'll change that system. I promise that. So I take it, then, that the house in the distance belongs to Yagura now? Yotakata questioned. Well, I'll say this, that house was under construction the moment Yagura became Mizukage. Mei replied. After a few seconds, the group continued to move through the cemetery. As they walked closer to the house in the distance, they noticed a silhouette of a person standing in front of it. Gradually, as they became closer, they saw more and more of the person standing there. It was a man that appeared rather short. His face still had a childish appearance to it, but the expression on his face showed the actual age and experience of the person. He had pink pupilless eyes with a stitch-like scar underneath his left eye. His gray, messy hair was being covered by the blue hat of the Mizukage. He wore a gray sleeveless shirt over mesh armor and had a green poncho over his shoulders, covering his neck. He wore black pants with a green apron that seemed to cover them. He also had a staff attached to his back that had two hooks of different sizes on both ends of the staff. The side with the larger hook had a green flower placed on it. That's him. Naruto realized as they continued to approach him. That's Yagura. As they began to notice him, Yagura saw them as well. A smile appeared on his face as he started to walk closer towards them. Despite seeing it from a distance, the smile unnerved Naruto. While it did not appear forced, there was something off about it that rubbed him the wrong way. Well, I was wondering when you three would arrive. I was expecting this for a while now. He told them in an almost cheerful fashion. Why you expected us? Naruto's eyes widened at the statement. Hello Kyuubi Jinchuriki? He responded, ignoring his question. His eyes then moved to Yotakata. Hello Rokubai Jinchuriki? He then turned his attention to Mei. His eyes narrowed slightly. And hello to you too, Mei-chan. It's been a while, huh? The smile on his face began to appear more malicious. Are you three prepared to die? Chapter 48, Early Victories in War. It's a legitimate question. I've never known why so many shinobi like to chat when they fight. Dosu replied. His eyes narrowed on the Kirigakure shinobi in front of him, waiting for her to make the first move. So enough talk. Let's just get to the point. Tomo's response was to release a large lightning bolt from her right hand directly towards Dosu and Misora. Both Dosu and Misora jumped out of the way, avoiding the lightning bolt. Tomo quickly rushed forward towards the two shinobi, gripping her staff tightly in her left hand. She jumped into the air and prepared to swing it at Dosu. Bit of a mistake, striking at me with a weapon when you are so close. Dosu thought to himself as he raised his right arm up to guard her attack. Dosu, get back. Don't let her hit you. Misora hissed. It was too late, Tomo had already struck at him. The melody gauntlet on his arm blocked the staff, preventing her from directly hitting him. Dosu immediately prepared to release sound waves and attack her with them, but before he could channel the chakra and use his jutsu, a sharp jolt of electricity shot forward from Tomo's staff and rushed through his body. He immediately shouted in pain before quickly jumping away in an attempt to get away from her and hopefully end the pain. Dosu could feel little jolts of electricity running through his body, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, but the pain began to slowly fade away with each passing moment. What was that? He questioned Misora. Before she could answer, Tomo let out a loud, triumphant laugh. Electricity, and a lot of it. The Kirigakure shinobi stated proudly as she gripped her staff tightly. I designed this thing based on my own chakra. I can send my chakra straight through it and cause it to electrocute anything it touches. Even the lightest of taps with this is enough to send incredible amounts of electricity into its target. Tisk. It seems as if I can't use my sound-related ninjutsu as easily as I would normally like to. Intercepting a blow from her staff will just electrocute me before I can actually use the sound waves against her. Dosu realized. How unfortunate. Stay safe, Dosu. Just keep avoiding her. Misora declared upon making a singular hand sign. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist began to develop around Misora's body. The mist began to slowly extend itself forward, heading directly towards Tomo's body. The woman smirked as she jumped away, avoiding the mist. She then jumped high into the air, above the mist. She quickly began her descent, preparing to strike at Misora with her staff. The Kirigakure rebel moved away just in time, causing Tomo to strike the ground instead, creating a hole in the ground as a result of the impact. Misora then made another hand sign, causing the mist she had created to start moving back, towards Tomo again. The loyal Kirigakure shinobi proceeded to jump into the air again to avoid the attack. I'm not going to let your mist hit me, Tomo declared proudly. While still in the air, the woman proceeded to point her staff towards her opponents, lightning style, Reiki. Tomo's staff started to glow a bright, golden color as a series of lightning bolts rushed forward from the staff's end towards Dosu and Misora. The two shinobi began to avoid the subsequent lightning bolts. Each one left holes in the ground, destroying the swampland that they were using for a battlefield. With each lightning bolt released, Tomo's attacks began to get faster. One of her lightning bolts managed to hit the ground under Dosu's feet just as he was jumping away to avoid the attack. Although the attack did not cause him to get shocked, the resulting destruction on the ground caused him to lose his balance as he moved and forced him to fall to the ground, leaving him wide open. Heh, sucker. Tomo grinned as she finally began her descent back to the ground. Once again, she was preparing to swing her staff downwards directly onto Dosu's body. Die. Won't be able to avoid this. Dosu cursed. His legs weren't moving as fast as they needed them to. He must have injured them slightly when the last impact caused him to fall down. Realizing this, he changed tactics and focused on his arms. Hopefully this works. Before Tomo could land her attack on him, he quickly slammed his right arm downwards, causing the sound amplifier on his hand to make impact with the ground. He then closed his eyes as he focused on channeling the necessary chakra. Sound barrier. The sound waves created from Dosu's melody gauntlet quickly surrounded him and formed a visible, white-colored protective barrier around him. Tomo's staff made contact with it, but was unable to pierce it and reach him. What the dash? Tomo shook her head in frustration as she put more force into her attack. Various bolts of lightning were released in various directions due to the amount of force and chakra she was putting into the attack. Breakthrough already. While initially fruitless, Tomo's efforts appeared to make headway as the barrier around Dosu began to grow smaller as sound waves began to slowly dissipate. As the loyal Kirigakure shinobi was about to finally pierce his barrier, her arms were gripped by the mist clouds that Misora had formed earlier, stopping her attack on Dosu. What? She hissed as she turned her head to face Misora. The Kirigakure rebel was making a series of hand signs, causing more mist to rush forward toward the woman. Her entire body was grabbed by the mist before it was flung away from Dosu. With another hand sign, Misora forced the mist to pin Tomo down to the ground. Thank you, Misora-san. Dosu told the rebel as he managed to stand up. That intervention may have very well saved my life. We're comrades, Dosu-san. No need to thank me. Misora replied with a shrug. She was mostly only paying attention the Kirigakure shinobi she had pinned on the ground. Now, to end this before she can do anything else. With another hand sign, Misora urged the mist holding Tomo down to begin suffocating her. Tomo's eyes widened as she began to feel herself unable to breathe. Misora remained concentrated and tightened her mist's grip on the woman, intent on killing her as quickly as possible. Before the final blow could be dealt, however, a massive burst of lightning was shot forward from Tomo's body. Various bolts of scattered electricity left her body, forcing the mist away from her and causing it to vanish. The bolts then rushed at Misora and Dosu at a rapid rate. The two shinobi weren't able to jump away time and took the attacks head-on. Both shinobi screamed in pain before falling to the ground in pain. Scattered shocks of electricity ran through their bodies as they attempted to get up. While they struggled to stand up, they were able to watch Tomo pull herself off the ground. The woman was breathing heavily and had a few scattered black markings over skin, but had that same, triumphant grin on her face. Thought you had me there, didn't you, Kawada? Tomo said Misora's clan name with a snort. I'm able to release lightning directly from body in all D directions at a rapid rate. It's powered off my own internal chakra network as opposed to the chakra for a single jutsu, so your pitiful mist clouds stood no chance to its force. You don't seem much better yourself, though. Misora commented as she finally pulled herself off the ground. The kunoichi felt her legs grow weak, but stayed strong, focused on standing. She then proceeded to help Dosu up before continuing to speak. You're panting and your skin doesn't look too good. It seems that a technique like that took a lot out of you. You're one to talk about weakness. Both of you are barely able to stay standing. Tomo snarled. I'm one of the strongest shinobi Kirigakuer has ever seen. I'm an elite, loyal shinobi. Loyal to what? Dosu questioned. Tomo gave him a glare in response, which prompted him to continue. Your Mizu cage is actively destroying Mizu no Kuni. Innocent people are dying all throughout the country. What good is loyalty when you pledge loyalty to a tyrant? What good is loyalty? Loyalty is all we shinobi have. Tomo growled. We are all tools for those that we serve. They give us purpose and a paycheck, in turn, we give them our entire being by fighting for their purposes. It's a mutual system that benefits all of us. She proceeded to shake her head, almost in exasperation. You're such a young brat. You haven't learned the one thing that all shinobi must realize: morality has no place in the shinobi world. You can't be bothered to be concerned about your ethics when your life is on the line. Loyalty is the only thing that actually matters. You stay true to your leader and do what they say. They pay you and ensure your livelihood in exchange for your service. It's the only constant in this world, and loyalty is the only virtue that matters. You're wrong. Dosu shook his head in response. Loyalty only matters if the person has given you a reason to be loyal. After spending years devoting his loyalty to Orochimaru, he knew that she was incorrect. She, like he used to be, was blindly loyal to her leader. As far as he believed, that was not a virtue that anybody should have. Don't lecture me, kid. I've known this truth about the world longer than you have been alive. She snorted in response. Brats like you two don't understand anything about the way world works, and it seems like neither of you will. You, Konoha trash, have a misguided view of loyalty. And you, Kawada, are an outright traitor. The loyal Kirigakuer shinobi then raised her right hand into the air as she began to channel chakra into her fingers. Brats like you just don't belong in the shinobi world, so it's about time you were both forced out of this world. Lightning style, Reiki break. Tomo brought her hand down and pointed her index finger at her two opponents. Various bolts of electricity shot forward from her fingertip towards Dosu and Misora. They proceeded to move away, avoiding the attack. Misora, however, winced in pain upon doing so. Her legs were in a great deal amount of pain. Fuck, that was close. She mumbled to herself. Ha. Tomo laughed as she pointed her finger back at the kunoichi. As I said earlier, you're in worse pain than me. Your legs are acting up from my onslaught. It'll only be a matter of time before your body gives out and you won't be able to dodge. The woman proceeded to release another set of lightning bolts from her finger directly towards Misora. The kunoichi proceeded to jump away, resisting the pain in her legs and trying to keep herself standing. Tomo grinned as she watched the girl's facial expressions become more and more pained. Her laughter stopped, however, as she noticed Dosu approaching her. He swung directly for her with his Melody Gauntlet. She quickly intercepted the attack with her staff. Upon making contact with her staff, a jolt of electricity ran through Dosu's body, causing him to shout in pain. Ha! Did you forget about this? Tomo taunted the boy. Unlike last time, Dosu didn't try and get away from the electricity. Instead, while his melody gauntlet was clashing with her staff, he pulled through the pain in time to make a singular hand sign. The gauntlet proceeded to amplify the sound waves of the attack and sent them towards Tomo's ears. Ah! Tomo let out a blood-curdling scream. The loyal Kirigakure shinobi kicked Dosu in the stomach, knocking him back and getting him and his sound waves away from her as quick as possible. Dosu attempted to pull himself up from the ground as more and more electricity was running through his body. His body was growing incredibly weak and, ultimately, gave up on him. He fell down again, unable to stand. From his position, however, he managed to look towards his opponent and get a glimpse of her condition. Tomo was breathing heavily and she was gripping her right ear with her right hand. Blood was coming out at a pretty rapid rate from both of her ears. Tomo's eyes were also hazy, as if she wasn't seeing properly. What did you do? She hissed at him. Her legs were wobbling and her eyes were under a lot of pressure to see properly. You used a lot more electricity and lightning in that attack. You used so much that I knew I could use those sound waves against you. Dosu admitted with a chuckle. The ears of a human body are important in ways most people aren't aware of. All of that concentrated sound is messing up more than just your hearing, you know. Tomo brought her hand away from her bleeding ear and took a deep breath in. A few seconds passed by before she felt her body relaxing to a degree. While her vision was still shaky, she felt herself able to move better. With that realization, she quickly charged forward at Dosu. I don't know what else you did to me, but I don't really care. You're pretty bad off from all the electricity you allowed yourself to take. You should die with just one more blast. She shouted, gripping her staff tightly. Before she could reach Dosu, Misora jumped in between the two shinobi. With the blind shinobi now standing in her path, Tomo turned her attention towards her and prepared to strike at her with her staff and release a blast of electricity into her body. Misora managed to sidestep away from her attack with relative ease. She then, using her scythe, attempted to cut Tomo. The loyal Kirigakure shinobi jumped back, thinking she jumped away from the attack. To her surprise, however, she did not move far enough away fast enough. Misora was able to deeply cut her left arm. She screamed in pain and was forced to drop her staff to the ground. How? I dodged your attack. I know I did. Tomo hissed, both in anger and in pain as her right hand was now gripping her left hand in an attempt to prevent too much blood from pouring out. It's as I said earlier, Dosu spoke up, the damage to your ears is affecting more than your sound. Damage to certain areas can lead to hallucinations and dizziness. Your ears are bad off, Tomo-san, you can't fight properly anymore. What's that supposed to mean? Tomo questioned. I believe he's telling you to surrender to us if you want to survive this. Misora said bluntly as she raised her scythe. Or don't. It makes no difference to me. Surrender? Survive. Tomo repeated Misora's words with a snarl. Her shaky vision grew red as killing intent began to leak at alarming rates from the woman's body. Tomo clapped her hands together as she proceeded to glare at both Dosu and Misora. Almost instantaneously, her body began to get surrounded in electrical energy. Lightning was being emitted from her body. Tomo winced in pain with each passing second, but the pain didn't seem to bother her too much. I don't need proper hearing or vision to kill you both. I'm an elite Kirigakure shinobi. I've fought in war and have killed thousands of shinobi. And I won't surrender to a bunch of snot-nosed, traitorous brats. What kind of technique is that? Dosu mumbled to himself. Tomo had not heard his question, but decided to take the time to taunt and elaborate on her technique. Anyway, this jutsu is based on the fighting style of the Yondaime Raikage. It's nowhere near as capable as his lightning armor or anything, but it definitely has some use. A malicious, bloodthirsty smirk developed on her face as she bent down, preparing to charge. Now. Die. The Kirigakure shinobi charged forward at Misora, extending her fist to deliver an electrically charged punch at the rebel. Misora was unable to jump out of the way in time and was sent flying backwards into the ground. Electricity, once again, was rushing through her body. She struggled to pull herself off the ground, but Tomo was, once again, charging directly at her. Realizing that she had no time to jump away, the blind shinobi opted to make a hand sign, ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Instantly, a thick cloud of mist surrounded Misora's body. Tomo continued to charge forward, either unaware or uncaring about the mist. As she charged forward, the mist grabbed onto her, preventing her from charging forward. "This won't stop me!" Tomo roared as she struggled to free herself. Misora, in response, put as much chakra as she could into her jutsu, trying to keep the enraged woman constrained in her mist and potentially suffocate her. To her frustration, however, her efforts were not working. With each passing second, her mist was growing weaker. "Damn it! Come on, Misora! Put your being into this! You can't die!" she told herself. Dosa watched the two kunoichi struggle in their stalemate from his position lying down on the battlefield. He tried, once again, to pull himself up and help his comrade but was unable to get the strength to do so. His attempts began to get more frantic as he noticed Misora being to falter in her confrontation with Tomo, but they still proved fruitless. He wasn't going to be able to stand and fight back against her. "But maybe there's still something I can do," he told himself. Stopping his attempts to pull himself up, Dosa proceeded to raise his right arm upwards, as high as he could. He then slammed it down onto the ground, crushing Soundwave. Dosa winced in pain, having put all the force possible in his body into slamming his arm into the ground. He managed to ignore the pain, however, as he channeled his chakra. Immediately, massive sound waves rushed forward through the ground directly towards Tomo. She felt the impact of the attack, causing her legs to become weak and for her to fall down slightly. In addition, the sound waves came with so much force that it managed to crack the ground directly underneath her, causing her to sink into the ground itself. For a moment, Tomo's attention was no longer on Misora. What dash? Now, Misora told herself. With a slight advantage placed on Misora's side, the rebel proceeded to channel the mist that was holding Tomo in place to compress solely on her neck. The loyal Kirigaku or shinobi resisted instantly, diverting her attention back to Misora and trying to push back against her attack. Lightning was starting to fly in random directions from her body as she tried to free herself from both the ground and the mist. Again. Dosa told himself as he proceeded to lift his arm once again into the air before slamming it back on the ground. Ignoring the pain again, Dosa released another burst of sound waves into the ground that charged directly for Tomo. With her body actually now partially in the ground, thanks to Dosa's last attack, the sound waves affected her more as they rushed through her body and struck her ears. She attempted to scream in pain, but now, Misora's grip on her neck was overpowering her. She attempted to struggle for a few more moments, but eventually, the struggling stopped. Her body stopped emitting electricity and her body grew limp. Misora snapped her fingers, causing the mist to dissipate. Tomo's body remained unmoving, stuck within the earth. The loyal Kirigaku or shinobi was now dead. One of Yagura's strongest shinobi is dead. Misora breathed heavily relief. Within seconds, Misora rushed over to Dosa's body and attempted to pick him up. Due to her own exhaustion, she had difficulty lifting his body up. However, she managed to finally place him over her shoulders and she started to walk off. "Misora-san, you don't need to do this," Dosu informed her. "Put me down. My body just needs a little more rest. I'll be able to move in a little bit." "Not happening," Misora replied simply. "Need to get you to medical. This isn't a good place to be by yourself and injured." Dosu took the moment to look over his shoulder. For a moment, due to the conflict with Tomo, he had almost forgotten that there were other shinobi involved on the mission. There was scattered fighting between the various Kirigaku or shinobi under Yagura and the rebel shinobi and the Konoha shinobi. All shinobi seemed focused on their own particular battles and didn't try to intervene in other conflicts. Upon seeing the ruthless fighting, he knew that if even one loyal Kirigaku or shinobi looked over and saw him, alone, trying to stand up, he'd be dead. "Thank you, Misora-san," Dosa told the girl carrying him. Misora proceeded to shake her head. "You don't need to thank me for anything. You risked your life, for my village and country. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Both Misora and Dosu remained silent as Misora rushed him back to a medical unit stationed away from the conflict. Dosu realized that there was a high likelihood that, based on how drained he was physically and in chakra, that he would be out of commission for the rest of the mission. All he could do now was hope for the safety of his comrades and his friends. Everybody. Naruto-san. I hope everything is going well for you all. Dosu prayed. Hyah! Jinpachi shouted as she swung his sword downwards. Anko quickly jumped out of the way from the attack. Jinpachi's sword made direct contact with the floor of the room and created an explosion. Fragments of wood were scattered after the impact. What did you say about maintaining the room's honor? Seems like you are intent on blowing it up. Anko sneered at her opponent as she clapped her hands together. A room can be rebuilt. And this one needs one. Jinpachi replied with a snarl. It lost its purity when you stepped foot in it. Anko gave no verbal response, she simply channeled the flaming chakra around her into fireballs in her hands. She then quickly tossed them forward at Jinpachi. The swordsman charged her once again, sidestepping to avoid her fireballs. He quickly reached her, raised his sword upwards, and swung down. Anko jumped away, causing his sword to collide again with the ground, creating another explosion and causing more wood to scatter into the air. The Konoha shinobi continued to jump back and place distance between herself and Jinpachi. She looked in the corner of her eye and noticed Zabuza and Kushimaru in a stalemate. Both swordsmen were swinging their swords, trying to land a single strike on the other. They were focused intently on their opponent. Seeing a possible opportunity, Anko channeled her chakra once again into fireballs and chucked a series of fireballs directly at Kushimaru's back. Before her attack hit him, however, the shinobi quickly turned her around and used his Nuaberi longsword to slice the approaching fireballs in half, causing the flames to dissipate. He can swing that thing in a way that can cut through fire? Interesting. Anko noted. Kushimaru, seeing Anko intervene, quickly jumped away and placed distance between himself and Zabuza. He then quickly stabbed the floor of the room with his longsword. Longsword ninja art, earth spider sewing. Zabuza's eyes widened. Anko, jump. Both he and the Konoha Jonin jumped into the air just in time. A series of wires rocked forward from the floor and covered the entire room in a checkerboard pattern. Zabuza and Anko landed directly on top of the wires, making sure not to land on the floor in between the wires, and rushed over to each other's side. They both then turned to look at their opponents. Jinpachi had jumped over to Kushimaru's side. Both loyal swordsmen were also standing on top of the wires. Whatever you do, do not step on the ground in between those wires. Zabuza warned the Konoha shinobi. Unless you want your feet actually cut off. I figured. Anko replied with a shrug. Before she could say anything else, Jinpachi and Kushimaru charged forward on the wires towards them. Kushimaru, being more agile, reached the two first and attempted to use Nuaberi to pierce Anko's body. The Konoha shinobi quickly jumped back, making sure to stay on the wires. Kushimaru continued his offensive however and rushed her again, preparing to swing his sword again. Anko, however, stood her ground and made a singular hand sign. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Anko breathed out a massive fireball in the shape of a dragon's head just as Kushimaru was about to attack her. Kushimaru immediately stopped his attack and proceeded to jump upwards, above the dragon's head. He landed on the wire directly behind Anko. Before he could charge at her again, however, Zabuza rushed him, gripping Kubikari Basho. He swung the blade at the opposing swordsman, but Kushimaru quickly jumped into the air again and avoided the attack. Seeing an opening, Anko quickly made another hand sign, Fire Style, Widespread Ruin. The massive, dragon-shaped fireball that Anko released proceeded to change directions and flew back towards Kushimaru. The flames moved much more rapidly. Kushimaru, unable to dodge while in the air, was quickly engulfed in the flames. He let out a hiss in pain. Jinpachi reacted quickly by making hand signs with one of his hands. Water Style, Rising Water Slicer. The floor underneath Kushimaru was destroyed as a jet of water rose from the ground underneath and completely surrounded him and the surrounding flames. The fire was extinguished immediately. The water then proceeded to evaporate, leaving the swordsman alive. His clothes, however, were burned and some of his visible skin already had scars developing. Damn it! Anko cursed. That same old trick again, bitch. Didn't you learn anything? I countered it the exact same way I did when we fought in Kibo. Jinpachi taunted as he swung the Shivuki sword in a circular pattern around. I must say, it's been a while since I actually let myself get hit by an attack. I'm impressed. For a moment, I was worried. Kushimaru spoke up with a slight chuckle. Thank you for that. I forgot how fun it can be when an opponent actually puts up a fight worth my time. He then pointed the Nuaberi longsword at Anko. However, I must admit, I would like to hurry this up. Your little invasion is still going on and I think Jinpachis and my presence are needed on the battlefield. Immediately, a nearly invisible wire shot forward from Nuaberi and flew at Anko. The Konoha Jonin attempted to dodge the attack, but the wire moved fast enough to pierce her shoulder before she could move. The wire cut deeply into her skin before continuing to move until it collided with a wall, creating a hole. She winced in pain, still feeling the wire in her shoulder and feeling it cut into her. Kushimaru let out a small chuckle before he extended his long sword forward. Instantly, the wire that had pierced her body pulled Anko back. The Konoha Jonin was forcibly slammed against the wall. Instantly, the end of the wire that had pierced the wall came forward from the other side, creating another hole on the wall and piercing Anko's other shoulder in the process. Ack! She hissed. Kushimaru chuckled once again and was prepared to finish her when he noticed Zabuza charging at him again with the Kubikuri Basho. Jinpachi, kill her while I take out Zabuza-san. He ordered as he jumped, dodging Zabuza's strike. Jinpachi did not have to be told twice, he immediately charged at Anko, gripping Shivuki tightly and preparing to blow her body up with his blast sword. Anko attempted to pull herself away from the wires that had her pinned against the wall. She channeled the fiery chakra in her flare aura in an effort to melt the wires. Just as her plan was working and the wires were starting to melt, an idea entered her head. Wait, I'll stay like this for a little longer. This'll help me catch him off guard. She told herself as she stopped her attempts to melt the wires. Jinpachi continued to charge forward at her. He was now directly in front of her and was about to slam the Shivuki blast sword on her. With him now so close to her, Anko channeled all of the chakra around her to her mouth. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Anko released a gigantic dragon-shaped fireball from her mouth just as Jinpachi was about to swing his sword. He was too close to her to properly avoid the attack and was immediately engulfed in the flames. Ah! He screamed in pain. Anko smirked, feeling triumphant, as she started to channel her chakra into melting the wires pinning her to the wall. She quickly freed herself. There was still an incredibly stinging pain from the holes in her shoulders, but she ignored the pain. She then, realizing that she could melt the wires, immediately reached for the wires that were on the floor of the battlefield. Channeling her chakra through them, she quickly melted them away, eliminating them from the battlefield. Her eyes moved towards Zabuza and Kushimaru. The two were, once again, fighting each other with their swords and strike at each other. Unlike their stalemate at the beginning, though, there was clear sign of a fight on both of them. Zabuza had many pierced wounds on his shoulder and his left arm from Kushimaru's Nuaberi while Kushimaru had a deep cut on his side. Both swordsmen were breathing heavily as they continued in their attempts to kill the other. She then turned her attention back to Jinpachi. While he was indeed in flames and still screaming, the man had completed a series of one-handed hand signs. Another jet of water shot forward from underneath the floor and drenched him, extinguishing the flames. With the flames gone, he glared at Anko while breathing heavily. That fucking hurt you, bitch. He hissed. That's the point. Anko rolled her eyes. You really love doing that thing, don't you? Just putting us on fire and hoping that we burn to death? Well, let's see how you like an old trick of mine. Jinpachi snarled as he made a gesture, causing his blast sword to be completely covered with explosive tags. Explosive blade technique, explosion rain. Jinpachi slammed his sword into the ground, causing the explosive tags on his sword to get launched into the air and fly towards Anko at a quick rate. Not this time. Anko hissed as she jumped backwards and proceeded to channel her chakra into her hands. Fire style, Hellfire Rain. Anko chucked multiple large fireballs directly at the approaching explosive tags. She managed to hit a few of them, but there were too many explosive tags to destroy. The ones she wasn't able to hit were now starting to get dangerously close to her. She cursed softly to herself before continuing to jump backwards to avoid the approaching attack. She momentarily turned her focus back to Zabuza and Kushimaru. Kushimaru had managed to get behind Zabuza and delivered a kick to his stomach. The rebel Kirigakure shinobi was sent backwards directly at Anko. She didn't have the time to react and the two of them were sent back together and collided on the ground. The explosive tags that Jinpachi had released were now surrounding the two shinobi as they were getting off the ground. They then proceeded to light up before activating, releasing a series of massive explosions that created a large cloud of dust and wood. Both Anko and Zabuza shouted in pain. When the smoke cleared, Zabuza and Anko were breathing heavily and struggling to remain standing. Their clothes had burn marks and holes. They were also cut from the wooden debris that resulted from the explosion. Pretty merciless technique of yours, Jinpachi. Kushimaru mentioned. Hell yeah it is. Jinpachi nodded his head as a grin developed on his face. So, you ready to end these fuckers? Yes. Let's finish this. Kushimaru replied with a nod. He gripped the Nuaberi longsword tightly as he turned his attention to both Anko and Zabuza. Fair warning, but I will make this slow and painful. Zabuza and Anko turned to face each other for a moment. They both exchanged a look with each other before they nodded and turned their attention back to the two swordsmen in front of them. Zabuza immediately swung the Kubikaraibasho sword forward at the swordsman. Kushimaru sidestepped out of the way while Jinpachi jumped, avoiding the attack. The sword impaled itself on the wall. Anko then raised right hand at the duo. 2 large snakes rushed forward from the sleeve of her coat at the shinobi. Once again, Jinpachi and Kushimaru dodged the attack. Jinpachi proceeded to rush forward, gripping his Shivuki blast sword tightly. Is that really the best you two could do? He taunted as he lifted his sword. Neither shinobi gave a verbal response. Anko's snakes, however, continued to move through the room. They grabbed the Kubikaraibasho sword in the wall with their mouth. Anko made a quick gesture with her right hand, causing the snakes to rush back to her with the sword. The Kubikaraibasho was now rushing back again towards Jinpachi's back at a much faster speed than Zabuza had thrown it at. Jinpachi dash. Kushimaru was unable to finish his words before it was too late. The Kubikaraibasho reached its target and sliced through Jinpachi. The swordsman's body was cut in half, his legs and torso fell to the ground separately. Now lifeless, his grip on the Shivuki blast sword was non-existent, causing it to fall to the ground. Idiot. Kushimaru shook his head as he looked at his fallen comrade. Were you honestly not paying attention? You just fucked us both over with your mistake. Anko quickly tossed the Kubikaraibasho back to Zabuza. She then reached for the Shivuki blast sword and gripped it tightly in her hands. She and Zabuza then looked at Kushimaru intently. Looks like the tide of this battle just changed. Zabuza declared. So it seems. Kushimaru sighed. The masked swordsman of Kirigakure was a rational man. He knew his odds of survival against both Zabuza and Anko by himself were not particularly high. He really did need Jinpachi to either fight one of them or fight with him. Knowing that, however, caused a grin of excitement to develop behind his mask as he gripped the Nuaberi longsword tightly. If he was going to die, he was going to die fighting. Kushimaru charged forward at both Anko and Zabuza, attempting to pierce through one of them with his longsword. Both shinobi sidestepped to avoid his charge. Zabuza swung the Kubikaraibasho in an attempt to cut him in half, but Kushimaru jumped in the air to avoid the attack. Seeing him airborne, Anko breathed out a large fireball from her mouth directly towards the shinobi. Kushimaru used the Nuaberi to slice through the fireball, preventing it from striking him. He landed on the ground safely. Zabuza immediately rushed him with the Kubikaraibasho. Kushimaru rolled out of the way, avoiding the attack. He then attempted to pierce Zabuza's body, but Zabuza reacted in time and used his sword to block Kushimaru's attack. Kushimaru attempted to jump away and place some distance between himself and Zabuza, but before he could do so, two snakes charged forward from the left sleeve of Anko's coat. The snakes bit him in the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. The snake bites injected a poison into his body, causing his motor control to weaken. The incredibly mobile swordsman was now unable to move. "So you wanna finish him off?" Anko questioned. Zabuza nodded as he tightened his grip on the Kyubikarei Basho. "Humph. Some last stand." Kushimaru grumbled under his breath. The swordsman took a deep breath, preparing for his finishing blow, before turning his attention to Zabuza. "Zabuza-san, since you're most likely going to give the Nuiberi away to some traitorous rebel, make sure to give it to a traitor that's a competent swordsman at least." A small snort left Zabuza's mouth. "I'll make sure it goes to a true swordsman." With those words, Zabuza swung the Kyubikarei Basho and decapitated Kushimaru. His head rolled on the ground while the body fell down in its own pool of blood. With Kushimaru dead, Zabuza then reached for the Nuiberi longsword. "Mission complete," Anko declared. "Finally, the traitors to the legacy of the seven swordsmen are dead, and the swords can be in the hands of true Kirigaku or shinobi again," he mumbled to himself. With that thought in mind, Zabuza and Anko quickly left the room to check in on the rest of the squad and assist in routing any remaining swordsmen in the building. The main targets of the mission were now dead and it was now time to continue in assisting with the invasion in any way they could. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Jiraiya breathed out a flame bullet from his mouth directly towards a Kirigaku or shinobi. The shinobi, who had been covered in oil from one of Jiraiya's previous techniques, was completely engulfed in flames. He screamed in pain before falling down, dead, as his body began to slowly burn away. With his opponent defeated, Jiraiya quickly rushed over to a rebel shinobi standing near the entrance to the village that Jiraiya had made. "Status report," Jiraiya requested. "Jiraiya-sama." The rebel bowed his head in response. "The invasion is going better than expected. We've proven an incredible division and many Kirigaku or shinobi have charged out here. We've done a great job with fighting them off and killing as many as we can so Mei-sama and the other 3 squads in the village can accomplish their missions safely. Do we have any estimate of the casualties on our side?" Jiraiya questioned. "It's too early to say, Jiraiya-sama, but I would say not as many as expected. Most shinobi that have taken serious damage have already been taken to medical and are being treated. If the invasion continues at the rate it's at, though, then we can predict the number of casualties to be low for both Mei-sama's rebels and your Konoha shinobi." The rebel continued to report. "That could always change, though." The Sunin nodded his head, accepting that answer. "Good. Continue with the mission then dash." "Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya turned his head just in time to see Ao approaching him. A grimace crept on Jiraiya's face at the sight of the man. Ao and a few other shinobi were assigned to stay at the rear and keep a lookout for any possible shinobi that could be approaching us. If he actually is coming to me, then he detected somebody. Yagura has reinforcements on his way, it seems. The Sunin shook his head at the thoughts. "Report, Ao." Jiraiya spoke to the blue-haired rebel. "Sir, we've detected 2 incredibly large chakra sources nearby. They should be arriving any instant," he stated. "How large are we talking? Have they been identified at all?" The Sunin questioned. "At least one of them has a chakra reserve the size of Yagura's," Ao answered. The answer caused Jiraiya's eyes to widen in shock. "As big as Yagura's? This is bad. Very bad. Our forces are probably going to have to redirect our focus to wiping out these 2. I actually have seen a chakra source this large before." Ao continued to speak, pulling Jiraiya out of his own thoughts. "I believe I know at least one of the 2 who is approaching. It's Ho-dash." Before Ao could finish his words, a barrage of shuriken fell down upon the 2 shinobi from the air. Both shinobi noticed the oncoming attack. While Jiraiya was able to jump away in time, they came too fast for Ao to react. The blue-haired shinobi was struck in his back and his neck by multiple shuriken. The man quickly fell to the ground. "Ao!" Jiraiya shouted. The Sunin was about to rush over and check on Ao, but he stopped in his feet at the sound of a bird's caw. His eyes quickly scanned the air and noticed a crow flying in the sky above him. Chapter 49, Victories at a Cost. The Sunin was about to rush over and check on Ao, but he stopped in his feet at the sound of a bird's caw. His eyes quickly scanned the air and noticed a crow flying in the sky above him. Damn it! Jiraiya cursed at the sight of the crow. What is he doing here? The Sunin immediately ran through a series of hand signs. He quickly brought his hands to his mouth before releasing a barrage of fireballs towards the crow. The bird continued its flight through the sky, evading each of Jiraiya's attacks. With each missed fireball, however, the crow continued to fly closer and closer to the Konoha shinobi. Soon, more crows joined in and started flying in a circular pattern close to Jiraiya. A murder of crows had now surrounded him. After the numbers increased to a substantial amount, the crows started to fly even closer to Jiraiya, preparing to strike at him with their beaks. The Sunin immediately ran through 6 quick hand signs. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair quickly surrounded his body. The individual strands of hair became sharpened into needles. The needles punctured the crows as they attempted to strike at Jiraiya, causing them to caw in pain before fading from existence. Once the crows had disappeared, Jiraiya undid his jutsu and his hair returned to normal. He then jumped away as a figure started to fall to the ground directly above him. A few seconds passed by before a man landed on his feet. The new figure had jet black hair that was worn in a short ponytail and onyx-colored eyes. He wore a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it. The man also wore a Konoha forehead protector with a slash straight through the Konoha symbol. So it is you. Jiraiya noted with a shrug. You Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya resisted the urge to curse. He wasn't aware of who said the figure's name, but he now knew that his squad was going to be fighting differently. Uchiha Itachi was one of Konoha's most infamous missing ninja, possibly second only to Orochimaru. There was no doubt in his mind that his presence could negatively impact the Konoha shinobi's mission. Everyone, focus on your mission. Jiraiya shouted to all shinobi in his squad, Konoha shinobi and Maze rebels alike. Itachi is my enemy. You all stay focused on the mission. All shinobi seemed to accept those commands and did their best to return to their mission and continued to fight off Kirigakure shinobi. One rebel shinobi under Mei rushed over and picked up Ao's body before leaving with him towards the nearest medical shinobi. Itachi remained still, not bothering to stop. He didn't appear to be paying attention to any of the shinobi in the area other than Jiraiya. So, Itachi, care to tell me where your partner is? I know how your little organization works. You gotta have somebody hanging out around with you. Jiraiya questioned the missing ninja in front of him. I don't believe you should be thinking about him, Jiraiya-san. Itachi spoke with a calm, quiet tone of voice. I should be the only thing you are concerned about at the moment. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at the man. Tell me, Itachi, what are you doing here? Why would you come to Kirigakure in the middle of an invasion? I didn't believe you or Akatsuki would want to take a side in this type of conflict. Itachi gave no verbal reply for a moment. His eyes slowly started to focus on Jiraiya, causing the Sunin to avert his own gaze in an attempt to avoid eye contact. After a few seconds of tense silence, Itachi finally broke the silence. And I wouldn't believe Konoha would want to take a side in the conflict, yet you are here and you are with an army. He proceeded to quickly rush through a series of hand signs. I'm here on a mission, and while you are not involved with the mission, you are a threat to its success. Am I, huh? Jiraiya nearly smirked as he ran through the same identical hand signs as Itachi. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Both shinobi breathed out a massive orb of flames out of their mouths that moved through the air directly towards the other shinobi. The fireballs made contact, merging with each other momentarily before cancelling each other out. With their jutsus failing, Jiraiya proceeded to charge forward towards Itachi while the Uchiha jumped backwards, running through another series of hand signs. Their battle had officially begun. Yeah right. Save me your holier-than-thou speech, brat. Karatoriki rolled his eyes as he gripped his axe. You don't understand anything. None of you do. You're trying to destroy one of the most powerful forces in the elemental nations. He then proceeded to make another hand sign with his left hand. And it's my duty to show you all the true power of Kirigakure. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Karatoriki took in a deep breath before sharply exhaling, releasing multiple blades of wind from his mouth. The wind moved rapidly downward towards the ground and the rebel shinobi Shikamaru, Haku, and Anoka jumped away while Kiri quickly moved Suijutsu to safety so he could heal him. Karatoriki, who was still exhaling wind blades from his mouth, noticed Kiri retreating with Suijutsu and turned his head towards him. The wind proceeded to focus in on him and seemingly moved faster. Kiri-kun! Haku gasped as he made a singular hand sign. A pillar of ice developed between Kiri and Suijutsu and the approaching blades of wind. The ice pillar took the attack, preventing the wind from cutting into the two shinobi. The ice, however, started to crack. It was showing signs of breaking apart at any moment. Shikamaru took the time to make a series of hand signs, fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The Konoha breathed out a massive fireball shaped like a dragon's head that flew into the sky towards Karatoriki and his vulture. Karatoriki turned his head towards the fire, causing the blades of wind from his mouth to launch themselves at the dragon head. The wind, however, did nothing to stop the approaching flames. The dragon head-shaped fireball continued to fly towards him. He's got a good fire affinity to create something I couldn't blow out like that. Wonder how much chakra he put into it. Karatoriki thought to himself as he closed his mouth, cancelling his jutsu. He then rubbed his hand on the head of the vulture he was riding. Whatever, though. I'll take a different approach. The vulture, understanding what its summoner wanted it to do, let out a loud squeal before flapping its wings heavily, creating a massive gust of wind. The wind tore through the approaching fireball, causing it to dissipate. The wind continued to fly towards Shikamaru. The Chunin immediately jumped out of the way, barely missing the attack. Karatoriki placed his hand off the vulture's head, causing it to stop flapping its wings. It then flew downward at a quick speed towards Shikamaru. Karatoriki gripped the axe in his hands tightly as the vulture came closer to Shikamaru. Just as it came close to Shikamaru's body, Karatoriki leaned over the vulture's body and swung his axe, aiming for Shikamaru's neck. Shikamaru, however, reacted in time and pulled out a kunai and used it to intercept the oncoming attack. He avoided getting his head chopped off, but the force of Karatoriki's attack knocked Shikamaru off balance, causing him to get knocked back and fall to the ground. The Kirigakuer executioner, noticing Shikamaru on the ground, directed his vulture to fly towards Shikamaru again. As he approached him, he readied his axe once again to chop off the Nara's head. This time, Shikamaru ran through a series of hand signs. Ninja Art, Shadow Protection Jutsu. The shadows around Shikamaru surrounded him and formed a circular, defensive barrier just in time before Karatoriki's attack. The Kirigakuer shinobi swung his axe directly against the shadows, making no obvious signs of damage to the barrier. Karatoriki prepared to swing his axe once again and try and cut through the barrier, but he began to notice a sound that resembled metal clanging against metal. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Chains of the Earth. A series of chains developed underneath the earth directly beneath Karatoriki and his summoned vulture. The vulture reacted instantly and flew away, avoiding the oncoming chains. The chains proceeded to fly in the air towards him. As the vulture was flying away, he turned his head towards Uzumaki Anoka, who had her hands locked in the tiger hand sign. The same tactics don't work twice on me, Karatoriki declared. Anoka gave no verbal reply, she only continued with her jutsu and continued to fling her chains around, trying to make contact with the Karatoriki and the vulture. The chains began to move at an even faster pace. Seeing her attempts to capture him, Haku proceeded to make a series of hand signs. Giant pillars of ice quickly developed in front of the vulture and to its sides, preventing it from flying forward and to the side. The chains continued to move towards it, having seemingly caught the vulture. Karatoriki quickly kicked the vulture lightly, causing it to fly upward instead. Realizing what he was doing, Haku quickly made a hand sign, causing the ice pillars surrounding him and the vulture to develop a ceiling that would prevent him from flying upward. The executioner, however, reached for his axe and quickly swung it as the vulture approached the ice ceiling. The axe completely shattered the ice, causing it fall to the ground. The Kirigakuer shinobi and the vulture continued to fly through the air, trying to get away from the chains. The chains, however, continued on their pursuit. They, seemingly, were going to continue chasing him forever. Thought they'd be done by now. Should have known they'd keep going. They're powered by her chakra and based on her hair, she's an Uzumaki. Karatoriki realized. If I want them to stop chasing me, I need to stop her jutsu. Karatoriki, momentarily, placed his axe in a holster on his side. He then directed the vulture to turn around, towards the chains. Karatoriki made 3 hand signs before he extended his hands forward while the vulture, simultaneously, flapped its wings, wind style, godly wind from the mountains. Anoka's chains managed to reach the vulture, gripping it tightly and began dragging it down to the ground. Her chains, however, did not stop his jutsu and a massive vortex of wind developed. The vortex rushed forward Anoka, who was focusing on her chains. Seeing the approaching wind caused her eyes to widen and forced her to cancel her jutsu in order to get away. She was too slow, however, as the vortex managed to make contact with her left arm and leg as she was trying to jump away. She screamed in pain as the vortex of wind cut into her body. When she managed to pull herself away, her arm and leg was full of cuts. Blood was starting to drip from each individual cut. With her jutsu cancelled, the chains holding Karatoriki's vulture down disappeared, allowing it to fly freely. Shikamaru, now out of his shadow barrier, cursed at the sight of him. We're at a disadvantage here, even outnumbering him. He's untouchable if he's up in the air and he seems to know how to combat any attempts to drag him down to the ground. He noticed. If we want to actually win this fight, we need to take out that vulture somehow. Shikamaru momentarily closed his eyes as his mind tried to think as fast as it could exactly how to handle the situation. He recalled the skill set of himself, Haku, and Anoka and thought of any combination of techniques that could take down the vulture. His eyes shot open the moment he heard the sound of flapping wings. Karatoriki's vulture had released a massive gust of wind with the movement of its wing directly towards him. Shikamaru quickly ran away, avoiding the attack. He then continued to move, avoiding the subsequent blasts of wind. His eyes were focused on the wings, making sure to avoid getting hit by any gust of wind that the vulture released. The wings, wait, that's it. Shikamaru immediately rushed over to Haku and Anoka. We need to get that vulture out of the sky, and the best way to do that, would be with a chain reaction. The Konoha shinobi declared as his eyes moved from the Uzumaki to the Yuki. From both of you. Realization dawned on Haku's face. A small grin seemed to develop on it. It should work. But how do you dash? That's where hers comes in. Shikamaru interrupted, pointing to Anoka. She'll make sure you can do yours. And how are we involved? Shikamaru turned his head and noticed Suijutsu rushing over to him, with Kiri not far behind. While Suijutsu did have quite a few open wounds, the big cuts on his chest and stomach seemed to have been healed enough to be able to move. Are you fully healed? Shikamaru questioned. I'm good to fight. Suijutsu declared, crossing his arms over his chest. You still need to be careful, though, Suijutsu. Kiri warned. I don't want those wounds to open up again. Yeah. Suijutsu shrugged before turning to Shikamaru. So how can we help? Before Shikamaru responded, another large gust of wind from Karatoriki's vulture was flung towards the group. All 5 shinobi jumped out of the way, avoiding the blast. Shikamaru then turned his attention back to the shinobi around him. Kiri, focus on healing the cuts on Anoka. She needs to be able to maintain focus on her jutsu and we don't want pain or anything to snap her out of focus. Shikamaru stated before turning his head towards Anoka. Anoka, you're going to get Haku up close to Karatoriki and his vulture. He'll take everything from there. He then pointed to himself and looked at Suijutsu. You and I are going to use any long-range jutsus we can to keep him distracted. With the plan in mind, all shinobi went to work. Kiri started to place his palms on Anoka's open wounds and began treating her as she made her necessary hand signs, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, chains of the earth. Karatoriki noticed the chains developing underneath the earth. He smirked smugly, one-trick pony? You think trying that's going to dash? The words died on his tongue as he realized that the chains were not trying to grab him. The chains, instead, grabbed Haku, covering his torso completely. The chains then rushed forward from the underground, forcing Haku up into the air with them. The hell is this? What's she aiming at? Karatoriki's eyes narrowed at Haku's approaching body. Another smug smirk developed on his face as he made a singular hand sign. Guess I'll take advantage of this though. That bloodline filth is much closer to me now. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Water Gun Jutsu. Before Karatoriki could activate his jutsu, he was forced to divert his attention to an oncoming fireball shaped like a dragon's head, as well as a drop of water moving through the air at an incredibly fast rate. He patted his vulture on the head, signaling it to move. The summoned animal did just that, flying upward to avoid both attacks. He turned his head back to the ground and noticed Shikamaru making more hand signs and Suijutsu making a gesture with his hand that resembled a gun. Suijutsu began rapidly firing drops of water from his index finger while Shikamaru breathed out another dragon head-shaped fireball at Karatoriki. The Kirigaku or shinobi was forced to direct his bird to fly to avoid each attack. He then was forced to be on the defensive as he tried to evade their barrage of jutsus. Stop that! Karatoriki shouted as he took in a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. The executioner breathed out multiple blades of wind that flew downward towards Shikamaru and Suijutsu. The two shinobi jumped out of the way, but Karatoriki turned his head to follow them, allowing him to continue his barrage of wind blades. Suijutsu, who was still injured, was unable to avoid forever and was eventually caught in the attack. The blades cut deeply into his back, causing him to bleed further. He shouted in pain. Ninja Art, Shadow Protection Jutsu. Shikamaru shouted. Shadows quickly surrounded Suijutsu's body, covering him within a defensive barrier. Karatoriki continued to focus on the barrier, prepared to cut through it with his wind. A few seconds passed, though, and he noticed Haku, still being carried by Onoka's chains, was quickly approaching him and his vulture. Quickly turning his head, Karatoriki focused his jutsu on the incoming Haku. The Yuki clan shinobi winced in pain as the wind proceeded to cut into his skin. However, the chains surrounding him did not budge from the attack and remained strong. This allowed Haku to continue further in the air. His body eventually made contact with the wing of the vulture. Onoka's chains immediately loosened slightly, allowing him to use his hands more freely. Haku then gripped tightly on the vulture's wings. Ice style, chains of earth and ice. Ice particles began to develop at an alarming rate on the vulture's wing. The ice spread quickly, completely encasing the wing in ice. The vulture caught in pain. It started to descend slowly from the air. What? Karatoriki's eyes widened. The ice on the vulture's wings began to inch its way further up the vulture's body, but eventually stopped. It steeled its eyes as if it was resisting the ice trying to completely freeze its body. It was forced to use all of its energy to stop the ice from killing it. In the process, however, it was unable to stay focused on flying. The vulture's gradual descent turned into a plummet downward. Onoka's chains immediately left Haku's body, freeing him completely. He waited until the vulture was just about to make contact with the ground before jumping off and landing on the ground safely by his comrades. The vulture, in contrast, slammed into the ground hard, creating a crater underneath it. The force of the impact caused the vulture to disappear, returning back to the land where it was summoned from. Karatoriki, still feeling the force of the impact, was lying on the ground and trying to pull himself up. Shikamaru immediately dispelled his jutsu, uncovering Suijutsu from the shadows. The two rushed over to Haku's side. Kiri, who had healed Onoka's wounds to a satisfactory degree, immediately turned his attention to Suijutsu's cut on his back. How did you manage to do that? Suijutsu questioned. A particularly lethal jutsu I know. Haku replied with a smirk. That jutsu of mine allows me, as long as I have physical contact with something, to channel ice particles on their body that will slowly works its way up their body and freeze them to death. The only way to stop the jutsu would be to either force me off or to focus all of your chakra and energy on preventing the ice from developing. The Yuki clan shinobi then pointed to the vulture and the newly developed crater. The vulture obviously focused all of its chakra and energy into stopping the ice, but in the process, it wasn't able to fly at all, forcing it to crash land. You're awesome, you know that right? Kiri told the shinobi with a smile. Haku smiled, a small red blush developing on his cheeks from the compliment. Thank you Kiri-kun, but it's really Shikamaru-kun's ingenuity that led to the defeat of the vulture. Speaking of that, though, Anoka spoke up with a sigh as she looked at the crater, "We're not done." Shikamaru nodded his head as he quickly made a singular hand sign, Shadow Possession Jutsu. The Konoha Chunin's shadow extended forward at a rapid rate towards the crater. Karatoriki had managed to pull himself off the ground, but was unable to do anything about the shadow. As a result, he was caught. His body became locked. Almost immediately after, the shadow that was trapping him began to slowly extend up his body towards his neck. Karatoriki's eyes widened before he narrowed them. The shadow stopped its ascent, remaining still on the man's stomach. "Why you think you can overpower me?" Karatoriki shouted. "I'm a loyal Kirigakure shinobi and I'm defending my village. I cannot die as long as I have people here to protect." People to protect. Shikamaru resisted the urge to spit as he tried harder and harder to push his shadow further and overpower him. "We're trying to reform Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni. Your administration is destroying both of them. We're saving them. Once this civil war is over and you rebels have been defeated, Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni will be at peace for once. Random villages in Mizu no Kuni won't be the target of violence any longer." Karatoriki continued to shout. "That's what I fight for and that's what my comrades for." Shikamaru opened his mouth to respond, but he stopped himself as he felt a presence dangerously close to himself and his allies. A group of 4 Kirigakure shinobi jumped out and threw hundreds of kunao and shuriken at him and his allies. All 5 rebels were forced to jump away to avoid the attacks, causing Shikamaru to break his jutsu and freeing Karatoriki. The 4 Kirigakure shinobi then rushed over to the executioner's side. "Karatoriki-sama, are you alright? We saw your vulture descend from the sky." One of them informed him. "We're here to back you up." Another shinobi offered. Thank you. Thank you all." Karatoriki let out a small chuckle. "Damn it. There's more opponents now." Anoka cursed. "Each of you, handle any of those rebellious traitors that you want. Just let me fight the Konoha shinobi one-on-one." Karatoriki requested. The 4 shinobi nodded before they jumped forward, each of them rushing to a different shinobi. They, along with Suijutsu, Anoka, Haku, and Kiri, quickly moved away slightly to begin their own individual fights. Shikamaru was the only one left unattacked. He glared at Karatoriki, who was starting to approach him. "You want to fight me so badly? Why?" Shikamaru demanded. "You've been commenting over and over again about me and my character. You're the one who simply doesn't understand what Yagura-sama and Kirigakure is trying to accomplish here." The executioner proceeded to hiss as he gripped his axe tightly. "I want to educate you so that you may understand what we are doing. Consider it the last thing you ever learn before you die." Shikamaru scoffed, but gave no verbal reply. Instead, he opted to rush through a series of hand signs. "Let the personal execution begin." Karatoriki shouted as he charged forward just as Shikamaru finished his hand signs. "We'll see. I'll have you know that I'm no dirty leaf." Hinata countered as she got into her gentle fist variant style. "I'm a proud shinobi of Konoha with the will of fire." Unmo's response was to begin a series of hand signs. Their battle had now officially begun. Water style, stormy blockade. Unmo slammed his hands on the ground, causing a massive amount of water to rain down from above, creating a hole in the ceiling as it came rushing in. Hinata quickly jumped away as water began to pour into the room. The water seemed to flow in a circular pattern, making sure not to go down the hole in the center of the room. The water continued to fill the room so much that Hinata was forced to jump onto it and use her chakra to stand on top of it. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with water. Unmo lifted his hands upward, causing the water to stop raining into the room, and smirked at the kunoichi. "I know how you Konoha shinobi work. You pride yourselves on your fire-style jutsu. This battlefield not only makes your fire jutsus completely useless, but it gives me the perfect environment for my techniques," he exclaimed smugly as he made the rat hand sign. Water style, droplet release. An orb of water rose from the battlefield directly in front of Unmo. He placed his hand inside the orb, causing multiple streams of water, in the shape of spears, to rush forward from the orb towards Hinata. She quickly started running, avoiding the spears. The water, however, continued to rush forward at her and she was forced to keep dodging. Realizing this, Hinata focused on the orb of water in Unmo's hand and extended her palms towards it. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hinata compressed the air in front of her palms and released a vacuum palm that rushed through the air towards the orb of water. Upon making contact, the orb fell apart, stopping the water spears from approaching her. With the constant attacks now stopped, Hinata rushed forward towards Unmo. Want to get close and personal, huh? Unmo sneered as he made a single, snake hand sign. Water rushed upwards towards his hands and encased him, creating gloves made out of water. Then bring it. Upon reaching him, Hinata attempted to strike at him with a palm. Unmo jumped backwards, avoiding it. He then attempted to use his water-covered fist to deliver a punch to Hinata's face, but she quickly and gracefully sidestepped out of the way. Unmo continued his assault quickly, trying to punch Hinata, however she managed to dodge the attack again. Hinata, still moving gracefully around him, landed a palm strike on his left shoulder. He winced at the contact. The Hyagaeris attempted to land another palm strike on his right shoulder, but Unmo jumped into the air and avoided the attack. He then landed hard on the water directly behind her, slamming his palms against it. Water style, water shaking pillar. Water from underneath him shot forward, creating a large pillar that completely encased his body. The water came up with so much force that Hinata was repelled backwards away from him. Unmo immediately freed himself from the water pillar and placed the palms of his hands on the water once again just as Hinata's body made contact with the water. Water formations in the shape of hands quickly grabbed onto Hinata's arms and legs, preventing her moving. She started to struggle, but she couldn't break them. Heh, that was quick. Unmo commented with a chuckle as he brought his hands downward, bringing them underneath the water. Now, drown. The hand-shaped water immediately dragged her underneath. She immediately began holding her breath as she continued to struggle against the water holding her down. In a few seconds, she stopped physically struggling and, instead, began concentrating chakra in the tenketsu in her arms and legs. After concentrating the chakra, she released it from her tenketsu. The chakra, in the shape of needles, quickly pierced through the water holding her back, freeing her. Now freed, Hinata quickly jumped out of the water. She then extended her palms outward, releasing another vacuum palm. The blast hit Unmo off guard, pushing him backward against the wall in the room. He groaned in pain as he coughed up a little blood. Seeing him momentarily stunned, Hinata rushed over to him, preparing to strike. I have to make this quick. You're in my area of divination. She thought to herself. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Hinata struck Unmo with 2 palm strikes on his left shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. She then extended her palms forward to land 2 more strikes on him, but before she could, Unmo quickly slammed his foot on the ground. The Kirigakuer shinobi's body was immediately submerged underneath the water. Dang it! Hinata shook her head as she quickly began moving. Using her Byakugan, Hinata was able to track Unmo's movement in the water underneath her. She extended her palms backward, preparing to release another vacuum palm at him. Before she could use her attack, however, Unmo made a punch from underneath the water. A pillar of water was created that rushed from underneath to above the water towards Hinata. The pillar made contact with her stomach, causing her to cough up a heavy amount of blood as she was brought back against the wall of the room. The pillar of water began changing shapes, resembling a net, and proceeded to hold Hinata against the wall. With that move, Unmo resurfaced from underneath the water and quickly pulled out multiple shuriken. I know you can apparently break free from my water's hold, so I'm just going to act quick and end this fight with no stalling. He then proceeded to toss the weapons. So, die. Seeing the weapons aimed for her head, Hinata quickly took in a deep breath, concentrating chakra in her mouth, before opening her mouth, water style, gunshot. Hinata released a barrage of water bullets from her mouth that made contact with the shuriken before they could reach her, deflecting them. Unmo's eyes were wide in surprise. What the dash? Having distracted him, Hinata concentrated chakra throughout her body and released it, freeing her from the net. Still having chakra concentrated in her mouth, she continued to release water bullets directly at Unmo. The first 2 attacks hit the shinobi, knocking him backwards and causing him to cough up more blood. The third bullet, however, was intercepted by him. Unmo reached forward and touched the oncoming bullet with his right hand, stopping it. He then punched it back, sending it flying backwards toward Hinata. Hinata quickly dodged, causing her water bullet to hit the wall she was pinned against. It created a massive hole in the wall. That took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting you to know water-style ninjutsu. I was really expecting you to be a fire type like most Konoha trash. Perhaps this battlefield isn't as big of a disadvantage as I thought it'd be for you. Unmo shook his head for a moment. A smug grin developed on his face. However, I can tell by the fact that you haven't used a single water-style jutsu until now that you aren't that proficient with it. Your skill with it can't hope to match mine. This'll still be the end for you, Konoha scum. Water style, droplet release. After creating another orb of water, Unmo released another set of water spears directly at Hinata. Hinata quickly began moving, avoiding each of the attacks. She attempted to use her vacuum palm to disrupt the jutsu, but Unmo started to move as well, preventing her jutsu from making contact with the orb of water. This pattern continued for nearly a whole minute as Hinata continued to keep moving. Hinata was focused on dodging the multiple water spears heading for her while Unmo continued to move to prevent Hinata from disrupting his jutsu. After a minute had passed, Hinata's vacuum palms finally made contact with the orb of water, destroying it and ending Unmo's jutsu. Hinata then extended her palms backwards, preparing to use the same jutsu again. Unmo, in response, punched the air as he channeled chakra. Hinata released another vacuum palm at the same time as Unmo created another pillar of water. Both jutsus collided against each, cancelling out and causing water to rain over the battlefield. After her jutsu failed, Hinata began to speak. Why do you hate Konoha so much? Why do I hate Konoha? Unmo actually laughed at the question. Are you that naive that you wouldn't understand why another village would hate yours? I'm not naive. I just want to know why. Hinata questioned. You're a Hyuga, aren't you? Do you hate Kumo? The Kirigaku or shinobi asked. No. Hinata, although hesitantly, shook her head. Realization dawned on her face though, as she began to seemingly understand what Unmo was trying to get at. Did someone from Konoha wrong you? Not just someone, an institution that your village publicly backed. An institution that your village pretends doesn't exist, but still allows to live. Unmo hissed in anger. If you even understood what Root and Shimura Danzo have done, then even you would hate Konoha just as much for letting those abominations exist. D. Danzo. Hinata repeated the name in confusion. While she didn't recognize what the word Root meant, she did know Danzo's name. Her father had mentioned his name in passing a couple of times. A former Hokage candidate and rival to the Sandaime Hokage, Danzo was somebody most shinobi knew even if they had never personally met him. He was always a mysterious shinobi and people said he wasn't a particularly sociable or likable person, but what could this man have done that would have someone like Unmo, a shinobi not even from Konoha, to hate him so much that he would hate the entire village? You really don't know anything about him, or your village then, do you? Unmo shook his head at the Hyuga's confusion. His anger seemed to fade slightly and an almost pitying look developed on his face. You're just ignorant, then. I guess I can't hate you, kid. You're not one of the Konoha trash that should know better. The Kirigaku or shinobi then started running through a series of hand signs. You're still a Konoha shinobi, though, and you're aiding the rebels in destroying the village. You'll need to die by my hands, still. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A large portion of the water in the room came together and changed shape into a large, serpent-like dragon of water. The water moved faster than Hinata could react and slammed at her hard. She was shoved backwards, into the wall by the door to the room. The water continued to beat down on her hard constantly with no signs of stopping. The constant barrage water was also preventing her from breathing properly. It was difficult for her to move her body, but Hinata, in an attempt to stop the jutsu and save herself from dying from either the constant pressure or from drowning, brought her hands together and channeled her chakra into them. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata began releasing streams of chakra from her palms. The streams of chakra managed to pierce through the water that was pinning her to the wall. She then began to move her palms at a rapid rate in front of her, causing the streams of chakra to move forward in different directions. In a few seconds, the water dragon that had pinned her was completely destroyed and turned to plain water in the battlefield. Hinata, now free, started to breathe heavily as she was able to breathe properly again. "Hey kid, you alright over there? I could hear that from out here." Jinan called out to her from the other side of the wall. As they had agreed when they were found out by Unmo, Jinan remained outside the room and continued to fight off various Kirigaku or shinobi that were closing in on their location. Hinata had remained focused on her battle with Unmo the entire time, but she would also occasionally look outside the room and notice Jinan's battle. He had been attacked by 30 different shinobi and had killed 27 of them. He was currently fighting off the last 3 shinobi. However, there were still more coming towards him. "I'm fine," Hinata answered with a shake of her head. "Are you?" "Never better. I'm kicking ass out here," Jinan hollered with a laugh. "Jinan-san, don't lie to me," the Konoha-chunin replied. Hinata could see his condition with her Byakugan. Jinan had many open wounds on his body and he was breathing heavily. The constant, never-ending wave of enemies was starting to get to him. "Then don't lie to me either. We're both going through hell right now. Though honestly, I know the dude you are fighting and you definitely have a harder task than me," Jinan stated, still laughing. Hinata opened her mouth to disagree. While Unmo was, indeed, stronger than the shinobi attacking Jinan, he had more numbers to face, but Jinan started to speak up before her. "Just focus on killing Unmo and, when you get done, see if you have the energy to aid me taking down these guys. Just focus on yourself and worry about me later." "Fine, then you do the same," Hinata told him before turning her attention away from the wall and Jinan's battle. She turned her full attention, once again, to Unmo. "Your traitorous comrade has a point. I should be the only concern you have right now," Unmo informed her. "I know," Hinata replied with a sigh. She quickly got back into her gentle fist variant style. "I'm going to need to take care of you, though, so I can help him out." "Go ahead and try," Unmo nearly snorted as their battle continued. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Shikamaru breathed out multiple fireballs that flew towards Karatoriki. The Kirigaku or shinobi dodged them as he inched closer and closer to the Konoha shinobi. Karatoriki reached Shikamaru quickly and swung his axe at Shikamaru's arm. The Nara rolled out of the way in time, avoiding the attack. He then tossed a kunai with an explosive tag attached to the ground by Karatoriki's feet and ignited it quickly. The executioner jumped backwards, avoiding the blast. The explosion created dust that filled the area. Ninja Art, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow extended forward. It traveled underneath the dust clouds on its path towards Karatoriki. The executioner looked for the shadow, but he was unable to see it. The dust was concealing the shadow from him. Realizing this, Karatoriki took in a deep breath before exhaling, creating a gust of wind that blew the dust away from the battlefield. With the dust gone, he was now able to see the shadow approaching him, dangerously close to his position. The Kirigaku or shinobi proceeded to jump away, avoiding getting caught. He proceeded to take another deep breath before releasing blades of wind from his mouth towards Shikamaru. Seeing the oncoming attack, Shikamaru proceeded to call his shadow back to his side. He made another series of hand signs, causing the shadows around him to form a defensive barrier that protected him from the blades of wind. Karatoriki, however, continued to use his jutsu, causing the wind to consistently hit the same location on the shadowy barrier. After a few seconds, a crack started to develop in the barrier, causing Karatoriki to focus harder on his jutsu in order to smash the barrier. Shit! Shikamaru's barrier eventually was destroyed, leaving him wide open. The blades of wind made contact with his body, causing him to shout as he started to bleed further. Resisting the pain, Shikamaru ran through a series of hand signs. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The Konoha-chunin breathed out another massive fireball in the shape of a dragon's head. The fireball moved forward, blocking the blades of the wind. As it moved forward, the wind seemed to amplify its power, causing it to grow larger in size and move faster. After a few seconds, Karatoriki stopped using his jutsu as the fireball moved dangerously close to him. He jumped away in time to avoid most of the attack, but the fireball managed to graze his right arm slightly, causing it to slightly ignite in flames. His eyes narrowed as he resisted the urge to shout. Instead, he quickly took a deep breath in before exhaling, creating a gust of wind powerful enough to extinguish the fire on his arm. Shikamaru took advantage of Karatoriki's distraction and pulled out more kunai with explosive tags. He began tossing them over in his direction. Karatoriki, after getting the fire put out on his arm, had barely enough time to react. He jumped away just in time to avoid the blast. He then proceeded to move quickly to avoid the other explosions from Shikamaru's explosive tags. Each explosion created holes on the streets of their battlefield. With the battlefield now filled with holes, Shikamaru changed tactics and made a singular hand sign, causing his shadow to extend forward into the holes he had created. It then charged towards Karatoriki's body, moving faster thanks to the shadows from the hole. Karatoriki managed to jump away, however. As he kept moving away from the incoming shadow, he proceeded to toss his axe directly at Shikamaru's body. Shikamaru proceeded to duck, avoiding the axe. He then returned his concentration on trying to trap Karatoriki. Karatoriki still kept moving, avoiding Shikamaru's shadow. He was now, however, moving noticeably slower. Shikamaru realized he was getting closer to capturing him. Shikamaru, however, remained focused on the Kirigakuer shinobi's face. Karatoriki didn't seem anxious about his declining speed. Instead, he had an almost smug grin on his face. What's he planning? Shikamaru's eyes were narrowed in suspicion. Shikamaru's eyes, for a moment, focused in on Karatoriki's hands. He noticed the man making a pulling gesture with his right hand. The Konoha Chunin's face twisted into surprise. He then jumped out of the way, just in time to avoid an axe to his back. Karatoriki's axe flew back to its owner's hand. The Kirigakuer shinobi's smug grin faded and he looked disappointed. I made sure the wind I was using to pull my axe backward was silent. Must have tipped you off facially or something. Damn it. Karatoriki grumbled to himself. Something like that. Shikamaru replied as he began planning his next method of attack. Was close to killing you there. The executioner. Screw being close, I'll just kill you upright now. He then proceeded to make the ram hand sign and take in another deep breath. Wind style, divine wind. Karatoriki released another massive gust of wind. This gust of wind, however, quickly split into multiple gusts of wind that developed into 4 small tornadoes. The tornadoes began to move directly towards Shikamaru. The Konoha Chunin's eyes were wide in surprise at the sight of the tornadoes, but he quickly jumped out of the way just in time to avoid the first oncoming tornado. It then quickly turned back around, heading back towards him. He jumped out of the way again, but he was now in the path of the second one. It proceeded to cut into him deeply in his left arm, shoulder, and side before pushing him backwards. He fell to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. Devastating, isn't it? Karatoriki questioned smugly as he made the tiger hand sign. Well, let's make it a little more interesting, shall we? Fire style, running fire. Karatoriki proceeded to breathe out a stream of flame that quickly surrounded Shikamaru's position. It formed a ring of fire, trapping him on the inside. Karatoriki then made a gesture with his hands, causing the tornadoes to move directly into the fire. The 4 tornadoes were instantly ignited, causing them to become vortexes of moving, spinning flames. Fuck. Shikamaru cursed. He was now surrounded by 4 large fire tornadoes with no way of getting out. The tornadoes began to inch slowly closer to him. As they began to grow closer, Shikamaru's face was starting to sweat heavily. Burn. Burn to the ground. Karatoriki shouted as he watched the fire tornadoes move closer. I don't think I have any jutsus to get me out of here, but there's no way I'll survive getting hit by these things. I'm going to either burn or melt to death. Shikamaru rubbed sweat off his face as he looked back and forth between the approaching tornadoes. There's gotta be some way to stop them. Stop them from reaching me, maybe. His eyes wandered to the ground. He noticed that, while the tornadoes were getting dangerously close to burning him, there was still just enough space on the ground between himself and the tornadoes for a jutsu. He immediately started doing hand signs. That's it. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Using his chakra, Shikamaru began to change the ground around him into deep, thick swamp. Using his chakra, he extended the swamp back as far as he could, underneath the fire tornadoes. The approaching tornadoes were unable to continue moving forward, they were stuck and unable to reach him. Huh. Karatoriki blinked in confusion at the sight of his flame tornadoes stuck in swampland. A scowl developed on his face as he pushed forward with his hands. Move. Move. Despite his efforts, Karatoriki's flame tornadoes were not budging. They were stuck too deeply in the swamp Shikamaru had created. The Kirigakuer executioner grit his teeth at the sight. Fine. If my flames can't burn him, then I'll just cut into him the old-fashioned way. Karatoriki grumbled to himself as he tightened his grip on his axe. Thanks to my jutsu, I know he's still stuck in the middle of those flames. He's unable to move, meaning he's an easy target. Karatoriki proceeded to charge forward towards the fire tornadoes. As he close to them, he made a hand sign, dispelling them and revealing Shikamaru at the center. Karatoriki jumped into the air, over the swampland Shikamaru, and swung his axe quickly before he could react. Shikamaru was unable to move fully out of the way in time, getting hit by the axe on his right arm. It was not a deep enough cut to cut off the arm, but the wound is incredibly deep and caused blood to flow freely out of his body. He screamed in the pain. Heh. Karatoriki grinned as he pulled the axe out of Shikamaru's arm, causing more blood to pour out. He then prepared to swing his axe again, this time aiming for Shikamaru's neck. Die dash. Despite the pain, Shikamaru managed to quickly bring his hands together, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow extended past his body towards Karatoriki. Due to how close the two shinobi were to each other, the Kirigakuer shinobi was unable to get away in time, he was quickly caught in Shikamaru's shadow. His body was now locked. Damn it! Shikamaru ignored Karatoriki's cursing as he made another series of hand signs. More shadows from the area rushed over towards Karatoriki's body, encasing the shinobi. Within seconds, the executioner's body was entirely covered in shadows, the only thing uncovered was the man's head. After feeling satisfied with the amount of shadows, Shikamaru took a step slightly backwards, separating himself from the shadow connecting him to Karatoriki. Despite severing the connection, Karatoriki was unable to move. Grr. Move, damn it. He ordered his body as he tried to pull himself away from the shadows. Save yourself the trouble. Shikamaru informed him as he started to walk towards the man slowly. You've used probably way too much chakra and energy already to pull yourself away. Karatoriki opened his mouth to growl in response, but he stopped himself as he took the moment to look at Shikamaru's body. The Konoha Chunin was incredibly bloody with deep, open cuts all over his arms, shoulders, and left side. He was panting heavily and looked as if he was going to pass out at any moment. This caused Karatoriki to grin. You don't look good either, you know. And while you look bad physically, I assume you're even worse chakra-wise. He commented smugly. Whatever control you have over these chakras is going to fade soon, and when it does, I'll kill you. I'm not using much chakra to hold you. Not much as I could be, at least. Shikamaru replied dismissively. Why do you think once the battle turned to a one-on-one fight between us I started throwing so many explosive tags and making so many holes in the ground? I wanted to make as many shadows as I possibly could to give me and more shadows I could use. The more shadows I can use, the less strain on my chakra network. The Konoha shinobi then proceeded to pull out multiple explosive tags. I have just enough chakra in my system to hold you down long enough for me to finish you. Karatoriki's eyes widened in realization and fright as Shikamaru began to place explosive tags all over his shadow-encased body, including on his head. After a few seconds, there were 20 separate tags placed on the executioner. Once they were all placed, Shikamaru jumped backwards a good distance. No. No. Karatoriki mumbled to himself. I suppose this is fitting. Shikamaru mumbled as he raised his index finger, preparing to activate the explosive tags. You're going to die the same way you killed those hostages back in Kishio. You still keep going back to that. The executioner's eyes narrowed. The fear that had been momentarily in them was now replaced with anger. You holier-than-thou little shit. You think you're better than me, don't you? More moral than me? Well, guess what, scum, you are the same as me. How? How so? Shikamaru shouted in response. I didn't kill innocent lives just based on prejudice. But isn't that what you rebels are doing? You're killing Kirigakure citizens right now. And some, you must realize, aren't prejudiced like you think of me and are innocent of any blood. They're just going to be casualties of war, but you won't care. None of you rebels will care. Karatoriki shouted. His lips began to twist into a maniacal grin. However, that's not how you and I are alike. No, our similarities in much darker ways. Shikamaru remained still for a moment. He was prepared to ignite the seals and kill the executioner, but something was stopping him. For some reason, he felt himself waiting to hear what Karatoriki had to say. Bloodline freaks attacked my village and killed all the friends and family I had when I was growing up. I swore revenge on them. And, I made sure I got revenge. I became a Kirigakure shinobi and became the famous executioner I was. Karatoriki's voice became more and more manic with every word. His grin somehow proceeded to grow wider. I got my revenge on those freaks with every execution I did. And you swore revenge because I killed some bloodline hostages and here you are, getting your revenge. Karatoriki opened his mouth and started to openly laugh. You followed the path of revenge that I took. You're no better than me. You are the same as me. And just like me, you are going to keep following this path until you die. His laughter continued to grow louder and louder. Shikamaru felt a chill go down his spines. He had to get the voice to stop, he had to shut Karatoriki up, forever. He instantly activated the explosive tags. All 20 tags started to light up. You're my legacy to this world. Karatoriki continued to laugh as he watched the explosive tags light up. The executioner's laughter was finally stopped as multiple explosions occurred on his body. Dust clouds filled the air. By the time the dust faded, there was no visible sign of Karatoriki's body. He was gone from this world, as if he had never been there. You followed the path of revenge that I took. You're no better than me. You're my legacy to this world. Karatoriki's voice and laughter repeated over and over in Shikamaru's mind. The Konoha Chunin grabbed his head and his ears in an attempt to silence the voice that wouldn't seemingly escape. Despite his efforts, he couldn't silence it. I'm not. I was just stopping him from doing that to others. I'm not the same. He told himself. But you enjoyed it, didn't you? You enjoyed killing me. He could imagine the executioner laughing. You are the same. We are the same. Shikamaru fell to his knees before falling to the ground. He glanced up slightly and saw shinobi approaching him. He knew he recognized them. Was it Haku? Kiri? He couldn't really tell. Shikamaru knew they were shouting at him, but the only thing he could hear at the moment was Karatoriki's demented laughing in his mind. It was to this noise that Shikamaru finally succumbed to his physical wounds and chakra exhaustion and fell into unconsciousness. Water style, raging rapids. After making 3 hand signs, Unmo quickly raised his hand upward, causing the water underneath Hinata's feet to start to swirl around. Hinata quickly moved away as a powerful vortex of water shot upward. Seeing his attack miss, Unmo clapped his hands together, causing the vortex of water to break apart into multiple pillars of water. The pillars proceeded to rush Hinata. The Hyaga proceeded to move around gracefully in her place, avoiding each attack. As she dodged the oncoming blasts of water, she proceeded to channel chakra in her mouth. She then turned to face the Kirigakure shinobi and spat out a barrage of water bullets at him. The man sidestepped to avoid the attack, but in the process, cancelled his jutsu, causing the water pillars he created to disappear. With his jutsu cancelled, Hinata proceeded to charge forward towards her opponent. She began to concentrate her chakra into her hand. Unmo, watching her approach him, proceeded to make a series of hand signs before unleashing a barrage of water bullets that moved faster than the ones Hinata had created. The Hyuga, however, proceeded to jump out of the way of the oncoming attacks. After dodging all of the water bullets, she extended her palm towards Unmo, concentrating her chakra and releasing it. She created a stream of chakra that was released and rushed towards the man. Unmo proceeded to jump away, but the chakra stream moved fast and sliced into his side, causing him to bleed slightly. He closed his eyes in pain for a moment as he landed on the water behind Hinata. He then made a series of hand signs. Water style, torrential burial. Unmo slammed his foot hard against the water, causing the water around Hinata's body to rise up in the form of massive tidal waves. The water then quickly moved into slam into her. Hinata, however, got into a defensive position. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Quickly, Hinata proceeded to release multiple streams of chakra around her entire body. She rotated, allowing the chakra streams to completely surround her. The streams of chakra created a protective barrier around her, shielding her from the oncoming waves while also cutting into them. Unmo, seeing his jutsu fail to hit her, changed his tactics and switched to another jutsu, water style, raging rapids. The water underneath Hinata's feet proceeded to rush upwards, creating a giant, spinning vortex. She was unable to move away or direct her chakra streams to the water below her, causing her to take the full force of the fact. The vortex slammed her against the ceiling of the room, holding her place as more and more water slammed against her. A few seconds passed before Unmo, with a flick of his hand, cancelled his jutsu. Hinata's body quickly fell down. Her body managed to sink into the water. Now, drown this time. Unmo declared as he clapped his hands together. Water shaped like hands proceeded to rush over to Hinata's body under the water in the room and grab onto her. They proceeded to pull her down further and held her against the floor of the room, preventing her from getting up. Hinata winced from the force of the hands and could feel herself struggling to breathe. A few seconds passed before she quickly channeled chakra into the various tenketsu her body and released it, creating more chakra streams that destroyed the water holding her down. She quickly jumped out of the water and landed by the door to the room. Upon resurfacing, the Hyuga proceeded to breathe heavily. That was close. She mumbled to herself. Unmo opened his mouth to respond to her comment, but he was silenced at the sound of another man. Gah! Hinata's eyes widened at the sound of the voice and she gasped. Using her Byakugan, she momentarily looked at the battle outside of the room. Jinin had apparently been stabbed in the back by a Kirigakuer shinobi. The member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakuer fell to the ground. Jinin-san. Hinata shouted his name. Jinin struggled to move, it seemed like he was unable to pull himself off the ground. Nevertheless, he found the strength inside of him to lift his sword, Kabutori, up into the air and slam the hammer portion of the sword onto the ground, creating a shockwave that shoved the shinobi that had managed to injure him backwards into the hallway wall. With the shinobi no longer on his back, Jinin proceeded to slowly get himself off the floor. Hinata could see with her Byakugan approaching allies, she recognized Kakashi and a squadron of the rebels getting closer. Jinin-san, hold off for just a little longer. Please. Reinforcements are coming. She shouted to him. Oh. Unmo frowned as he proceeded to make a series of hand signs. Guess I ought to finish you off now then. Hinata turned her attention back to Unmo and frowned. Jinin was struggling outside of the room, she needed to end the battle now in order to be of any help to him. She needed to defeat Unmo now. It's risky, but I need to do something. I think I can kill him with it. I just need to overwhelm him. She told herself as she began making hand signs. Jinin-san, I'm going to use the jutsu you gave me. I'm going to use one of the single strongest water jutsus out there. Both Unmo and Hinata raced through their hand signs as quickly as they could. They were channeling heavy amounts of chakra as they rushed through them. Water began to slowly rise behind both shinobi and began to change shape. They then proceeded to finish their hand signs at the same time. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. The water around Unmo quickly rose up and changed shape to resemble another giant, serpent-like dragon. The water around Hinata, on the other hand, simply rose above her, swirling in a circle in the form of a massive ball. Both jutsus managed to drain the room of all of the water in it. How does she know that jutsu? She's from Konoha. How would she know a water-style jutsu of that strength? How would she be able to produce it? Unmo nearly choked at the sight of Hinata's technique. He then quickly shook his head. No, whatever. Her jutsu may be stronger than mine, but I'm a better practitioner of the water element. My technique should surpass hers. Focus, Hinata. Put all of your chakra into this. Put all of your strength. Keep holding onto it. Do what Jinin-san and Jiraiya-sama said, put all of your strength into this jutsu and send it flying at him. Hinata mentally told herself, eyes narrowed in determination. Instantly, both shinobi released their jutsus. Unmo's water dragon rushed forward towards Hinata while Hinata's massive ball of water quickly streamed forward in one massive cascade. The two jutsus collided against each other. The two jutsus, for a moment, remained in deadlock. Both shinobi tightened their control on their techniques and attempted to have theirs overwhelm the other. After a few seconds of trying, Hinata's cascade of water was magnified, streaming forward like a waterfall. Her jutsu was now starting to move forward, pushing past against the water dragon. No, no way. Unmo's eyes widened in fright as he saw his jutsu being overpowered. A Konoha shinobi is going to overpower me? With water style. Within moments of that realization, Hinata's giant vortex completely overwhelmed the water dragon. Its water was mixed in with Hinata's jutsu, giving it more power. The massive cascade of water quickly rushed into Unmo's body before he could move, completely crushing him. The water slammed him against the wall and broke through it. The blast continued to keep moving, slamming him through wall and wall of more and more rooms. Eventually, the jutsu reached a wall it couldn't smack through and slammed him against it. The force of the collision against the wall, however, managed to crack Unmo's skull. When the water started to fade and the jutsu came to its end, Unmo's body fell to the ground, unmoving. I can see him, he's not moving. He's death. Hinata told herself. Immediately after, she nearly fell to the ground. My body. The jutsu had taken a lot out of her body. Hinata felt herself completely spent, both physically and from a chakra standpoint. Despite this realization, she proceeded to walk slowly towards the door to the room and exit in some attempt to help out Jinin and her comrades. As she had shouted to Jinin, their squad mates had arrived. Various rebels of Kirigakure, led by Kakashi, were engaging the loyal Kirigakure shinobi that Unmo had called forth. Jinin lay on the floor, right next to the door to the room Hinata was in, with a medical shinobi attending him. Hinata quickly rushed to his side. Jinin-san. She shouted his name as she assessed his condition. Her eyes were wide in fright. While she could see his condition with her Byakugan, she was also distracted by Unmo. Seeing him now, however, showed her that he was in much worse condition. So much blood was pouring out from various wounds all over his body. The medic attending seemed to be conflicted about where he should be treating. Heh, kid. I heard you use the J-jutsu I taught ya. Jinin mumbled with a hard chuckle. His chuckling stopped, however, as he started to cough up blood. Jinin-san, please, don't stress yourself out. You'll be okay. Hinata told him frantically. She reached down to him and gripped his shoulder slightly, as if she was somehow helping him. You showed that Unmo bastard, heh? Jinin ignored Hinata's advice and continued to chuckle. Why Yuri something special kid? His eyes slowly started to close. Hinata's eyes widened further and tears started to flow from them. Please, Jinin-san, don't close your eyes yet. Why you can make it through this? She begged him. And nah kid. I'm an old guy who liked to fight. This was always going to be fate. But boy did I take down a number of bastards with me. He replied softly. His eyes opened ever so slightly as he took one more look at Hinata. Why you and that blonde kid you were with, why you reminded me of me and my girl B back in the day. B blonde. Hinata sniffled slightly. She knew he was referring to Naruto, but she tried to recall when Jinin would have met him. You two better live longer than we do. Jinin requested as his eyes started to close again. Enjoy love. Enjoy life. Hinata, while you can. With those words, Jinan's eyes closed for good as his body began to slouch forward further and his breathing stopped. Hinata's tears seemed to grow exponentially as she held her head down in shame. Jinan-san. She mumbled his name. She had managed to defeat Unmo and her squad appeared to be completing their mission. Everything was going according to plan. But at what cost? Well, I was wondering when you three would arrive. I was expecting this for a while now. Yagura told them in an almost cheerful fashion. Why you expected us? Naruto's eyes widened at the statement. Hello Kyuubi Jinchuriki? He responded, ignoring his question. His eyes then moved to Yotakata. Hello Rokubai Jinchuriki? He then turned his attention to Mei. His eyes narrowed slightly. And hello to you too, Mei-chan. It's been a while, huh? The smile on his face began to appear more malicious. Are you three prepared to die? Prepared to die? Naruto repeated Yagura's words as a scowl developed on his face. Yagura-kun, do you really intend on killing me? After all we've been through? Mei asked the Mizukage, a frown on her face. Yagura's eyes remained focused on Mei. The malicious smile on his face dropped and a frown took its place. He proceeded to cross his arms over his chest. Is that not what you are here to do to me, though? Aren't you three here to kill me? Yagura questioned. We aren't here to kill you. Mei answered with a frown. Then why are you here? He asked back, his eyes narrowing. To free Kirigakure. She answered simply. So, I was right, you are here to kill me. The Mizukage chuckled slightly. Despite his laugh, the frown on his face seemingly deepened. I thought we had a close enough relationship where you wouldn't lie to me like that, Mei-chan. Yagura, what happened to you? Yotakata spoke up, drawing the attention of the Mizukage to him. I know about your life story, Yagura. I know about how you fought to obtain the title of Mizukage to make Kirigakure a better place. You wanted to overthrow the Sandaime Mizukage that led us into the Third Shinobi World War. You wanted to make a village and country where there was no hate. What happened to you? Yagura gave no verbal reply. The gray-haired man walked forward. Mei, Yotakata, and Naruto tensed and got into a combative stance, prepared to strike if necessary. Yagura, however, simply walked past them. He continued to walk forward towards the cemetery. Mei, Yotakata, and Naruto followed behind, still prepared to engage him at any moment. Yagura didn't seem to notice, he simply continued to walk until he reached a plain grave. A small, red tablet marked on it said, Sandaime Mizukage, revealing the occupant of the grave. You know, this is a cemetery for the loyal shinobi. Most Kirigakure shinobi don't consider the Sandaime a loyal Kirigakure shinobi, they see him as a madman who led our village to ruin during the war. Yagura started to talk in a nostalgic tone of voice. A small smile developed on his face. I was advised him to bury him somewhere else, if bury him at all, but I put him here with a plain grave, without a proper tombstone. I wanted him to feel minuscule in the afterlife, surrounded by the great heroes of Kirigakure. And I wanted to come out of my house, at any given moment, and look at this grave and see that this man was dead. Yagura turned his head back to face Mei and the Jinchuriki, now grinning at them. What happened to me? I succeeded. I overthrew the Sandaime Mizukage and I'm now on the path to making Kirigakure into what it should be. It's a better place. It's close to being without hate. The grin disappeared instantly and a scowl took its place as he smacked his hands together. The only thing standing in my way is you, Mei-chan, and the fucking rebel scum that have been plaguing Mizu no Kuni for years. Fucking. Mei repeated the word with a frown. Yagura-kun, you've picked up a nasty rhetoric. I always thought you were too proper to swear. And I thought you wouldn't turn your back on the village. Yagura's scowl deepened as he spat out his words. She's not turning on the village, Yagura. Naruto stated, drawing attention to him. She's fighting to actually bring peace. She's fighting to save everyone. What do you know about peace? The Yondaime Mizukage questioned, eyes now focused on the blonde. Something about the way Yagura was staring at Naruto should unnerve him, but it did not. Naruto, instead, looked at him with unshakable confidence present in eyes. Enough to know that war needs to stop, that hate needs to stop. Mei is fighting to end the hate in this village and this country. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki answered. He then crossed his arms over his chest. She told me of a theory, you know? That you are being controlled. That there's some guy that's messing with your mind. This guy wouldn't happen to be the Sanbai, would it? Because I'll assure you, I'm in complete control of him. Yagura's scowl turned back into a malicious grin. That's not who she is talking about, she's referring to a man with the Sharingan. A man who I believe may have killed my parents. Naruto answered, stunning both Mei and Yotakata. It's not a theory, it's true. The Kyuubi growled within Naruto's mind. Being this close to the Isabu's Jinchuriki, I can feel the taint of Uchiha Madara reeking from him. That filthy Uchiha has his dirty little hands all over the Jinchuriki. And you know what? The Kyuubi can sense that man's presence too. Naruto spoke aloud, vocalizing the fox's words. You and I, Yagura, are the same. We are both Jinchuriki who were affected by the same man. Naruto proceeded to extend his right fist forward, pointing it at Yagura. So I'm going to help set you free from his control. You'll be a marvelous shinobi, Naruto-san. Mei smiled after Naruto finished talking. Naruto. Yotakata mumbled the blonde's name to himself. Yagura remained still for a moment, as if processing Naruto's words. A few seconds passed by before he started to laugh. Naruto, along with Mei and Yotakata, stiffened. They each prepared for combat. What an inspiring speech. You have some charisma, Kyuubi Jinchuriki. You nearly convinced me that I was possessed or something. Yagura stated as he reached for his staff. However, I know better. I am the same person I've always been. I am Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki and Yondaime Mizukage. And, in the name of Kirigakuer, I will strike the three of you down. Chapter 50, Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage. What an inspiring speech. You have some charisma, Kyuubi Jinchuriki. You nearly convinced me that I was possessed or something. Yagura stated as he reached for his staff. However, I know better. I am the same person I've always been. I am Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki and Yondaime Mizukage. And, in the name of Kirigakuer, I will strike the three of you down. Upon grabbing his staff, Yagura proceeded to swing it forward in front of him at the air, water style, water dragon jutsu. The water in the air around him began to change shape, resembling a giant, serpent-like dragon made of water. With another swing of his axe, Yagura directed the giant water dragon forward, directly at his opponents. Mei, however, responded with her own jutsu. Water style, water formation pillar. Mei expelled water in the form of a dense, curved torrent that surrounded her, Naruto, and Yotakata. The torrent created a barrier that prevented the water dragon from colliding against with any of them. Naruto-san, you and I should be using our Biju for this fight. Yotakata stated sharply as he made a hand sign. In an instant, a red chakra cloak began to surround Yotakata's body. 6 tails of chakra developed from the cloak. His eyes narrowed and picked up a reddish color and his skin started to appear slimy. Whoa! Yotakata can use all 6 tails of chakra from the Rokubai? He can use all of its power. Naruto questioned in surprise. He's only in the version 1 form, so I doubt he can use of all of Seiken's power. The Kyuubi commented. Version 1. Seiken. Naruto shook his head as he started to make a hand sign and close his eyes. Whatever, Kyuubi, I'm going to use as much of your chakra as I can handle. I should be able to use 4 tails now, right? You used 3 against that Demuzumaki at the temple and you've grown stronger since then, so you should be at a point where you can use 4. However, I reserve the right to send you more chakra if I think your life is on the line. I'm not letting my container die to the Sanbai's Jinchuriki. The Kyuubi replied. Naruto's body was surrounded by the same red chakra cloak that surrounded Yotakata's body. His physical features changed as well, his eyes became red in color and narrowed, his whisker marks became more pronounced, and his fingernails developed into claws. 4 tails of chakra developed around the blonde. As Naruto and Yotakata finished channeling their Biju's chakra, Mei cancelled her jutsu. The water barricade that had surrounded them fell to the ground, causing water to drench the soil of the cemetery. With the water no longer surrounding them, Yagura was able to give a hard look at his opponents. A small look of amusement crossed his lips as he noticed the chakra cloaks surrounding Yotakata and Naruto. Is that all of the chakra you two can channel? You both can't even enter version 2 without losing control of your Biju, can you? Yagura questioned, almost in a taunting fashion, as he raised his staff upwards. He then quickly slammed the end of the staff with the shorter hook into the ground. Coral ripples rising. A series of coral spikes began to rise from underneath the earth. They rushed forth from the ground in a row directly towards Mei, Yotakata, and Naruto. The three shinobi jumped out of the way before the coral could reach them. Yagura pulled his staff out of the earth, causing the coral to explode, launching various coral spikes to shoot outwards. Don't let any of those hit you. Mei shouted at the Jinchuriki. She, Naruto, and Yotakata proceeded to jump around, dodging the various coral spikes that flew towards them. One coral spike, however, managed to make contact with Naruto's leg, piercing it. He winced, resisting the urge to shout in pain. He reached over to pull the coral out of his leg, but he stopped as he noticed the coral starting to grow in size, spreading further up his leg. What the desh, Naruto mumbled as he tried to move his leg. The coral was making it harder to move it and, at the pace it was growing, it seemed as if it was going to make him unable to move at all. Damn it, Naruto! Mei hissed as she rushed to his side. The leader of the Kirigakure rebels proceeded to spit out a lava-like acid from her mouth directly onto the coral. The coral melted, freeing Naruto's leg from its grasp and allowing him to move his leg freely. Mei opened her mouth to say something to Naruto, but she stopped herself as she turned her body just as Yagura was rushing her, gripping his staff tightly. She sidestepped, avoiding a swing of his staff. Mei then opened her mouth, releasing a thick cloud of mist from her lips. Yagura responded by spitting out a bullet of water from his mouth, intercepting the mist before it could hit him. He then quickly slammed his right hand on the ground. Both Naruto and Mei jumped away just as coral rose from the ground underneath their feet. Yagura turned his head towards Naruto and Mei, watching their movements. Water style, bubbles technique. Yagura turned his head towards Yotakata just in time to see the Rokubai Jinchuriki release a barrage of bubbles from his pipe towards him. The bubbles quickly made contact with the Sanbai Jinchuriki's body, causing them to light up and explode. Immediately after Yagura was struck, the coral proceeded to fall apart before dissipating. Yotakata, not waiting for the dust clouds to scatter, took in a deep breath. Acid scattering. Yotakata breathed out a massive burst of liquid corrosive acid towards the dust clouds in Yagura's original position. The dust clouds scattered instantly, revealing Yagura, seemingly unharmed and gripping onto his staff tightly. Water style, water mirror jutsu. A circular pool of water developed directly in front of Yagura's body. The water made a perfect reflection of Yotakata's corrosive acid, causing the reflection to emerge from the mirror and launching a stream of acid at Yotakata. The two acids collided against each other, cancelling each other out. Yotakata's acid proceeded to fade away while Yagura's acid reflection dispersed into water. So that's the famous water mirror technique you are known for. Yotakata noted, his eyes glancing momentarily at the water that had created a perfect copy of his jutsu. That it is. Yagura replied with a chuckle. He lightened his grip on his staff as he looked at Yotakata with a small smile on his lips. Yotakata-san, correct? May I ask you a question? Yotakata's response was to bring his pipe to his lips and blow another series of bubbles directly towards Yagura. Both Naruto and Mei joined in, releasing a major gust of wind and a thick cloud of mist respectively. I'll take that as no. Yagura shook his head in frustration. Seeing the three jutsus approaching, Yagura bent down slightly before jumping high into the air, avoiding the three different attacks. The Mizukage continued to float in the air momentarily above his opponents before he began a rapid descent downwards towards Yotakata. As he continued to fall, chakra, shaped in the form of a turtle shell, surrounded his body. Leaping bullet shell tower. Yotakata jumped away just in time as Yagura's body made contact with the earth, creating a massive crater in the ground and forcing dirt and stone upwards at a rapid rate. Nearby tombstones were shattered, causing chunks to scatter as well. The various dirtstone mixtures collided with Yotakata as he tried to get away, momentarily stunning him. Yagura took this moment to rush towards the Rokubai Jinchuriki and grab his body, preventing him from moving. Yotakata-san! Mei shouted. Are you sure you don't want to talk to me? Yagura questioned as he tightened his grip on Yotakata, causing him to choke. Yotakata, however, did not verbally respond to Yagura's question, causing him to sigh. Oh well. I was just going to ask why you would want to side with Mei over me, a fellow Jinchuriki. I thought you and I would understand each other. I don't understand why you chose to side against me, but I don't really care anymore. You clearly made your bed. Yagura proceeded to loosen the grip on Yotakata ever so slightly as he reached for his staff. Now, lay in it. Leech gap. An alkaline liquid began oozing from Yotakata's skin. The liquid made contact with Yagura's hands, causing them to burn. The Mizukage hissed as he let go of his grip on Yotakata and jumped away. He took a moment to look at his hands and arms and noticed burns that pierced his clothes. The burns were deep and causing him incredible pain. He then turned his head back to Yotakata. The black-haired man's body was still oozing the alkaline liquid, but the liquid was slowly starting to fade away. Interesting jutsu, you clever slug. Yagura hissed his praise. Thank you. Yotakata replied with a smug smile. By the way, to answer your questions and help you understand, your regime in Kiri is precisely why I became a missing ninja. I may have had grievances with humans and the leadership after the experience with my former sensei, but I still had some faith in a government with a Jinchuriki in power. You destroyed that faith, Yagura. How? I haven't done anything wrong. Stop believing that rebel propaganda. The Yondaime Mizukage demanded. You've been against people with Kekkei Genkai with the same hate that people have against us Jinchuriki. I'd actually say you approach them with more hate, since you have actually advocated for genocide. Yotakata answered angrily. As a Jinchuriki, you should never go against somebody based off something they were born with. You of all people should know better. A bitter chuckle left his lips. I suppose if you really don't understand that thought, then Mei-san and Naruto-kun must be right, you must be under someone's control that is making you this way. You believe that too? Yagura rolled his eyes. Just look around you, Yagura-kun. Look at the cemetery. Mei called out. Yagura did as she asked and gazed around at the cemetery around them. He noticed many of the graves were now ruined, torn apart by his last jutsu. The Yagura I knew wouldn't have used a jutsu like that in a place like this, regardless of any battle he had here. He would have been respectful in fear of damaging the graves. Hell, you probably would have tried to force the fight away from here in the first place. Mei shouted. Mei, shut up. Yagura hissed, dropping the honorific. I don't know who you think I am, but you clearly need to get over the past. I'm obviously not who you think I am, just like you aren't the loyal shinobi I thought you were. You're a traitor and the punishment for treason is death. Yagura quickly brought his hands together and started channeling his chakra. His eyes started to change color, morphing into a pure red. A crater began to develop underneath his feet, as more and more chakra began to surround the Mizukage. You all deserve death. And I'm going to come at you all with every bit of strength I have. He declared. Dark red, almost black, chakra began to completely encase Yagura's body. He started to slouch over slightly as his back began to almost harden, producing a shell of chakra around it. Spikes developed on the shell and Yagura's limbs. His fingernails developed into claws and his facial features became more pronounced. The Mizukage promptly grinned, revealing his teeth that were now more akin to fangs. 3 tails of dark red chakra developed and began swaying behind him. Okay, kid, you wanted to know more about versions of Jinchuriki forms. Well, that's version 2. The Kyuubi snarled within Naruto's mind. In that state, he's using all of Isabu's chakra without actually releasing him. His speed, strength, and power is going to completely outclass what he demonstrated a moment ago. The fox proceeded to shake his head. In a state like that, he should be at the whim of the Biju inside of him, but if the rumors are true, then this Yagura should still retain full control. Damn. Naruto mumbled to himself. He just skipped the first version and went straight to using version 2. And he wasn't even forced into this position, he's doing it strictly to kill us. Yotakata shook his head at the sight of the transformed Jinchuriki in front of him. Yagura-kun. Mei frowned at the sight of Yagura. A memory began to develop in Mei's mind. Ah. After a few moments, the red-black chakra that had surrounded Yagura's body began to fade. The teenager fell to his knees as his physical features began to change shape, turning back to their former, more human appearances. Yagura-kun. Mei quickly rushed over to her teammate to help him up. She grabbed Yagura's hand and helped him up. The gray-haired boy shook his head slightly, as if adjusting to his surroundings. He was breathing and sweating heavily, but had a triumphant look on his face. Well? How was your mind? Mei questioned. Great. Yagura replied between his breaths. It took him a few more seconds to calm down before he could speak properly. He promptly started speaking again as his face morphed into a happy smile. I was aware and in control during the transformation. The auburn-haired girl smiled brightly as she quickly brought Yagura closer to her, enveloping him in a hug. In the process, she forced his face into her developing chest, instantly creating a bright red blush on his cheeks. Your training has paid off, Yagura-kun. Great job. She told him cheerfully. Thanks, Mei-chan. Yagura stammered in response. Mei looked downward, wondering why Yagura was acting so shy. Seeing his face directly on her chest caused a playful smirk to develop on her face. She pushed him away slightly. Did you like that, Yagura-kun? She asked flirtatiously. I've been told they're developing quite nicely for a 14-year-old. Some say they're going to be huge in a couple of years. I have nothing to contribute to this discussion. The Sanbai Jinchuriki managed to say. His reaction caused Mei to giggle. I'm just saying. It's important that at least one of us is physically developing, little turtle. She said, still giggling, as she pat Yagura's head. Yagura's blush vanished and a scowl developed on his face. Hey, it's not my fault that I'm short. I just haven't hit my growth spurt yet. He exclaimed, crossing his arms over his chest. Just you wait. By the time I become Mizukage, I'm going to be a giant and I will totally tower of everybody. That'll be the day, little turtle. Mei continued to giggle, much to Yagura's chagrin. Once Mei's laughter stopped, the two remained quiet. They lay down on the ground, looking upwards to the sky and watching the clouds together. A minute passed by before Mei turned her head towards the boy next to her. Yagura-kun? She questioned. Yes, Mei-chan. He turned his head towards her. I was being serious, you did a great job. You are really getting better control of the Sanbai. And, if you keep it up, you'll be able to use all of its chakra and still stay in complete control. Mei informed him, smiling. I don't think I could do that if I was the one with the Sanbai inside me. You're really cool, Yagura-kun. Tears threatened to fall down Yagura's face after Mei's praise. He quickly shook his head, doing his best to resist the urge to cry. Despite his attempts, he began to tear up. A smile joined the tears as he looked at his teammate. Thanks, Mei-chan. Thanks for always believing in me. Of course I believe in you. We're teammates and best friends. And nothing is going to ever change that. She said as her smiling became wider. That makes me happy. Yagura's smile grew wider as well, developing into a grin. Mei proceeded to shake her head, forcing the memory out of her head. She focused her attention solely on Yagura in front of her. I have to admit, it's been a while since I've used this form. Yagura commented, his voice notably darker than it had been previously. It feels absolutely invigorating. Yagura gripped his staff tightly in his left hand, now able to effortlessly swing it with one hand. He tightened his right hand into a fist. A few seconds passed by before the Mizukage charged forward. Mei and Yotakata jumped away in time, but Naruto was unable to get away. Yagura punched him hard in the stomach. Naruto was sent flying backwards. Shit. He's so fast. Naruto hissed in pain. He tried to adjust himself so he could land on his feet, but he felt himself having difficulty moving his body. His eyes then noticed a small piece of coral that had developed on his stomach, where Yagura had punched. The coral was starting to expand, moving through its body. What? He can create the coral now with just a punch. The Konoha shinobi's eyes were wide in fright. Before the coral could expand too far, Naruto quickly reached into a pocket on his pants and pulled out an explosive tag. He slammed it on the coral and activated it, causing it to explode. The Uzumaki winced in pain, being close to the explosion, but he destroyed the coral before it could develop further. Now no longer restrained by it, he proceeded to land on his feet on the ground. Yagura charged forward again, moving at the same speed towards him. This time, Naruto managed to sidestep in time, barely avoiding another punch. Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. As Yagura swung at Naruto once again, Naruto quickly sunk deep into the earth. The Sanbai Jinchuriki focused his eyes on the ground and raised his staff, preparing to stab the hook into the earth. Yotakata, however, released a barrage of bubbles at him, exploding on Yagura's back and interrupting his attack. The Mizukage turned his focus to the Rokubai Jinchuriki, who slammed his palms together. Water Style, Bubble Hell. Yotakata breathed out a singular, large bubble from his pipe directly between himself and Yagura. The bubble quickly reached Yagura's body before erupting, launching Yagura backwards slightly. The explosion caused the large bubble to develop into hundreds of smaller bubbles that surrounded Yagura's body. These bubbles quickly moved in on the Mizukage. In response, Yagura slammed his right palm onto the ground. A coral formation rose up from the ground that surrounded his body. The spikes of the coral made contact with the bubbles, popping them before they could explode. Yagura lifted his hand off the ground, dissipating the coral. Seeing the Mizukage still for a moment, Mei quickly ran through a series of hand signs. Lava Style, Expanding Flame Rings. A ring of melting flames surrounded Yagura's body and closed in on him. Yagura jumped into the air in time to avoid the flames. Mei made a hand gesture, causing the flames to rise in the air under his body towards him at a rapid rate. The Mizukage proceeded to point his staff downward at the approaching flames. Water Style, Water Mirror Jutsu. A circular pool of water developed underneath Yagura's body and created a perfect reflection of the approaching flames. Yagura then, using the hook on his staff, spun the mirror at a 90-degree angle, pointing it at Mei's body. Another barrage of melting flames was released from the mirror towards Mei's body. After launching the attack at her, the Mizukage opened his mouth and released a torrent of water from his mouth, completely consuming the flames approaching him, destroying them. Now safe, Yagura proceeded to descend downward towards the Kirigakure rebel leader. He turned his body around, causing the shell to face her. Mei moved out of the way, avoiding the melting flames Yagura sent at her. She then briefly looked up in time to see the approaching Mizukage skyrocketing towards her. The Kirigakure rebel leader moved away just in time as Yagura made contact with the earth. His impact created a massive crater, with the force created knocking Mei backwards. She was sent flying towards the Golden Gate to the cemetery, causing her to cough up blood after the impact. Was hoping that would have actually hit you, Mei-chan. That was probably one of my most powerful impacts I've done. Yagura commented with a frown as he looked over to Mei. He then briefly looked downward to the ground. Pretty big crater created, too. Wonder if that may have killed the Kyuubi kid under the ground. As if responding to his question, Naruto jumped out from the earth directly underneath Yagura. He swung upwards, attempting to punch the Mizukage in the face. The Sanbai Jinchuriki, however, managed to move his body backwards slightly, avoiding the attack. He then grabbed Naruto's neck, gripping it tightly. Coral started to develop on his neck and began to grow downward. Did you honestly assume that work? You should know by now that any physical contact with me will just get you stuck in a situation like this. Yagura asked, almost in disbelief. This is the third time. What kind of shinobi are you? Despite the hand on his throat and the coral developing, Naruto managed to grin in response. I'm the unpredictable kind. Yagura tightened his grip on Naruto's neck, which caused Naruto's body to disappear in a poof of smoke. The Mizukage's eyes narrowed in surprise. A shadow clone. He looked in confusion. Hundreds of Naruto clones jumped from underneath the earth directly under Yagura's body. One of them punched him under his chin, knocking him upward into the air slightly. Multiple clones of Naruto proceeded to grab Yagura's body, holding him in place. The original Naruto proceeded to hold out his right hand and channeled chakra into it carefully. An orb of chakra began to develop in his right hand. Raise Non. Naruto attempted to slam the orb into Yagura's chest, but Yagura managed to pull the Naruto clones holding onto him away from him. He then grabbed Naruto by the wrist, stopping his jutsu from connecting and cancelling it. Naruto struggled to free himself, but he couldn't pull himself away. That jutsu, that wouldn't happen to be the original technique invented by the Yondaime Hokage, would it? Yagura questioned Naruto curiously. I admired him. We were the youngest Kage to have ever come to power. I really wished I got the chance to meet him. Why yeah. Naruto grumbled as he pulled out a kunai with a sealing tag attached to it with his left hand. Immediately as he pulled it out, Naruto's left wrist was grabbed by Yagura. Come to think of it, you look like him. Yagura noted as he tightened his grip on Naruto's wrists, causing him to close his eyes in pain. He was my father. Naruto replied, resisting the urge to shout. Despite the pain, he maintained his grip on the kunai. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. He said. Do me a favor and put in a good word for me when you see him in hell. With what little control and feeling he had in his left hand, Naruto tossed the kunai into Yagura's face. The Mizukage acted quickly, letting go of Naruto's right hand so he could catch it before it could him. With his hand free, Naruto quickly made a hand sign. The seal attached to the kunai started to glow a bright green color. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. A tornado-like windstorm developed directly in front of Yagura. The sheer force of the storm sent him flying backwards, letting go of his grip on Naruto. The Mizukage was sent backwards into a tombstone, smashing through it. He continued to fly through the air until the windstorm began to fade, causing him to fall to the ground. Utakata quickly rushed over to Yagura's side as he was pulling himself off the ground. He then blew on his pipe, creating a large bubble. The bubble moved towards the Mizukage's body, completely engulfing him. Yagura, now standing up in the bubble, began to try and punch his way out of the bubble. He then swung the hook of his staff to puncture it. None of his attempts worked, however, causing Utakata to smirk. You were mocking Naruto-san and I for not being able to enter a version 2 form, but you should not ignore the fact that we are Jinchuriki as well with just as much chakra. Actually, I would say more, since the two of us have Biju with more chakra than the Sanbai. Utakata informed him sharply. A scowl developed on Yagura's face as he continued to free himself from the bubble. A moment passed before he stopped trying. A smug grin then developed as he slammed his hands together. Multiple coral spikes rose from the underground at a rapid rate. It pierced Utakata's stomach and shoulders, causing him to immediately choke out blood. The coral also punctured the bubble around Yagura, freeing him. That is true, you and Naruto-san, was it? You both have stronger Biju inside of you and more chakra. However, that's not talking about your individual strength levels. Yagura commented smugly. I am the Mizukage for reasons other than my chakra. I earned the title with my own skill and battle experience. Neither of you could hope to match up to it. Utakata could not verbally respond, he was too busy resisting the urge to scream in pain. The Rokubai Jinchuriki began secreting acid from his skin, melting the coral spikes that had pierced him. A moment passed by before he managed to destroy the spikes inside of him. He proceeded to fall to the ground and began pulling himself up. Yagura raised his staff and prepared to stab Utakata one more time, but he was stopped as a torrent of water was sent flying towards him. He turned his attention towards it and cut through the oncoming water with his staff. Mei jumped in, landing between Yagura and Utakata. She opened her mouth and released a thick white mist. Her attack connected this time, hitting Yagura in the face. The Mizukage hissed in pain as he inched backwards. She then rushed forward at him and tried to land a punch at his face, but Yagura recovered in time and dodged the attack. He swung his staff at her, but she jumped into the air and avoided it. Mei landed directly behind him and spat out another cloud of mist from her mouth. This time, Yagura managed to turn around and release a torrent of water, connecting with her attack and cancelling it out. Both shinobi jumped backwards, creating distance between themselves. Yotakata, seeing that Yagura was no longer focused on him, proceeded to move away as he channeled more of the Rokubi's chakra in an attempt to heal his wounds as quick as possible. Yume-chan, unlike the Jinchuriki Ki you brought with you, are a cage-level shinobi. You're the only one here that I'd consider legitimately dangerous. Yagura noted with a small chuckle. I don't really know why you brought these Jinchuriki Ki with you. You and I should have been fighting this alone. I believe our history would suggest that to you. Yagura's statement caused a memory to return to Mei's mind. Mei and Yagura attacked each other with a different jutsu. Mei released a blast of lava-like acid from her mouth while Yagura let out a large torrent of water from his. Both attempted to dodge each other's attacks, but were unable to get away and were both hit. Oomph! Both shinobi were sent backwards. The force of the water caused Mei to collide against a nearby tree, causing her to shout in pain and fall to the ground. She struggled to pull herself off the ground, but found herself unable to do so. Yagura, on the other hand, was screaming due to the acid. He quickly channeled chakra into his hands, making them completely damp, as he tried to force the acid off his face and end the burning. Seriously? Kisame looked back and forth between the two shinobi and sighed. You both KO'd each other. That's lame. I wanted to actually see which one of you two was stronger. I am not knocked out yet. Mei replied defiantly as she attempted to stand up again. Like previously, she fell back to the ground. Shit. Yeah, you are. You can barely move. Kisame snickered. He then turned his attention to Yagura. The Sanbai Jinchuriki Ki had seemingly got all of the acid out of his face and was no longer burning. The gray-haired boy, however, was now lying on the ground, panting heavily. And you aren't any better either, turtle. Kisame stated with a loud laugh. Shut up, Kisame. Yagura grumbled in response. I'd like to see you try and handle fighting her in a fight. I probably could have crushed her. And you, for the record. I'm going to be the best swordsman Kirigaku's ever seen. Kisame exclaimed. Sukazan Fugyuki-sama, after all, recruited me as his apprentice. I'm going to be in the 7 swordsmen of Kirigaku in no time. Yeah, you're right, you will. Mei said as she finally pulled herself off the ground. She then began to walk over towards their teammate. But either Yagura-kun and I will be the Mizukage by then, and you'll be taking orders from us. Ha. Yeah, right. The shark-like boy snorted in response. One of you may become Mizukage, but I'll definitely be in the swordsmen before then. He then started to walk off. Anyway, I actually have training with Fugyuki-sama soon. If you all are done fighting, then I'll just head over there early. Mei and Yagura watched their teammate walk off. The Sanbai Jinchuriki Ki had a frown on his face while Mei was openly scowling. Does he really have to be such a fucking jerk? She grumbled, closing her arms over her chest. Mei-chan, please don't swear like that. It's not proper speech. Yagura was now frowning at her. And Kisame-san isn't that bad. He can be nice when he wants to be. Yeah, whenever that is. Mei shook her head in frustration. She then turned her head and focused back on Yagura. Well, whatever. Screw him anyway. That was a good fight, Yagura-kun. I thought I had you. And I thought I was going to win. You took me by surprise. The gray-haired boy chuckled. If we keep sparring like this every day, I think the two of us will be nearly invincible. Fuck yeah. Heck yeah. Mei amended her speech as Yagura started to frown at her. We can be unstoppable and make sure that at least one of us becomes the next Mizukage. And it's going to be me. Yagura chuckled. No way. It'll be me. I'm going to be the first woman Kage. Mei grinned. And I'll be the first Jinchuriki Kage. He grinned back. The two teammates laughed together for a moment. Mei held out her hand and helped Yagura up off the ground. They then started to walk away from the training ground, heading towards Kirigaku. You know, Mei-chan, we should keep sparring like this, but I think we should end up having a big fight later on. To see which one of us should become the next Mizukage. Yagura commented. Heh, you want to have a battle to see which one of us will be in control of the village? Mei questioned with a laugh. I'm fine with that. Just expect me, when we finally have that battle, to win it. Yeah right. The Sanbai Jinchuriki shook his head in response, laughing in unison with Mei. Mei shook her head, forcing the memory out of her head. Her eyes narrowed as she looked the Mizukage in the eye. I stand by what I said, you are not the Yagura I know. You are just the Mizukage that's under the control of someone else. She spat out. And while I have a history with Yagura-kun, I have no history with you. You know, this, being controlled, theory you keep talking about is really starting to anger me. Yagura's face developed into a scowl as he started making hand signs. Really? Then why don't you do something about it? Mei taunted, making similar hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. / water style, water dragon jutsu. Both Mei and Yagura, using the water in the atmosphere, created large, serpent-like dragons made of water. The dragons flew forward and collided against each other, cancelling each other out and causing rain to sprinkle down over the cemetery around them. Mei began making hand signs with one hand before stomping her foot on the ground. 1,000 needles of death. The raindrops in the air changed shape, resembling needles. The needles all faced Yagura before rushing forward toward him. The Sanbai Jinchuriki began quickly moving his body, sidestepping and avoiding all of the needles. As each needle made contact with the ground, they formed a small puddle on the ground. Mei then ran through the same hand signs as before. While needles were still falling at Yagura, the puddles on the ground quickly changed shape into another water dragon. The Mizukage quickly jumped back to avoid getting struck by the dragon. In the process, he allowed himself to get struck by several of the rain needles on his shoulders, causing him to hiss slightly. He quickly pulled them out before turning his attention back to the water dragon. Yagura held out his staff and generated another pool of water in front of himself. The pool made a perfect reflection of the water dragon. Using his staff, Yagura changed the angle of the mirror, causing it to face Mei. The pool of water released another water dragon directly towards her. He then slammed his right palm on the ground, creating a giant coral spike that pierced Mei's dragon, preventing it from attacking him. Mei attempted to move out of the way the water dragon reflection, but she was unable to get fully away in time and the dragon managed to connect. She was dragged backwards slightly as the water began forcing itself on her. Despite the pressure of the jutsu and the pain, she remained on her feet, not allowing her feet to leave the ground. She quickly ran through a series of hand signs before extending out her right palm. The gesture completely split the water pounding onto her in half, causing the water dragon to turn into a giant puddle that completely surrounded her. With the attack unsuccessful, Yagura charged forward at an incredible speed to her. In moments, he was directly in front of her. Instead of trying to jump away from the attack, Mei started making another set of hand signs. Boil style, steam rising. The giant puddle underneath her and Yagura was instantly transformed into steam. The steam rose upwards at a rapid rate, completely consuming Yagura's and Mei's bodies. Ah! Yagura shouted in pain as the steam collided with him. Despite the pain and burns Yagura was experiencing, the steams had seemingly no effect on Mei. She was grinning smugly as she watched the man in front of her scream. She extended her fist backwards before delivering a strong punch to his face, knocking him backwards and out of the steam. Yagura landed hard on the ground. Naruto, now seeing an opportunity to get involved in attack, pointed his index finger directly at Yagura, signaling for his remaining clones to charge at the Jinchuriki. The clones rushed him, each having their fists extended to punch him. Just before the first clone reached his body, however, Yagura extended his body into the shell on his back. The shell grew in size and formed a giant, spiked ball. Shell tower falling. The spiked ball began rotating before rolling forward, piling through the Naruto clones and destroying each of them. Still remaining in his shell, Yagura rolled directly towards the original Naruto. The Uzumaki jumped into the air to avoid the attack, but the shell bounced upwards towards him and slammed into him. Naruto hissed in pain as the weight of the shell forced him to the ground and the spikes on the shell pierced his skin. The shell then started to roll in place, digging itself further into the ground, and by proxy, into Naruto. More weight was applied to Naruto's body and the spikes began digging deeper into his skin, causing him to shout in pain. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto quickly pulled his body further underground, getting him out from underneath Yagura. Now that the blonde was no longer under him, Yagura, still in his spiked shell, jumped upwards onto the earth. He proceeded to roll in place for a few seconds before rushing towards Mei. Lava style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. Mei released lava-like acid from her mouth that quickly expanded around her body and formed a wall between her and Yagura. The spiked shell made contact with the wall. The shell ended up crushing the wall, much to Mei's surprise. That shouldn't happen. My wall should have stopped him. Her eyes widened as she watched the shell come closer to her. Damn it! The Kirigakure rebel leader jumped away, but Yagura's shell moved too fast and slammed into her, running her over. The Mizukage, as he did with Naruto, proceeded to roll in place, forcing Mei further into the earth and digging the spikes on his shell further into her. Let's try that again. Mei told herself, ignoring the unbelievable pain resulting from being crushed by Yagura's shell. Lava style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. Lava-like acid was released from her mouth directly onto Yagura's spinning, spiked shell. Lava continued to pour from her mouth, completely coating the shell with it. At first, the technique appeared to be doing nothing and Yagura continued to roll, applying more weight onto Mei. After a few seconds, however, the lava proved too much, the shell's speed began slowing exponentially. The rolling stopped completely and the shell jumped off of her. Mei forced herself out of the ground in time to see Yagura pulling himself out of his shell. Despite the fact that his body was covered in the reddish-black chakra of the version 2 Jinchuriki form, she could tell that her jutsu burned Yagura's skin greatly. A scowl was on his face as he glared in Mei's direction. What's wrong, little turtle? Can't take a little heat? Mei taunted. D-damn you! He hissed. I wouldn't be so smug if I were you. You're not in much better shape. And unlike me, you're not a Jinchuriki, your body won't heal those wounds so easily. Yagura was right, his last attack had caused many spikes to pierce various parts of body. She was bleeding heavily in different areas. Mei shook her as she started channeling chakra in her right palm. Her hand turned green in color as she started to touch some of her wounds gently. Medical ninjutsu? Since when did you learn that? Yagura questioned. I don't know much, just enough to treat a few minor wounds, or at least patch up major wounds in a way that they won't impact a battle. Mei replied dismissively as she focused on healing herself. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not going to save you. The Mizukage hissed as he charged forward at the woman. As Yagura attacked Mei, Naruto dug himself out of the ground, slightly away from the battlefield. The blonde was breathing heavily as his body was trying to rapidly heal the wounds he received from Yagura's last jutsu. Despite that, his eyes were focused solely on the Mizukage and the Kirigakure rebel leader. They're relentless. Naruto mumbled to himself. I agree. The blonde turned his head and saw Utakata approaching him. The Rokubai Jinchuriki was also breathing heavily, but not nearly at the rate Naruto was. Naruto noticed that many of the wounds he had last seen on Utakata were now cleared up. Were you healing back here? He questioned. Utakata nodded his head in response. I would have been a hindrance in the battlefield in my previous condition. I simply moved away when I saw the chance to heal. I'm going to go back out in just a moment, but I'm trying to think of a proper plan of action. I hear ya. Naruto sighed. We need to think of something to do. Yagura is pounding into us and it's 3-on-1. This is ridiculous. Yagura's the Mizukage for a reason, he's in a different level of fighting than us, Naruto-san. I may be closer to his level than you are, but it does not matter overall. Mei-san is the closest to his level and it's why she's able to fight against him continuously, but I think even she isn't as strong as him. The Rokubai Jinchuriki answered with a sigh. The trick we need to think of, however, is to find a way to work around the difference in our strengths. That's what I'm trying to think about. Naruto mumbled in response. It's easier said than done, though. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki admitted internally. Yagura's tough. The only techniques that have seemed to do really any damage to him are Yotaka's acid and Mei's lava. And the only thing I managed to him with really was after hitting him underground and landing my Fuinjutsu on him in surprise. Naruto's eyes widened as he repeated that last thought. Wait a second. That's it. He declared. You have something? Already. Yotaka turned his attention to Naruto in surprise. But quick question, do you have any jutsu that could maybe force Yagura to remain in one place for an extended period of time? Naruto questioned. Yotaka nodded in response, causing Naruto to grin. Great. Alright, then I'm going to get started on the prep. Yotaka, please, I'm going to toss a kunao onto the ground in a little bit. When I do, please make that area sticky or something and make it so that way Yagura will not be able to move if he lands in it. Do that for me. Before the Rokubai Jinchuriki could actually respond, Naruto made a quick series of hand signs before his body sank deep into the underground. Yotaka stayed still, looking at where Naruto had been standing, for letting out a small smile. I'm going to trust this plan of yours will work, Naruto-san. Yotaka spoke to himself. With that thought in mind, the Rokubai Jinchuriki started to rush over to the battlefield. His injuries, for the most part, were healed and he would be able to contribute again. He had a role to play and he had to make sure that Yagura would be defeated. Raise-non. Jiraiya shoved his Raise-non straight into Itaka's back. The force of the attack caused Itaka's body to go limp before it exploded. The Sunin braced himself for the blast just in time to avoid taking damage from the blast. His damn exploding clones. Then where's the real one? Jiraiya questioned as his eyes started to wander throughout the battlefield. The Sunin noticed a small black crow flying above him. He made a series of hand signs before releasing a large fireball from his mouth towards the crow. The flames immediately consumed the crow, causing its body to disappear. A second passed before Itaka reappeared directly behind Jiraiya's body. He attempted to deliver a kick to Jiraiya's back, but the Sunin turned around in time and caught his foot with his left hand. Jiraiya then held out his right hand, channeling an orb of chakra into his hands. Itaka's main Jikyoshari non eye widened. Raise-non. Amaterasu. Just as Jiraiya attempted to slam his Raise-non into Itaka's chest, black flames developed in between Itaka and Jiraiya, stopping the jutsu. The black flames then started to spread, moving towards Jiraiya's body and trying to burn him. Jiraiya jumped backward, avoiding the flames. That was close. Jiraiya sighed in relief. His eyes narrowed on Itaka. This has been going on for over 5 minutes. I need to get back to focusing on the invasion. A scowl started to develop on his face. Itaka, what are you doing here already? You seem troubled, Jiraiya-san. Itaka commented emptily. The Uchiha charged forward directly at Jiraiya. The Sunin opened his mouth and released another large fireball towards Itaka. The fireball connected, causing Itaka's body to explode. Another clone. Jiraiya realized. Before he could do anything about it, Itaka appeared directly in front of Jiraiya. The two shinobi locked eyes with each other. Tsukuyomi. The world around Jiraiya began to vanish. The sky was painted a reddish-black color. The battlefield had been replaced with an empty, open space. The only things present in this world were Jiraiya and Itaka. Upon entering this new world, Jiraiya's and Itaka's body language shifted. Both shinobi appeared to relax slightly, as if they had not been previously fighting. Tsukuyomi, huh? Jiraiya took the moment to look around at the area around him. I apologize for taking this long to use the jutsu, Jiraiya-san. Itaka bowed his head and got on one knee in front of him. I had to wait for even the smallest of openings to arise to not look suspicious. Don't apologize. It's fine. The Sunin replied with a slight chuckle. Although, I'm surprised you actually have to use Tsukuyomi on me in order to give me information. I can't risk talking about information aloud, even in an environment like this where most would be unable to listen. I'm certain that Zetsu is somewhere observing. In this world, he cannot observe our conversation. You are also one of the few shinobi who I could use this technique on, where it can be guaranteed that you would not be too damaged from it to continue fighting. It will not be suspicious that once this jutsu ends, you'd still be able to fight and defeat me. The Uchiha informed him. When the conversation is over, I suggest you summon either Gamabunta or something. Put me into a position where I am forced to retreat and you can focus back on your mission. Yes, of course. Jiraiya nodded his head. So, since you came out of this way to fight me during the invasion, I assume you have something interesting to report. I do. Itachi nodded his head. Sasori had a mole in Kirigakure that informed him about Konoha's involvement in the civil war. There was a prediction that an invasion like this would happen, so Kisame and I were sent to get involved and capture the Mizukage once Konoha and the rebels defeated him. The Uchiha then looked Jiraiya in the eye. Once we realized you were on the mission and found out that you were not going to be involved in the fight with the Mizukage, we realized the mission was going to have complications. Therefore, I volunteered to fight you and keep you distracted so you would not intervene in Kisame's mission. So Kisame is going to get involved with the fight? Jiraiya questioned. He's after Yagura. Correct. Right now, he should be biding his time, waiting for the fight to exhaust all of the combatants. Once everything is done, he will intervene, kill everybody else, and take the Jinchuriki with him. Shit. Jiraiya cursed, scowling slightly. I'm going to finish you off quickly and rush over there, perhaps with a small squad. I trust Mei, Utakata, and Naruto together could finish off Kisame normally, but if they are exhausted from a fight with Yagura. The Sunin's eyes widened as a thought occurred to him. Wait, were you two aware of the presence of Utakata and Naruto? Originally no, but once we realized, Kisame started planning to take all three of the Jinchuriki. Itachi admitted. This is bad. This is very bad. Jiraiya started shaking his head. Itachi, do you have anything else left to report? If you do, say it now and get it over with. We need to finish our fight and force your believable retreat so I can rush over and help fend off Kisame. Itachi nodded his head briefly in understanding before continuing with his report on Akatsuki. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Yagura released a giant cascade of water at Mei while she breathed out a massive blast of lava-like acid of the same size. The two jutsus collided with each other, the water cooling the acid. The water continued to rush forward at Mei, causing her to jump away to avoid the attack. Utakata moved directly behind Yagura and blew on his pipe, launching multiple bubbles towards him. The Mizukage, however, reacted in time and released another giant cascade of water towards Utakata's body, coming into contact with the approaching bubbles and popping them before they could reach him. Utakata blew another bubble downward, encasing his body in one. The bubble then started to move rapidly upward, avoiding the cascade of water approaching him. While still in his bubble, Utakata created a small hole in it for him to stick his head out of. He spat out a quick-moving acid directly for Yagura's body. Mei also took the chance to spit out another blast of her lava-like acid towards Yagura. The Sanbai Jinchuriki quickly slammed his staff onto the ground, creating two water mirrors between himself and the incoming acid attacks. The reflections from the mirrors created two separate bodies of acid that were sent forward, colliding with Utakata's and Mei's attacks, cancelling them out. Yagura's eyes moved back and forth between Utakata and Mei for a moment before he looked downward to the ground. He immediately slammed his right hand to the ground, causing coral to rise upward. The coral managed to capture Naruto, who was underneath the ground, by piercing him in both of his shoulders. Ah! He yelled in pain, closing his eyes slightly. Did you really assume I wasn't aware you were down there? I don't know what you were trying to accomplish, but if it was to sneak up on me, you failed. Miserably. Yagura noted with a smirk. Naruto gave no verbal reply. Instead, he opted for pulling out a kunai and tossing it directly on a patch of ground. Utakata immediately started making hand signs. Soap bubble slime. Utakata blew another series of bubbles directly at the spot Naruto signaled for him to hit. The bubbles made contact with the ground and popped, coating it with a thick, deep blue-green colored slime. Due to Utakata's bubbles, Yagura had turned his attention back to him, taking his eyes off Naruto. Mei took the moment to rush over to Naruto's side and release another blast of lava-like acid on the coral. The acid instantly melted the coral, freeing Naruto. The Uzumaki exchanged a look with the rebel leader, then looked at the slime Utakata created, giving her a signal. Force Yagura to move there. Yagura, still focusing on Utakata, jumped into the air towards him and his bubble. Utakata's bubble floated sideways, avoiding Yagura's attack. The Mizukage then started to make a series of hand signs. Water style, stormy blockade. A massive amount of water rained down from the sky directly above Utakata's bubble. The downpour came too fast for Utakata to react and made contact. The bubble was popped and the Rokubai Jinchuriki was forced into the earth as water continued to pound into him. Mei started to make another series of hand signs, boil style, steam rising. The downpour of water Yagura was using to crush Utakata was immediately transformed into steam. The steam then changed targets and moved directly at Yagura's position in the air. The Mizukage quickly forced his body to float downward, avoiding the attack. Seeing his opening, Naruto looked at Mei. She nodded her head. Naruto then hopped onto her back and used her as a springboard, allowing him to flip upward directly to Yagura's position. He got directly above him before he started to channel chakra into his right hand, creating another spinning orb. Raise Non. Yagura, this time, was unable to dodge Naruto's attack. The Raise Non made contact with the Jinchuriki's chest, forcing him downward to the ground and into the slime. Yagura's body hit hard, landing on his shell. He attempted to pull himself, but the slime that Utakata had created forced him to remain still. What the hell? Yagura hissed as he began applying more effort to pulling himself up. His attempt was working, as he was starting to get up, but he was still in the position. Naruto immediately started making hand signs. Okay, I don't have much time. I need for this to work. He told himself. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation Barrage. In the earth, underneath Yagura and the slime that forced him still, 10 separate seals were present. Each seal started to grow a bright green color before each of them released its own tornado-like windstorm upwards. Each storm pierced the earth and crashed into Yagura, cutting into him. Ugh! Yagura hissed. Unlike the previous time, Yagura was not moving upward with the storm, he was remaining still, sucked to the ground, as each windstorm cut into his skin. Naruto then looked at both Mei and Utakata, who nodded in understanding. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Acid scattering. Mei breathed out her lava-like acid that quickly surrounded the windstorms. Similarly, Utakata released a white corrosive gas of acid that made contact with the tornadoes. Their techniques caused the giant windstorms to glow red in color and increase in heat and acidity. Yagura's demonic-like scream was heard throughout the battlefield for a few seconds before it got quieter. Eventually, it came to stop and he produced no noise. Naruto took this as a sign and made another hand sign, cancelling his jutsu. Mei and Utakata followed his example. With the acidic wind storms gone, Yagura's body immediately collapsed to the floor. The reddish-black chakra that surrounded his body began to fade and his body returned to its normal, human-like appearance. He remained still on the ground, unmoving. Mei immediately rushed over to Yagura, with Naruto and Utakata following behind. She checked his pulse and checked to see if he was breathing. He still was. Okay, he's unconscious. Good. Mei sighed in relief. She then turned her attention to Naruto and Utakata. Now, it's up to you both. I would love to try and get the real Yagura back. Do you still believe you can do it? We can, can't we? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, questioning the fox. We should be able to try. We need to enter the mindscape between Biju and see if it's possible. The Kyuubi answered. Naruto opened his eyes after his answer and looked Mei in the eye and nodded, I'm willing to try. I can do it, Dadabiya. I'm counting on you. Mei told him with a small smile. I'm willing to kill this man if it's needed for the good of Kirigakure, but I really want my Yagura-kun back. Enter his mindscape and try and let me know the results. Understood. Naruto nodded his head as he walked over to Yagura's body. Okay, Kyuubi, so I need to enter the mindscape. How do I do it? Do you remember when Kokyu Os Biju made the mental connect with you when we fought those cloaked figures at Tenchi Bridge? Kyuubi questioned. Naruto, recalling the mission where he met Han and fought those Akatsuki guys, nodded his head. You're going to do what he did to you. Place your hands on him and focus on channeling both your chakra and my chakra into your hands. The connection should be created and you should be able to enter his mind and enter his mindscape with Isabu. Okay. Naruto nodded his head in understanding as he placed his hands on Yagura's head. Just a warning, though, since this Yagura reeks of Madara's influence, the man's essence should be in his mind, controlling him. You'll have to destroy that essence, meaning you'll have to fight it. Even if it's just an essence and Madara will not be at his actual strongest, this will not be an easy fight. You must be prepared to fight immediately, Naruto. Kyuubi stated. Understood. Naruto verbally replied as he began channeling his chakra. In an instant, Naruto made his mental link and entered Yagura's mindscape. Mei and Utakata looked at the Uzumaki intently. He was not moving either and seemed completely focused. Mei then turned her attention to join Utakata. Are you going to help him? She questioned. Yes. Utakata nodded his head as he started to walk over to Yagura's body. Don't do it, Utakata-san. A voice called out inside Utakata's mind. The black-haired man stopped walking. Rokubai, what do you mean? Why should I not be helping Naruto-san? I sense a person coming, a person with nearly as much chakra as yourself. The Rokubai replied, causing Utakata's eyes to widen. Their presence feels hostile. It'd be best if you focus your energy on them. Mei-san, prepare to fight. Utakata replied as he turned around and brought his pipe to his mouth. Mei's eyes also widened in surprise before she nodded in understanding. She quickly channeled chakra into her hands again and started healing some of her wounds in preparation for an attack. As the Rokubai had predicted, another figure landed in the cemetery directly in front of Utakata and Mei. It was a tall, muscular man with blue skin and shark-like physical features, such as gill-like facial features under his eyes and sharp, triangular-shaped teeth. He had blue hair that was stylized to resemble a shark's fin. He wore a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it and had a giant sword wrapped in bandages tied to his back. He wore a kirigaku or forehead protector over his forehead with a slash through the emblem, signifying himself as a missing ninja. Mei blinked at the sight of the man. A moment passed before her eyes narrowed and a scowl developed on her face. You. Kisame. The rebel leader hissed at the sight of him. What are you doing here? Ah, Mei-san, it's great to see you again. Looks like you and your buddies managed to give Yagura-san a good beating. The man, Kisame, commented with a snicker. He grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. I didn't realize that we were having an old team reunion and fight, so I'm sorry for showing up late. I'm here now, though, so let's get this reunion started. Before Mei could respond to his statement, Kisame was already reaching for the sword on his back. Check the description for the links to the author.